add-on. You want to get the bundle, 100%. Come and get the bundle, but I would be adding in 2 or 3. How many are you going to make? How many are you going to be making over spring and summer? You know, it's just gorgeous for just £21.99. In fact, less than £30, and you can get your attachment on there as well. Oh, look at this. Hello, darling.
Hello.
Right. Oh, I'm so excited about this show. It's just joyful,
It is. It's a really, like you said, a joyful craft.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the punch board makes it super easy. So you probably look at them and think, oh, that, you know, but once you use this board, you'll be making them in all different shapes and sizes.
That's it. I mean,
all
just
different colourways.
That's the wonderful thing, isn't it? I mean, you can see on this board here a giant windmill, and then you've got the diddy little one as well. And just, I mean, it's absolutely glorious, isn't it?
Yeah, and you can use your pattern papers, you can use your plain AC cardstock. I've done one with some vellum.
Oh.
You could probably do acetate on it, so you could make some sort of, you know, if you've got some coloured or foiled acetate, those would look incredible for some celebration.
She did some with shrink wrap as well, so you can sort of shrink
them right down.
Yeah,
amazing.
No, so clever.
Right, so your board comes as it is with some instructions.
Okay.
So on your instructions, you've got a size guide, so you can.
There we go.
If you've got sort of like, if you know you want to make a certain size, there's a guide here that will help you.
Okay.
So, you know, if you're only wanting them to put into a treat bag or, So if we'll go for a 10-inch one, because then that is going to make us, it's going to span out about 13 inches.
Okay.
So we'll do a large one to start with. So I'm just going to bring in my paper trim, just trim my cardstock down.
Do you know what I'm going to do as well? Yeah, I am. I'm going to do...
Oh.
Then I can stand up here next to you. I feel like I'm far away. There we go. There we are.
Just going to trim my paper down to the size it tells me on my guide, which is 10 inches. So we'll do that. And then I'll bring my board in.
They're being mean to me. Do you see that? Because I stood close to you. They're all going, no, don't worry, what you
No. So if you lift up this section, this here is your punch that's going to pop your 4 corner holes in.
Okay.
So you do that first. So just press down, super easy, just rotate it.
Oh my gosh.
And do that on all 4 corners.
That's so clever.
Yep.
Ellie is so happy because she was upstairs earlier going, what's this bit for? And now she knows.
Yeah.
Now she knows.
So then if you replace that back down and then turn it towards you, you'll see, actually, if I lift it back up now, you'll see you've got measurements and sort of a guide to go by. So we know that our paper was 10 inches. So all you need to do is just line up your paper there to your guide. Bring this over. Bring it over quite slowly because this bit here, it's going to secure that. So once you press, that's punched your centre hole now.
Okay.
So if I just turn it slightly, then this little bit here, this is super sharp, but that's got your cutting blade in it.
Okay.
So all you need to do is pop it into the channel.
Yeah.
Here, like that, and then you just bring it down.
This is so clever.
At this point, you don't need to lift it back off because, like I say, that's locked it in place. So all you need to do now
oh my goodness,
is just spin your paper round, line it up again, and then just bring in your blade again and do that. And then we'll just do that all the way round, lining it up each time. And just do the last one. And then you know then. And that is
so clever. Yeah. And that's it?
That's it. We'll do just a basic one to start with, and then I can show you, because you can do like a double-layered one. So for the next demo, I'll show you how to do this section as well.
Okay.
But just so we can get one put together. So then obviously you've got your pack of your fixings,
okay, and that's the 10 straws and the 10 attachments as well. And you do get that in the bundle, remember, but we do have it available individually, so you might want to go and grab yourself another 1 or 2 of those, or 3 or 4, as some of you are doing as well.
Yeah, so you get obviously your straw, but then in your packet here you get, this is the bit that actually attaches your pinwheel to your straw.
Okay.
So there's 3 separate pieces to it. So I'm just going to find those out and then show you how to put that together. They sort of, right, so you've got that one, and then you've got a little cap that attaches to the front.
Perfect. And
so those are your three. Yeah, so those are your three. I'm not going to put those back in because we'll probably want them again. So what you need to do, this bit is what goes onto your straw.
Okay.
So you can pop your straw in straight away if you want to do that. Then this piece you push onto, onto here, because then it just sort of slots on. If I can get it to go in, yep. Because then that's going to act as sort of like a stopper so for your paper.
Perfect.
And then that bit we don't need until after. So all we need to do is pop that through the centre hole, and then we just bring them up and over.
Look at this.
Slide it down.
It's so simple, it's so satisfying.
So
I mean, your kids could have a go at this.
Yeah, this is something you could do with the whole family. You could sit and make them, you know, in the summer, maybe you're having a barbecue, pop them into some pots and decorate the garden up.
That's the thing, it's a really affordable way of giving a bit of garden decor, making everything just look happy and colourful.
Yeah, so I've just popped that cap on the top now. And then we can bring those forward. You can pop, like I've done some shapes in mine, so if you've got sort of like some chipboard flowers, you can pop those into the centre before you put this top on, if you've got some things like that, and then, there we go.
Give it a blow. Look at that! Amazing! You see how quick that was as well, and all the way around it just looks absolutely gorgeous. You can imagine you've got a marquee, you've got maybe a sunroom at home, or you've got your crafts, you know, in flower pots and things like that, just planting these around the garden. It's going to look amazing. Absolutely fabulous. Robert's gone for 2 there, Sharon's there, Chris, well done, Paul as well, Alison, congratulations, Jay, loads of notes of you coming through. What I'm just going to do while you get set up for your next time, love paper, amazing. I'm going to whiz over here and just give you a reminder as to what you've got in your bundle. So you've got that fabulous punch board, okay, that's all there for you. Once you've got the punch board, this is your tool for life. This is something you'll use again and again and again and again. It's just absolutely brilliant, and you'll be amazed at how many different materials you'll be able to use with this. You've got your acetates, you've got, you know, tons of things like that that you'll be able to use to make your windmills, and then of course they'll be waterproof as well. But look at what you can make. Look at these gorgeous things. If you've got a kids' party and you wanted to do favours or a hen do, and your card making as well. I mean, how utterly gorgeous to have these on the front of a card. It just, you know, it makes it look incredible. Have you seen on the front there as well this gorgeous garland that Julie's made? So you can really think outside the box with this, and actually thinking of boxes, you could pop it on the top of a box.
You could use it as a lovely, almost like a rosette,
like a bow,
on the top of the box.
That's it. It just is glorious. And I mean, all of the beautiful windmills that Julie's made, it just adds colour, it adds life, it adds joy. It's really, really fabulous. Now, a little bit of stock update. It's actually selling out faster than on the launch, Julie.
It's me.
I know. We've got so many people in baskets as well. Just once everyone's confirmed, well over half the stock, or is it, no, sorry, well over half the stock's gone, and that's not including everyone who's got it in their basket. So we've got brand new crafters joining us as well. Welcome. I've got loads of lovely messages as well. Ruby sent a lovely message in. How are you, Ruby? You okay? I hope you're well today. Ruby from Derbyshire, she said, hi, ladies, this is amazing. I couldn't resist with a couple of spare packs. Yeah,
I think if you're going to invest in the punch board today, definitely get yourself a couple of extra packs. Yeah. Because once you start making them, you're going to carry on.
Yeah. I'm thinking now, like Hazel and Idris have both got a play date at ours on Saturday. And I know we're going to be doing this. We're going to be making one, because I just think, well, how perfect.
It is. Brilliant. It's really, it's a nice craft to do, isn't it? And you haven't got any messy bits to it. You know, there's no glue or anything like that. If you're just literally going to be popping them onto straws, it's really simple for them, you know, for little hands to do, isn't it?
That's it. It's just really fun and really fabulous. I love the cards that you've made here as well. What do you have to do with that then, Julie?
All I've done with the cards, I mean, I can show you one if we get time later on in the show.
Okay.
Instead of obviously using your attachments that you've got in your bundle, you just use a piece of glue. So still pop all your holes out, but then use your centre point there for where your glue is. Bring in each section, so you create your pinwheel, and then I've just used foam pads to attach them to my card. And then to cover up that centre hole that you punch, just put a button or a brad or a gem. You can put whatever you want into the centre. I've done all different things on mine.
They look amazing.
But yeah, it's just it's something different to put onto a card, isn't it?
I'd do that for a wedding invitation, you know, or like a birthday party, or just if you're having a barbecue, drinks. It's just such a lovely thing to do for people. It makes them really smile. Do not miss out on this. Your code, which we're all enjoying today, it is a true code, SEXC06. Did Liam do that on purpose?
I don't know.
Did he make up the code?
Well, Liam does like his sexy deals, doesn't he?
He does like his sexy deals.
So, yeah.
I'm going to pop over to you.
I'd like to say he had, but I don't think
I don't know. It's just too cheeky for words. It's got Liam written all over it, I think, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Listen, let's see another demo, though.
So, I was going to show you this time how to do a double layered one.
Oh, OK, lovely.
So, I've just cut my paper down and I've already gone ahead and just punched my 4 corners with my punch. So, with one sheet, so whichever sheet you're wanting to be at the front of your design, you use this side of the board.
Okay.
So again,
is that like a gold colour, isn't it?
Yeah. So and you'll see on your instructions, you've got score. It's called scoreboard A and score B.
Okay.
So,
perfect.
Yeah, you can see at the top it's got A and B.
Oh, brilliant! So everything's labelled. It's all really clear, isn't it?
So as long as you do one on one side and one on the other, they're going to go together fine.
Okay,
so
perfect.
don't panic if you haven't done that right. So I'm just going to pop in. I've done this at 9 inches this time. So again, you just line it up to, you'll see you've got the exact shape of your punch. So you just line it up there. I always keep my hand on this side because, like I say, once you bring this down, it has a habit of dropping, and once it drops, it sort of puts the hole. So if you just hold that just while you initially just punch down, then it's locked where it needs to be.
Perfect.
So bring our blade again, and we're just going to put our line in, and then it's just a case then of just rotate it, line it up.
I just feel like you're going to get on a roll with this at home.
You will.
And just make loads.
You will.
This is what you've done, isn't it? You know,
it is,
was it difficult to stop?
Yes. Because then I found like I was thinking of ideas, and then like I ran out of time to make stuff for the show because I was thinking, I wanted to do that. So then this time, to create your second layer, you're going to use your guide on this side. So it's the same process. You line it up so it's in place where it needs to be.
Okay.
Keep your finger this side this time. Bring that back in. Press it down to punch your hole again. But then you're going to use this side of the board to cut your lines in. So it cuts it in a different way each time. So we do the same thing. So can you see that line's different to the one that we did originally? So you just line it up and then just bring that blade in. And this goes for sort of almost in a curve more so.
Oh, yeah.
So we bring it round again, line it up, bring that round again, and then just do your final one, like so. And then we remove that. So then if I bring in my pieces, so if, again, that just drops into that.
Perfect.
I mean, these I think you could reuse because I think you could pull them apart.
Yeah,
so if you were doing them for a wedding, but then you thought, actually, if we take them apart, we could use them for a party.
Yeah, that's it.
I think you could reuse this bit.
If they got, if they got caught in a rain shower and they got wet, you could just take the attachment out.
Yeah. So all we need to do then is
I'm like Ellie's thinking there. She said if you're doing cocktails, you could make them for cocktail straws, couldn't you?
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Yeah. So your one that you cut on your A is the piece that's going to be on the top towards you, and then this is the B section. But you do them so they're sort of on an angle. So then we push that through, and then all you need to do for this, it's the same process. So we bring that one forward first.
I love that pattern so much.
And then you come behind and get that one and bring that in. And then we do the same with that one. And then you bring it up and over the one underneath.
Oh, I just love this.
Do that again. Pop that one on the top, and then you just bring round your final one. And then pop that over. And that creates your double.
How amazing is that?
We just, and what I've done on one of them, I don't know where, oh, it's this one here, Rosie, right?
This one?
Yeah, if it will come out.
There we go.
What you can do, so you'll see with that one, there's 3. So all I did to create sort of more dimension on it, because obviously you've got quite a deep section there that you can pop your papers onto.
So cool.
So all I did was cut them at an inch smaller each time. So I did like a 6x6, 5x5 and then a 4x4.
That is amazing.
So they nested on top of each other.
That's so cool.
So you can create all different designs. You could do those in different coordinating papers so that they, you know, the section stood out a little bit more.
Do you know, call me crazy, but I look at this and I think you could almost make a bouquet out of these, couldn't you? And have a beautiful paper bouquet of just flowers and windmills. It'd be amazing. Look
so that's
that.
just done that. So if I put the one that we did in the first demo, you can see sort of that's just a single layer. That's just 2, doing it on your A and B sections. And then, like I say, you can just keep going. You can build them up and build them up.
There's no end to it. No. I mean, you could even, if you do them with like a plastic or the acetate that you were saying about as well, you could put them up on the wall around the garden, couldn't you? You could pin them up onto your trellis and things like that. So you just get that beautiful spin all the time.
You'll see that one there I've done out of vellum. So that one's out of vellum.
Oh, that looks gorgeous. So, yeah. And it's foiled, so it looks super special.
So your acetate and your vellum are going to work lovely with this. You're going to be creating all kinds of different designs, I know.
Gorgeous.
They're just, if you just get a... I'm blowing
It's just hours of fun. Do you know what? While we have fun doing this, we need to just let you know that, so really limited stock now. Once everyone's checked out, we're heading towards 90% of the stock already going. So what we're going to do is just give our call centre, quicker than last time it was on. I can't believe it. I mean, they sold out ever so quickly last time. Our call centre's getting ready. And just needs a little bit of a breather and able to get to everybody. The attachments on their own as well. We have a big stock of this.
Yes.
Over half has gone. So do make sure you're checking out. Go and get your attachments to add into your bundle. It's so busy. We need to give our call centre a little bit of a breather, let them catch up. And then we'll be back with more demos on the other side. If you've got any questions, message in. We'll see you on the other side.
Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk. Not only is HobbyMaker available live from 1 until 8 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the HobbyMaker app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754. Which means there are more ways to watch your way with HobbyMaker.
Back to HobbyMaker. We're just everyone's giggly and joyful today, aren't they?
It's these pinwheels.
It is. It absolutely is. They're just lovely. I've got to show you this Diddy one as well because we've got lots and lots of messages coming through. We had a message about the spare blades, Julie.
Yes.
Liam happens to be in the gallery. Thank you, Dawn, my darling. Dawn says, really excited to receive my order. Could I just ask a couple of questions? Can you buy spare blades for the cutting tool? Thanks. And that's Dawn.
So Liam has said, it possibly something that's coming in the future.
Yes.
So hopefully,
We're on it. We're on it.
Yeah.
We've got another message from Susan. Hi, Susan. How are you doing? She says, good afternoon. I'm new to paper craft. Please, could you explain which paper to use for this? Again, brilliant question, Susan. So what would you suggest for first time as well?
I would suggest use it. So we've got a paper pad coming up, something double-sided.
Okay.
Because obviously, as you fold it into the centre, if you've got something that's singles, you're going to get a white finish, which is fine if that's what you want. But I think it's nice to have something like that where you've got like the two. So you can see you've got the lemons and the blue, and then mix it in with some of your AC cardstock. But there's no reason really why you couldn't use, like we said, like your vellums.
Yeah.
I've used some glitter card on this one. If I just show you,
look at that.
So you can see I've brought it. It's only
what
a very.
GSM's that?
I don't know. It's not a thick. I wouldn't say use a thick card. That's quite a thin, flexible glitter card.
Okay.
And then, like you say, like I said, I've mixed that in with some double-sided papers just to give it a glittery finish.
It's gorgeous. And you can do it with acetate as well.
You can do it with acetate, yes. So, yeah, maybe if you're thinking you're going to leave them out in the garden, or maybe you've got a summer house where it's potentially maybe going to get a few raindrops on, acetate would be perfect for that because it's not going to get damaged. This morning, I'd got a box full of these, obviously, that I've made. I went to go out the house and it was pouring with rain. And I was like, how am I going to get to the car without these all getting soaked?
The weather's bananas,
it has today. Really? But I had to put a bin bag over them and get them into the car. But anyway.
You did a good job. They've all arrived safely.
Yeah, to make them weatherproof, I'd probably use acetate for that.
Perfect. We've got another message from Catherine as well, darling. She says, hello to you both, watching from work whilst on lunch. Brilliant.
Ooh,
Are you on the app?
Good idea.
Very good idea. I've got grandchildren that would love these, so I had to buy. And you're absolutely right. I mean, this is it.
They are.
You know, kids' parties as well. It could be their activity.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, if you know, when my daughter was sort of like 9, 10, she loved crafting. So if she had a birthday party, to give them something like this and something that they can take away.
Exactly.
You know, and they're always excited to see that I've made this myself.
Made it,
or like you say, for your grandkids, if you have them stay over, it's a perfect activity to do. Definitely. Inside, outside. If the weather's nice, you can take all the bits into the garden because, like I say, there's nothing messy.
No,
it's all pretty compact.
Oh, it's lovely.
But they're just, like I say, they are joyous to make.
They are. They're joyful to make, joyful to receive, and joyful to watch. You know, they just you can't see the windmills in the garden below. No. You know, when you go to the garden centre and they're all there spinning away. Yeah. And I love with this that we are memory keepers. They've done all the hard work, so we don't have to think about it. Because I've often wondered, I'd love to make one of those, but where do you begin?
Exactly.
It's all done
and I think if you were trying to make it by hand, and then you've got to get the curves right in the cuts. I would imagine this would be very difficult to make just with a craft knife. It's going to take you a long time. Yeah. Whereas that's the genius with We Are. They just make everything super simple. They take all of the all the hard mechanical hard bits, so you just get to do the fun bit.
That's it. It's perfect. I need to right, we're over allocated. We are officially over allocated. So if seriously limited now. If you've got it in your baskets, and I can see so many of you there, you need to check it out. There will be people missing out today. I'm ever so sorry about that. It's the way it goes. It's so busy here at HobbyMaker. It is a fastest fingers first situation. If you want to get your adapters as well, I really recommend going to get these as well, because once you've got the tool, obviously in the bundle that's on screen now, you're getting the incredible tool, which you'll have for life. You'll have that forever. We're looking at bringing you the spare blades as well, but that'll last a long time, won't it?
Yes,
anyway?
yeah. I mean, you can see, the blade goes through it like butter, really.
It's perfect. 60% of our adapters have now gone as well. It's only $6.99. That's going to get you 10. I mean, I'm just thinking about the maths on that, because in the garden centre, when you go and buy one of these, they can be £4 or £5 more than if it's fancy papers and things. So you'll be if you do make to sell, if you've got a summer craft show coming up, what a lovely addition to your stand as well, to have a few of these, have a vase of these or a little plant pot of these. People can choose them, and you could be really, really fantastic and actually very lucrative to your stand as well. So gorgeous.
I just think as well, you can utilise your craft stash. So if you're somebody that's got, like I've got a craft room full of papers and vellums, but there's sometimes I have things that I think, it's too nice to use, because if it's just going to go on a card and in a drawer somewhere. But like these, you could be using all the papers and acetates and things that you really love, and they're going to be on display because you could fill a vase with them.
Yeah, that's it. But I love even the picture on the bottom. That lovely red bucket full of them. I mean, how gorgeous is that? For the school summer fair as well, or the brownies if you're doing a fundraiser, if you're doing anything like that. You want to make a lovely selection of these, all the different colours, all the different papers. 95% of the stock is now gone, by the way. I'm going to go and grab your cards because I adore these, and I think it's really lovely as well for you all to see at home what Julie's done, because obviously you can make your fabulous windmills themselves. They're laughing at me. They look like it looks like I'm a thief. I've just stolen everything from the sweet shop. Wouldn't put it past me. Here we go. I mean, this is a lovely idea as well, isn't it?
So this one, you could give as a, I think if you were having a party, children's party, you could give that instead of a party bag, because this is like a plastic bottle with a straw in, and all I've done to secure the pinwheel to it is just put a glue dot which would peel off.
Oh, lovely.
So then once they've ate the sweets, they can then utilise and use the drink bottle as well.
Perfect.
So you could do that. Other than that, you can pop them so they actually spin, and this is just sort of like a little milk bottle that I've filled with, and just put some cellophane around to keep those in.
It's just
but you can do these for baby showers.
Yeah, oh, that'd be great.
Yeah, you can get sort of like novelty shape, you know, if you've got some little dummy shaped sweets or baby feet.
Yeah.
You could fill one of these up, and like I say,
you can work
baby showers, weddings, wedding favours. I mean, how different would that be?
And how colourful it's going to look on all of the tables.
And you can, the great thing about it is you can match it to whatever your colour scheme is, you know, or alternate them. You could even personalise them with an initial, you know.
That's a good idea.
If you cut yourself a little nesting circle out, you could utilise them as name cards and a favour at the same time.
That. I love it.
Yeah.
Oh, it's amazing. I mean, I love these cards that you've done as well. Just show these a little bit closer up, because they're just gorgeous. And actually, so versatile, because then even in the middle of winter, you could do these with your... we think of them as a summery thing, but actually, in the winter, you could make them look more like a snowflake by using your sort of Christmas papers and things, couldn't you?
That's it. And they're a great way. Using doing a smaller version of it like that is a great way then to use your scrap bit up, because obviously we trimmed so much of these lovely papers off to make the bigger pinwheels, but then you can use this now to make smaller ones to coordinate your cards.
Do you want to show us how to
do
it? That'd be lovely. Thanks, Julie.
Yes, so the process is the same, obviously, as in punching your hole. So I'm just going to take this round. So if anybody missed us at the top of the hour, this section here is your hole punch, which you need to put all 4 onto your card. So you just keep rotating it until you've done that, and then we'll do the same on a second piece. And again, doing these small ones, it's great for your scrap bits, because everybody's got a box, haven't they? Well, I say everybody, I have.
I think
that ever grows. That you like. I keep little bits like this because I think I don't want to throw it away, because it's like a nice foil piece of card.
Yeah, exactly.
So all I'm going to do then, this was a 4-inch square, so you line it up with your guide here. So we're going to pop that to where the 4 inches. I mean, these go down to 3, so you can really do small ones.
Oh, wow.
3 inches, I think, is the smallest you can do. So again, I'm just going to keep my finger on that bit, pop that in to lock the paper down, and then bring in my blade. You pop it into this channel here, just bring it round, and then just keep rotating your paper around until you've done it on all 4 sides.
Pretty.
It's so clever as well. It's so easy to do.
Oh, Julie, we've got one left. We've got one left of the bundle.
Quick, someone check it.
Look how many
Don't miss
people are
out.
trying to get it.
Oh,
we've got one final opportunity with the bundle. I don't know who's going to get it, but can I congratulate everybody who's come in today. We do still have the attachments just about, although I wouldn't be surprised if they go as well. But they're going to be up on the graphic for you. So
I'm doing the same process on a second piece.
Okay.
Because when you're popping it flat down onto a card, if you're going to be doing this as a top or onto your box, you don't need to do the 2, because you can lay them up with a foam pad to give them some dimension.
Okay.
So I don't need to use this B section like we did before. So I've just done that on my all 4 sides. So then all I need to do then is bring myself in some glue. And then you just want to pop yourself. My glue was gathered on the end. I should have had it upside down so it's ready to go. Right, so just pop yourself a piece in the centre there.
Yeah.
And then just put yourself a little bit on these 4 where you've punched like the hole, just round the edge of where the hole is.
Okay, and is an all-purpose glue fine?
Yeah, this is just a paper. This is just a paper glue I'm using, and then all you need to do, it's the same process. So you just bring it in, just hold it for a second, and then what you could do, if you've got a little peg or something, you could pop that on to hold it until it's dry completely. If you're not sure how quick your glue dry, you know, depends on what glue you use. This is one that I know dries quite quickly. So we just fold it all in like so, And you can see we've created that pinwheel shape already.
Do you want me to hold that one? Well,
yeah. That one.
There we go.
So I'm just going to do the same on the second one. And then...
I just feel like you could do so many things. You could make headbands for your daughter, and use this. With the shrink wrap idea, Gwen was talking about earlier, so you could almost make jewellery.
You could. Little key rings and things, couldn't you?
Great idea, yeah.
How cute would they be? So, yeah, just repeat the process on this second piece. I'm going to go... I mean, take your time. I would take more time than this if I was doing it at home, but for demo, I'll quickly fold it in. So, like I say, give that a pinch. You can leave those to dry then if you need to. And then all you need to do, I'll do glue, but you could put a foam pad at this point to add some dimension if you wanted to. But my glue is running out.
The attachments are going to be selling out as well.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
I think it's a no-brainer to get them. If you've got the board today, or even if you got the board the last time it was on, they're sort of like your things that you need to buy extra of. So you'll see then. That's
so beautiful.
Will dry. And then if you've just, I mean, I've just got a card blank there, but if I just show you, all you would need to, I would probably just cut a matching paper, a coordinating paper, but you would just pop that down onto there.
I love it on the
I mean, you don't need to put anything behind it if you don't want to. But then I have got some little brads, so I'm just going to pop a little brad through the centre.
So that's a very happy looking box, isn't it?
Wow. It could be a little sneak peek, I think. Is Liam still in the gallery? I don't know if he's gone.
Tell me we're doing that.
Possibly. I think so, yes.
With all the brads in?
Yes.
All the colour coordinated?
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah. Is Liam there?
Liam's not there. Not today.
Can you check that just to confirm? Don't want to get everybody excited for no reason.
I really hope you're doing this in the future.
I've said yes, that I think we should have this because you...
Oh my gosh, that's where this is from. I was going to ask you about that.
So you've got all your shapes and things in there. You've got chipboard, you've got brads, you've got buttons, you've got twine. So this is sort of like the sample one that's only just come in.
Oh, you get to play with all the fun stuff.
When I was doing these, I said to Liam, can I take some brads to pop through? Because obviously you could just pop these onto your straws with a brad if you don't want them to. I would say if you do that, they don't spin as well as using the attachment. But if you're just wanting them for decoration, for a card or something, then use your brads through the centre. Because you can see now that just finishes off where we punch the hole.
I've got news.
Just pop that on there.
I've got news about it. So we've asked the question. They are coming, they're working on it.
Yeah.
It's a few months away. Yes. So you just have to keep your eyes peeled. Yeah. I predict these will sell out within like 3 minutes.
Let us know if you think yes, because Liam shows me things like that. One, I'm drawn because it's like a rainbow, and I like anything rainbow, so I'm like, yes. But I just think it's got so many useful little bits in it.
Yes. Oh my gosh, I'll be getting one for me, one for my sister-in-law. Everybody.
So just pop your brad through, and then you could either pop that onto some foam and pop it on to lift it up even more, or just glue it down, pop it into centre. Put yourself a little sentiment on, and that's,
it's gorgeous. If you wanted it to move, could you punch a hole in the centre and pop it through?
Yeah, if you wanted it to move, I think you could probably use 2 brads and then make it so this one is not attached to the bottom so much, and then it would spin.
Oh, okay.
So, yes, there are ways around it, because I don't know. Can you see on that?
Oh, this one spins. Look, you've done it on this one too.
So you can see how you use your, So for this one, I've got a brad on the front and a brad on the back. Oh. So it will spin.
Yeah, it's fabulous.
Yeah, so there's, if you've got bits like that in your stash, there's ways to utilise all these things. And then, obviously, with this one, I used a chipboard button and then put a brad through just to finish it off. But you'll just have hours of fun.
It's
creating
just
different
so
things.
fun.
Because, like I said, I like it when I buy something and I can have more than one use out of it. So I think to be able to create box toppers, card toppers, home decor things, plus the actual pinwheels themselves.
Yeah.
And that's just, I've had to play with it for a couple of weeks. I'm sure people at home will come up with 100 different ideas. And bunting, I mean, I was thinking, if I'd have had time, I think I'd have made some of these large pinwheels and done some huge, if you've got a celebration, you could make huge bunting.
You could,
you could.
Great.
And if you've got it, if say you're having a barbecue or a garden party, if you pop it up onto a fence, they're going to be spinning.
Yeah,
and it's going to be a talking point.
That's it. And we're like, oh my gosh, where did you get that from?
Yeah.
Well, actually, I made them. You know, that's such a lovely thing to be able to do, isn't it? Oh my, right, it's so busy. 85% has gone of the pinwheel attachment on their own as well. Now, Julie, if you get ready for another demo, is that okay?
Yep.
And what I'm going to do... Sorry, before I do that, I'm going to just show you through. Lots of you have been asking about these gorgeous papers. What I'll do is show you through some of those now. We'll get the prices in for you, and then we can come back for another demo. So I'm going to whiz over here, and we're going to bring... which ones would you like first, Ellie, darling? Yeah, let's do it. I mean, gosh, the lovely thing is with the AC cardstock, and please do message in if you use this at home. I adore this. The kids adore this. We all adore this. It's lovely to draw on, but it's also wonderful for things like this because they're so bright, so beautiful. You've also got that lovely index, so if you pop them all up on your shelves, then you can just see all the colours there and just take them down bit by bit. So these are all of your brights. There's 60 sheets, 216 GSM. You can see the kind of collages you can do as well, and it's down to $19.99 for you here today. So really fabulous. You love that price? We're going to be doing that price for everything for all of your cardstock on the show, so do feel free to coming through. Now we're in spring. I know it doesn't always feel like it. The weather's all over the place, isn't it? Doesn't know what it wants to do. But these are really gorgeous pastel colours, so people are multi-buying as well. It's a really good idea. Look, you're going to use this cardstock for so many things. You'll use it to construct, you'll use it to draw, you'll use it for painting, you'll use it for collage, you'll use it for card blanks, you'll use it for so many things that you love to craft with. Gosh, I mean, every crafter. Just quickly, Julie, because I know you're. Sorry, I'm asking you to multitask now.
No, it's fine. I can.
But the AC cardstock. I mean, everybody loves it, don't they?
Yeah, they do. It is incredible. I think once you use it, you won't go back to regular cardstock. Yeah. I like the fact it's textured on one side and smooth on the other.
Yes.
So depending on what you want to do, I tend to use it texture side up, I've got to be honest, because I just like that sort of, it's almost like a linen effect it's got on it.
It looks really expensive, doesn't it?
It's sturdy enough to make your card blanks, so if you're somebody that likes to do that, you obviously can make your larger cards down to your smaller size with them. Boxes, I've made gift bags with it.
Oh, they're just so versatile.
And the colours just are incredible.
They're a dream, aren't they?
They coordinate together perfectly.
They're gorgeous. Yeah. Oh, look, here's a lovely message from Sarah as well. She said, afternoon, ladies. AC cardstock is my go-to for all of my cards. Excellent quality and great value via HobbyMaker. I love it. Thank you, my darling. So glad you love it as much as we do. And please give it a go. You know, if you've not tried American cardstock before, the AC cardstock, come and try it out because it is fantastic. So that's your spring, your bright and your summer in there for you. We're just going to quickly whiz through them all for you. So we've got the primary here as well. And then we can see some more in action with Julie because we just love watching you bring these to life. That's the brights down to $19.99 for you, the primary, sorry. And then we've got the tropical. Here we go. Very, very popular here today. I mean, you can see why. They just make you feel good, don't they?
Yeah.
When you've got colour like this. Now, it should be $29.99, the tropical. I think because you've got some quite exotic colours in here, but we're actually going to price match. We're going to take it down to $19.99 regardless. For the launch, for the relaunch, absolutely brilliant. There we go. Your code for the tropical, RU4658. There we go. Lots and lots of you coming through. Take advantage. And we've got the autumn. And actually, I love the fact that on the show, we're giving you the chance to use lots of different colours. We mentioned earlier as well, you know, there's no reason why you can't do these for sort of holidays, parties throughout the year, really.
That's it. And I think as well, although it's called autumn, that one is, I've brought that pad probably about 6 or 7 times now because that is my favourite and I use it all year round. Yeah,
it's fabulous.
It's got some really lovely rich colours in it.
Do you know as well, you could get the kids to draw on this and then you could use their drawings and pictures to make your windmills as well. I'll just show you as well, I was talking earlier about the index and the fact you can lie them all up, but imagine on your shelves, how satisfying is this? to have them all lined up. Ooh.
Yes.
And then you can see at the bottom, it's all labelled. So you can, I mean, ours are a bit tatty, obviously. Never mind ours because it's from our stock room. But you can see all of the labels there. So it's all just very organised for you. Now, we've also got the pastels here for you as well. So I'll just bring those in to the fray so you can see them in there as well. Again, just $19.99. Look at these colours. You've kind of got pistachios and primrose yellows. Really, really beautiful. And actually, there's one we're missing, and that's the black. So we're going to bring that in for you as well, because that's perfect. Actually, that'd be really cool. Imagine for Halloween.
Yeah.
You could use the black cardstock, make them all... you could do, like, cobwebs and things on them, couldn't you?
Don't forget as well, you could be bringing things in with your cardstock. You could be like heat embossing a design onto it, and then then put your it through your pinwheel scoreboards. Yeah. So you've got different designs. Create your own sort of papers and things to make them out of.
That'd be brilliant. Love, love, love that idea. Now I'm going to pop those all back down here, and this is, I think, one of my favourite. You've been seeing the patterns that you've been using through the show. Have you all been sat at home going, I need this paper, it's amazing? We've got it.
I have to apologise because the pad's in two halves because I was trying to carefully peel some papers out. And I said to Jimmy,
outrageous.
I've pulled it apart. He was like, don't worry. I was like, everybody's going to know I've been pinching the papers. They're gorgeous.
Dream.
Yeah.
It's an absolute dream. You've got maps, you've got writing, stripes in all different colours. You've got these beautiful patterns. Where to next? Designer papers. We've only got 12 pads left. Oh, what are you up to, Ellie? She's going to do something a bit cheeky. No, $19.99. We've only got 12 left. Joanna, Susan, Gail, well done. Kent is there as well. Absolutely stunning papers here for you as well. Really recommend these. They're beautiful. Oh, do you know what? If they sell out, do you reckon anyone will notice if I just take that one home?
Yeah. No.
I'm coming back over to you, my darling,
Okay.
to see what you're going to make next. What are you going to do for us?
Well, I was just going to show you how to do sort of a more layered version of the pinwheel.
Oh,
so
lovely.
I've cut.
I love this.
Yeah, this is out of the pad, so this is gorgeous. I mean, look at
that.
With these, it's like they're so hard to know sometimes which side to use because they're just too good. But with the pinwheels, you do actually get to see a bit of both, so it's nice. So what I've done, I've cut myself a 6-inch, a 5-inch, and a 4-inch square. I've punched my holes out. So, and then I'm just now putting my score lines in. So my pattern paper I'm doing on the A. And so I'm just going to pop that in on the 5. And then I've locked that down, and then you just need to rotate it then to put your score lines in. I mean, it's so simple. This is so simple. This is one of those things that is so simple.
Thanks, my darling.
But so satisfying.
Yeah.
You know, it's just great.
That's it. It gives you so much joy making with them, doesn't it?
That's it, yeah.
And you're not having to think too much.
No.
The hard work's done for you.
And if you were making them for an occasion, a party, a wedding, whatever, you'd soon get into a rhythm that before you know it, I think you'd have like a whole bunch of them made in no time.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because if you do all your cutting bit first, the putting together really doesn't take many minutes at all. So that was on my A. So if you're doing a double layer, if you remember I said earlier, you've got another score line this side, which is your B. So we're just going to then line it up where we need to. So this is a 4-inch. So I'm just going to pop it over those lines. Keep my finger on that bit because I don't want it to move until I've locked that in place. And then I'm just going to bring in my blade and just run it along and just keep lining it up. And you'll see it pops those lines exactly where you need them.
So clever.
It is. It's genius, isn't it? It's such a clever idea.
Who comes up with these ideas? I mean, how their brains must work.
I know.
It's so clever, and I'm so glad those people exist.
Oh, and me, because
I would never be able to do it.
I mean, I've been a crafter for quite a long time, and there's things that, like, you think, oh, I wish they made, and then they make it, and you're just like, oh,
I
need it. Yeah. I'm so glad that somebody's been able to engineer it to make it, you know, so that I can get my hands on it. Yeah.
That's it.
I'm always thinking, like, what do I need? Like, obviously, we've got the ribbon cutter coming up at 4. Yes. And I did say when we had, that is sort of like my product of the decade.
Oh, wow.
When Liam ordered it, I was like, Where has this been? I've needed this for years. It's incredible.
Well, do you know what? Now you've just mentioned that as well, I will just let you know that Julie's product of the decade is on our website right now. You can go and pre-order it. It's coming up in the 4 o'clock show, okay? I'll take you to the website just so you can see where everything is. Now, this is all of today's show deals. If you go to coming up on today's show, then you'll find last of stock on the electronic scissors as well. You've got the replacement wires, and don't worry, Julie will explain how all of this works later on in the show. And you've got the power battery pack. Now, that is limited as well. That's there for you as well. And the USB ribbon. They're already going.
Wow.
They're already going.
Yeah.
We thought they would.
Yes, definitely. Right, so I've done all 3 of my different size squares. So I've just popped my attachment onto the stopper.
Well.
So then all you need to do then is, I'm just going to put them in order because it makes life easier. So all you need to remember is this is the bit that goes at the back.
Yeah.
If you remember, we sort of put it on a diagonal so that one sits on top of the other. I'm going to push through. Actually, I'm going to turn that paper. That sits like so. And then, so all you need to do is bring that piece in. This piece then comes from behind. No, it wasn't that one. Hold on. Let me go again. Keep it on the diagonal. So then if you bring that piece in.
Yeah?
No. Hold on. It's me.
This is really good to see, actually.
I think I need this to be the right way up. It's because I was putting it the wrong way. So, yeah, you'll know, because if it doesn't line up right, you've got your paper somewhere.
Okay.
So there we go. So then, if I bring this piece in.
Perfect.
Yeah, and then this one over the top.
Gorgeous.
And then do the same process.
Oh, it looks so pretty.
All the way round. And just push them, if you're going to be putting sort of like more than one on, push them right down, because obviously you want to get your next layer onto it.
Okay.
So I've pushed that right down to where that stopper is. So then if I bring in my next size down, pop that in, and pop that one on the top. And again, just do the same process. So we bring in that one over, and then this one, I think it is. You'll get to know. Yeah, bring this one in over the top. And just keep pushing it down into that centre point. It will stay. But I just like the effect it gives, having like lots of different, like it almost
definitely.
like makes it more like a rosette.
And that would be amazing on top of like a, well, you know all those gorgeous boxes you get, maybe you've made as well. Putting something like this on top, which just makes it such a centrepiece as well, doesn't it?
Because then, and obviously you can then sort of like shape them a bit. So then I'm going to bring that bit in, just put my last one on. And you could do this as on a great big scale or as small as you want it to be, really. So I'm just going to bring that in quickly. Hopefully we won't run out of time.
I love it. It's gorgeous. I know this hour's whizzed by. I don't know where it's gone. I do need to let you know as well with the attachments, okay, 90% has now gone of the attachments. We had a huge stock.
We did have a large stock.
It's been incredibly busy, and just please make sure you check out your baskets as you go through today. You don't have to check everything out all in a oneer at the end, because we only charge you 1 P&P for the entire day. So it doesn't matter how many times you check out, it's just $3.95.
So I've got my 3 layers on, so I'm just going to pop the little plastic cap. It just sits on the top. It just sort of clicks in. And then you can sort of then just lift them and manoeuvre it round so that it will then fill it out. There we go. And then you can then pop that onto your little stick. And then you've got more of like a flowery effect. You've filled it.
Cool.
So I think I have to remember which side to blow, because I always blow and think, why isn't it moving? It's because I'm blowing against the wrong bit.
No, go that way.
Yeah, go on. Go on. There you go. Yeah. So, yeah, like I say, you can really... I just like having that. Like I say, it's more like a rosette when it's fuller, I think.
It is. It's amazing. It's a proper celebration.
Sort of like, that was the one we originally started with.
Yeah.
So that's your single layer.
Oh.
That's your double layer. And then you've got sort of like a triple
layer. That's the big one. Absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah, you can be doing all sorts with these. You know, bring all your different papers and things in. use some of your techniques. Make yourself a nice inky background paper.
Oh my goodness.
And use that to create one.
This. It is just fabulous. Thank you.
Thank
Always
you.
Wonderful. Thank you, my darling. Keep on checking out on your attachments. I give those about 5 minutes. I think they're all going to have sold out. The paper pads are all there for you as well. I say paper pads, it's cardstock. I mean, it's beautiful. Go and check it out. But do you know what? It has been so busy already here on HobbyMaker. Gwen is up next. It's going to be busy, busy, busy all over again. We've got a fabulous collection from Creative Expressions, which we know you adore. And if you missed the show yesterday, you're in a very good place because it's here with Gwen coming up next.
Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk. Not only is HobbyMaker available live from 1 until 8 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube, and the HobbyMaker app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with HobbyMaker.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new HobbyMaker app. Head over to your app store now and search HobbyMaker and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today's button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. So never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new HobbyMaker app.
Every day our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to crafting or a seasoned pro, you are sure to learn something new. We are live every day from 1 p.m. to 8 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk.
Oh, it's all going off, isn't it? Jimmy's throwing card around the place and just, oh my goodness, have a whole mix around. How are you, my darling?
Well, thank you.
So lovely to see you.
Oh, great to be back again.
It's wonderful to have you here again. And do you know what? Just looking through, oh my goodness, this collection we can see why this sold, did so well yesterday. I'm going to show the card that you made yesterday, actually. One of the cards you made yesterday, just to give you a little bit of a taster of what is coming up. We've come straight in of the I Want It All bundle from Creative Expressions. Absolutely amazing. XC2847, you're going to get your 4 3D embossing folders and you're going to get your 4 companion stencil sets as well. So what does that mean then, Gwen? What do we mean by a companion stencil set?
Let me show you what we mean exactly. So an embossing folder, if you're not familiar, and you may not be, it's like a little plastic folder, if you like, and it's got a positive and negative design, top and bottom. So when you put a piece of card in there and run it through a die cut machine, it squishes the pattern into the card. Technical term.
Squishes, I like
Squishes
it. Like a squish.
So,
but the 3D embossing is
so the
got
3D,
more detail,
yes, it's really deep embossing, and it's on more than one level, so it's various levels, and it gives a really authentic three-dimensional look. They're beautiful. But we're not just giving you that. What we're also going to give for you today are, with each embossing folder, and there are 4 different designs, each embossing folder comes with 2 companion stencils. So
you get 2
with each. So each set is an embossing folder and 2 stencils that match the design.
That's incredible.
And what these allow you to do is isolate parts of this to colour. So that you don't have that where you're trying to go across the top of an embossing folded pattern and you catch the background, or you've got a streak here and a patch there, and it's not as pristine as you might like. This allows you to be absolutely accurate, get your colours exactly where you want them, isolate flowers, leaves, embellishments, whatever it might be, to get a really crisp coloured image.
Wow. And this is why you get then beautiful, beautiful images like this. So we've got 4 different designs for you, okay? You've got the beautiful Daffodil Dreams, you can see here. You've got the Rose Garden, which, here we go. There we go, that's your Rose Garden that Gwen made yesterday. And if you want to watch this demo, by the way, you can go back and rewatch that show. You've got the Folk Art Blooms, which is this one in the middle. And then you've got your Sunshine Serenade, which this one, isn't it? Is that right? That's the Rose Blooms.
You've buried it under here. I had them all
buried
separated.
Oh, dear.
There you go.
Thank you, my darling.
Welcome.
Gwen had it all organised and I came along and just totally destroyed the whole thing. But look at this. I mean, they are absolutely joyful.
Aren't they?
Such beautiful designs, so utterly gorgeous. And the fact that you can create this at home yourself is just amazing. Now, I don't want to panic anybody, but on yesterday's show, 65% of the stock disappeared very rapidly as well, actually. So this is, and we haven't got any more planned shows, so later today, but after today there aren't any more planned shows. I think tonight, to be honest, judging by what's happening on the phone lines right now, you might just have to do a dance later on.
That's not happening.
Hello. Maybe just a little seat bop. XC2847 is your code.
I can talk about these for a week.
Oh, yeah. You love these, don't you?
We'll be all right.
We'll be all good. We'll be all good. £57.50 is on 2 split pay for you as well. And look at what you're getting. I mean, you're getting the 4 embossing folders, but then because you're getting the 4 companion stencil sets, that's 8 different stencils that you're getting. Incredible. And basically, that's the whole basis of your card, and you can make and sell with these, can't you?
You certainly can.
As well. Have a little look at this. And you can make them look really different.
These are 5x7 embossing folders, so they're a lovely size. Don't get caught up in the fact that it's a whole image and you have to use the whole thing. Be courageous and chop it up. You can do fantastic techniques with embossing folders and then utilise your stencils to colour them. You've got the embossed side, which is going to be the raised side. You've also got the debossed side, which is going to be the sunken in side.
And this is the debossed side here, actually. Lovely way of doing it.
And what's lovely, because when you deboss something, obviously you've reversed it left to right, but you can turn the stencils over, so you can still colour it with the stencils and be accurate.
These are gorgeous. And I also think, I mean, my goodness, you can make and sell. Look at that. I mean, imagine putting that in a frame. It's a beautiful work of art.
I think you could easily create wall art with these. I think they'd look stunning as a journal cover.
Oh, that's a great idea.
A set of notelets, and all these ideas that are great for selling. A little boxed set of cards with, you could even use, because we've got some wordies for you in the show, which are amazing, because you get, I don't know how many, loads of different greetings on the wordies. So you can make up a box set of notelets and put loose sentiments in with the wordies, so people can choose what they put on it.
That's a brilliant idea. Yeah. See, then you've got your... Oh, my gosh. Do you know
Isn't
what?
that just stunning on the black?
It's divine. Yeah.
I just love that.
It's gorgeous. And then look at this as well. By the way, this is all from one set as well.
Yes.
You're getting 4 different sets, and look at how many different ways
the
you can work with
variety
it.
that the design team have used is just amazing. They are really stars.
This is lovely.
So, yes, you can do an inky background and then utilise the pattern over the top of that. You can do a very clean background and do full colour on the image. You know, it's endless, really.
It's beautiful. And this one's, is this the Sunshine... The
Serenade.
Sunshine
Sunshine
Serenade. That's it.
It's gorgeous.
Beautiful. I want to show you this many with all of them, but I really want Gwen to show you how to do it live as well, because I know you've got some amazing demos planned for us. If you go to our website, I'm just going to show you, you can get the embossing folders on their own, okay? And you can also get the embossing folders with their companion stencil set, okay? Obviously, the very best way to shop really is to come for the I Want It All bundle, because this is where you're making the biggest saving of all. You're making a 70% saving here with the big bundle. So if you want all of them, and I think this is the thing, it's very hard to choose actually, isn't it? When you can see all the different things you can do with them.
That's the hard bit.
You want it all. We want it all. Of course we want it all. It's here for you, XC2847. Just don't forget to check it out of your basket.
And we've got a split pay,
and we have £28.75.
What
What would you, just from your experience, crafting, you know, for many years and selling as well your own makes, what would you be selling a card like this for? Because they're so beautiful and very different as well, very unique.
I think if you dress it up with perhaps a lovely box as well, dress it in some lovely tissue paper, you could sell this for a £5 easily.
Easily, there you go.
If you're going to make a set of notelets, you might be looking at £10 for a box of 4
absolutely.
with envelopes and, you know, easily.
Yeah. Oh, it's so exciting. I can't wait for you to try this at home. Shall we have a little look?
Shall we?
See,
well, I'm going to start actually with a background, just
okay.
just because I've got these lovely chalk clouds with me today. And you might not be familiar with them. You may have seen the colour clouds, which are our dye-based, but we also do the chalk clouds. Now, these are a chalk ink, quite viscous, water-based, and the same principle. They've got the felt pad at the top here and a sponge in the bottom that's loaded with chalky ink. So these are very much like your distress oxides. You can blend with them, stamp with them, stencil with them, all sorts of things, splatter with them. They're just fab. I absolutely love these, use them all the time. So I'm going to use this on my mat. Now, it's not great because my mat's brown, so you probably won't see a great deal.
It's really good. It's big, isn't it? It's a great
Yeah, well,
size.
I make a lot of mess, so it's good for that.
Can you use that for baking as well?
Yeah, you could.
I was thinking that. You could use that for your pastry making.
So all you do is dip or push down with your chosen applicator, in this case a smoothie, and then I'm just going to dip that onto my mat here and there. Now, I want my background to be quite pale. I don't want it, because then I want to be able to colour my design on top of it.
Okay.
So I don't want the background to overtake. All right, so I just need
love
to...
that colour.
This is my favourite. This is Subtle Sage.
Oh, I
so
like that.
We've got the whole collection for you today, which is brilliant, and there are 12 colours in the chalk clouds, and we're doing a pick and mix.
We've got a bit of pick and mix, haven't we?
Yeah,
so you put
so
two pots in your basket for $11.88. That's great.
That is brilliant, isn't it?
Wow, instead of $6.99 each, that's absolutely superb. Less than £6 per pot.
I'm also bringing in a little bit of terracotta now. This is quite strong, so I'm just going to pop it round where I know it's going to be towards the outside. Yeah. All right. And then finally, just to give it the sense of sort of a summer's day, a little bit of the Blue Lagoon. And again, I'm just dotting this in amongst.
We all wish it was a summer's day.
Oh, well.
This is what I love about crafting, though. We
are.
are. You can make it feel like a summer's day with crafting, though, can't you?
So I've got my piece of card cut to size, and all I'm going to do now is spritz this with water, and I'm going to use
look at that reaction.
Well, that's the oxidisation going off. It's great, isn't it?
Yeah.
So it changes from chalky to quite bright, but it will be chalky when it dries. So what I'm going to do is drop my card into that, and then I'm going to just give it a little twist, and I'm just going to squeeze. You can see the ink bubbling out, look.
Yeah.
And then pop it on.
Look at that.
So can you see that's lovely pale pastel?
Yeah. But you could get quite a few prints out of that,
Yes,
couldn't
but
you?
I'm going to dip. So I want to dry this. Excuse the noise. You have to dry it before you dip again, otherwise it just blends together.
Oh, okay. You could keep it subtle and dip again on another piece of card as well, I guess, could you?
Yeah.
Very nice.
So that's lovely.
Beautiful.
It doesn't have to be completely dry, but certainly get rid of the bulk of the wetness. And then when you pick up, you get these lovely little speckles. Like I said, this is very subtle. Yeah. I'm hoping you can see at least something, because it is very subtle. Then just dry again. Okay. So you get the idea. So you keep doing that until you're happy with your background. I'll just mop that up. I would get another couple of prints off that, probably.
Don't do what I do at home, which is just usually.
No, don't use your sleeve. That wouldn't be great.
That's what my little boy would do.
It would wash out. They are what, nothing harmed. Right, so get rid of that. Okay, so I've got one I did earlier on good form. This one's possibly a little brighter, but you can see the texture, you can see all the speckles here, so that's really lovely. So what I'm going to do with this now is put it through the embossing folder, and I want to make sure that that's going to be the front. So these have helpfully got the printing of the design on the front, so you know that's the raised side, so that's really helpful. Because sometimes you don't always know.
Well, that's it, yeah.
And I want that bit to be the top, not that it really matters.
So you wanted to use the emboss?
Yes. So,
beautiful. Here we go.
Now, in the die cutting machine, I've got a white base plate, which is your thick platform, and one cutting plate. Mine happens to be blue. You've probably got clear ones. You may find that that's not quite enough. So if that's the case, just put an extra piece of card, or if you've got a universal metal shim, pop that in. If you find it's too much, too much, and you can't get it through the machine, then what you'll need to do is replace this is your cutting plate, with perhaps a couple of sheets of grey board or something like that.
Okay.
But I can't give you that for every machine. You know your machine, and every machine, unfortunately, is calibrated slightly differently. But it really is just a matter of experimenting until you find what works. But they will go through a small machine, and they should go through without too much effort. If you're really having to struggle, I'd say it's too tight.
Okay.
So find a way to reduce your top plate, okay, and substitute with something else. So let's have a look at this now.
So pretty. Look at that.
So that's just with an inky background, well, a dabbed up background. And then the embossing is really deep. Can we get a front shot of that?
Yeah. And even the deboss on the back as well.
Yes.
It's so impressive.
Yes, look at that. And you can see what I mean now about it not being just one level, but several levels in there. Really dimensional. And yes, as Rosie said, you've got the deboss to go out as well.
I mean, look how clear that is. Yeah. It's amazing.
It's very crisp. It
this
really
is your daffodil dreams, okay? And your graphics are on screen. If you do just want the Daffodil Dreams embossing folder and the stencil set to go with, it's $14.99 there for your RZ 2824. But remember, the very best value of all, of course, is in the bundle, which is here on your screen. So what's first? So which one do you use? Layer 1 or layer 2?
We've got etched onto these layer 1, layer 2. What you will find is these are cut. The engineering on these is superb. They line up absolutely perfectly with each other and with this design. So for me, it doesn't really matter which one you start with, but let's start with layer 1. And all you need to do is find where that sits onto your embossed pattern, and it will just click into place then once you're in the right spot. And I find if you've got the pressure right on your machine, it will fit. If your pressure's been slightly heavier, you may find your card has stretched a little bit. Okay. So your stencil won't fit all the way across, but that's not really a problem. All you have to do is start at one end and ink this side, and then you might just need to adjust it slightly to do the, it's not a big thing, but you can't dictate what your machine's going to do.
No, of course.
And I've tried stenciling first and then embossing. Same thing applies, really. So you do just have to experiment a little bit.
Yeah, figure out what works.
Find out what works, So once you've got that lined up, then you can start your stenciling. So I'm going to use the chalk clouds because we've got those. I have got other products to show you later on today as well, which are very exciting.
You are obsessed with chalk clouds, aren't you?
I absolutely love them. I love the feel of them when they're dry. They dry almost like velvet. And
So for anyone who's
just
not
the
got
colours
them
are
yet,
beautiful.
That's it. I mean, for anyone who's not got them yet in their stash, why would you say for any crafter really they're a must-have? Why should they come and get them?
Well, they're very versatile. They last for ages and ages. What I was saying yesterday, when I want to use mine, I just pop them upside down. I don't store them upside down, but when I want to use them, I keep them upside down. It just brings the ink into the pad a bit easier.
Oh, okay.
But if you're going to use something like this to push down, that brings the ink up as well, so it's not a massive issue. But they're very delicate, very soft, and very forgiving, and blendable. They really are beautiful. So I'm going to go in with the vanilla twist. I'm going to colour my daffodils with the vanilla twist. I'll just do a little bit because it does take a good few minutes, and you can sit at home and relax while you're doing this, which is really lovely. And then onto that, now obviously the colours that you've got on your background are going to come through somewhat. So you might feel like here I had some blue, so it's gone a bit green. It doesn't matter. No. The overall effect of this is going to be really lovely. So I'm going to bring in a little bit of terracotta. And I'm just going to flick from one side of the stencil rather than going all over.
Oh, okay.
So that's just going to add a highlight down one side of each petal. So it doesn't really matter which side you go. But it'll just emphasise the edge a little bit, and it just gives it a bit of a difference. And if I want to cover up where it's a bit blue, then I can go in a bit more heavy with the terracotta. But it depends which bit you're working on as to what your decision will be. So if we just have a quick look at that now.
Wow, see, look at that. I mean, it really makes
great?
it pop,
It does, doesn't it? Yeah. And then obviously when you bring the second stencil in, it's going to cover up that one that you've just done and protect
so it's like a mask as well.
While you do the other one. Yes. So let's just do a little bit of foliage.
Love that.
So again,
such a clever idea.
They work so well. They are so accurately cut. I'm really impressed with these.
And if you were trying to do this without your stencil, it'd be really hard to get it right, wouldn't it?
Well, yes.
And it'd almost maybe be too hard. I don't know.
You could do it with a paintbrush. You'd have to try and paint it, but getting the detail and the edges of everything, accurate is challenging.
Definitely.
Whereas this, it's just look, whiz, whiz, whiz. In with the chalk.
This just does it all for you.
Yeah.
It's gorgeous.
And I'm going to try and give you as many tips as I can.
Yeah, because if you were trying to do that with a paintbrush, you'd lose all those lovely embossed
Well,
details,
also, you'd be going all over
them.
the rest of it at the same time, wouldn't
you?
You couldn't be that accurate. So I'm really impressed with these. We'll do a bit of that. And then I've also got for you today some stencil brushes. These are available in the show. These are massive. An inch stencil brush.
Oh, nice.
Now, I like to use these as well for stenciling. Slightly different. You just pick up the ink on the stencil brush.
Oh, they sold out yesterday.
Oh, did they?
I think, yeah.
Oh, sorry.
You tease.
Sorry.
Outrageous.
Oh, how rude. But if you did want to do a bit of...
If you were lucky enough to get them on yesterday's show.
You can stencil the whole thing, but because I've just used subtle sage, which is quite a soft muted green, and I just wanted to give the leaves a bit of a lift, a bit of brightness, but I didn't want them all that colour. So I'm just doing a little bit of flicking on the edge of that leaf to give you a bit of emphasis. Now, can you see?
Look at that. I mean, that little detail there. Isn't that beautiful? That little curve of the leaf.
Absolutely stunning.
Gorgeous.
So you can see how quickly this is going to build up.
Yeah.
And how accurate you can be with the stencils. It's foolproof, honestly, and quick. Once you get the hang of it and you know what goes where, it's quick.
Yeah, it's fabulous, isn't it? It's amazing. We've got a lovely message from Danny B. Hello, how are you doing?
Hi, Danny.
Do you know Danny?
Yeah, she's on our DT. We've got some of Danny's work. Yeah.
Right, my darling, we need to make sure we show some of your gorgeous cards as well. Maybe you already have. I loved working with these folders, says Danny B. They require little work for maximum results.
So well said.
That's perfectly said,
well
isn't
said.
it?
Thanks, Danny.
That's what we were chatting about before, wasn't it? You know, they're simple to use, but they're really effective. So they just give you that instant wow factor.
That's what you want, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Especially when you're
I'm spending hours on a piece. I'm, quite happy to sit and do that, but you can't do that with everything you make, can you?
That's it. How gorgeous to cut into them as well. I love this as well. You can see.
Yes, chop them up.
Cut
this
into
is Christine. She always makes little cards and she always makes them work with even a bigger pattern, and I look at it and think, ooh, I'm going to have to use the whole thing.
Yeah.
Actually, you don't.
They're gorgeous. I'm trying to find some of lovely
Oh, well, while you're
now.
looking, shall I carry on?
Yeah, you carry on, my darling.
Right, so I'm going to bring in one that I've finished and coloured earlier, so you can see
Oh,
the finished result.
look.
Now, I have been a bit crafty with this, and I've put a frame round it, and I've cut round the leaves and just flipped them onto the top of the frame.
That's
those
so clever.
are just kind of hanging over the edge. But you can see that patchy, inky background that I did first, and then I've inked the design so it really comes out to the front. And all I'm going to do to finish this off, I've got a complimentary piece of card attached here to the base card, and I'm just going to glue this on. Oh, I've one more step, sorry. I wanted another layer of the green, and I had this piece of like spearmint green card, and I just felt it was a little bit too harsh against the green I've got here. So another great thing I like to do with my chalk clouds is colour the card to match. And if you start with a colour that's already close, it's really easy to do. So just pick up I'm going to use the subtle sage, and I'm just going to blend that down. Now, this might be too subtle. Oh, no, you can see it. Good.
I love that subtle sage. I think that's one of my absolute
it's stunning, isn't it?
colours, yeah.
But obviously, over the green, it'll pick up a bit of the green.
Yeah.
It's slightly different than it is on the white. But it just means that you can make because I find it frustrating if I can't find the right colour for my mats and layers.
Yeah.
I always end up inking them myself. So when I now put that on there, it's a much nicer match than that sort of quite spearminty green. Yeah. So that was just another top tip.
I love that. We love your top tips.
That's another nice way to use your chalk clouds, or any ink really, obviously, but these obviously are what we're talking about today.
They are particularly scrumptious, though, aren't they?
They really are. And it's very unusual for us to be able to bring the whole collection.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because, quite frankly, we never have them in stock.
Well, today's the day to stock up on them. All of those beautiful chalk clouds, 2 for £11.88. They're on the website for you. You can choose any 2 colours. And obviously, you can use that brilliant deal as many times as you like. So for 2, for 4, for 6, for 8.
Oh, have them all.
Yes, have them all. Exactly.
Have them all. Now, when you're gluing on the back of something like this, obviously you've got lots of depressed areas, and so the glue isn't going to really sit well in there. So all I would suggest you do is just lots of scribbling all over, so that you catch as many of the flat parts as you can. Or if you use like a tape runner or something like that, that'll catch all the flat bits. And then it's not going to move, it's not going to go anywhere. So we can see that green edge is very subtle, but it's a perfect match. And that makes my heart happy, having a perfect match.
It's lovely, but that's it. It's all those little details that make a difference. And do you know what? Even for people who don't necessarily have your expertise with colours, something just feels off.
Yes.
If you're looking at it, and you might not be able to put your finger on why, but that would be it, wouldn't it?
Now I need to talk to you also about the smoothies.
Oh yeah.
Not the smoothies. Sorry, the wordies.
The wordies. Wordies, smoothies.
Too many E's. So we've got wordies in the show. I brought 2 sets for you. We have lots of these, and they're so popular. They are just basically a sheet of phrases, greetings, that sort of thing. So we've got 2. We've got birthday, and we've got, thank you, inspirational. So these are going to cover lots of different occasions, and you get in here 2 sheets with white text on black and 2 sheets with black text on white.
Getting all of that for £4.99?
All of it. So 8 sheets for £4.99.
That's amazing.
And the even better thing about these is you get large and small fonts, but you also can hot foil because the black is toner ink.
Oh, clever. That is amazing.
So these are really stunning. And you just need to chop them up with a guillotine or even your scissors, and you're good to go. So
we've got all your favourites on the show today, haven't we?
Well, because I pick it myself.
Amazing. This is it. I know, such a treat for us as well. So, absolutely gorgeous.
All I'm going to do then is pop this. I've mounted it onto a little bit of the matching primrose cardstock. And where should we have it? I think there looks quite nice.
So you could actually, if you're at a craft show, people could choose their own sentiments, couldn't they?
Or that's what I mean about if you were doing notelets.
Oh, yes.
You could pop a few of these in the box, and it's not going to cost you. It's going to cost you pennies to do that.
Love that idea.
And then they can choose what they put on their card. So there you
Beautiful.
go.
That is.
That's your daffodil dream.
Beautiful. I love it. Daffodil
you.
Dreams, absolutely gorgeous. And you know, I'll just show you a few more examples as well, because remember, you're getting 4 different designs in your beautiful, beautiful I Want It All bundle here today. Danny B messaged in, and here are 2 of Danny's designs. Really lovely, because actually it shows. That's
very pastel
really
and
subtle and lovely.
so gorgeous. And then the other one she's done on vellum and laid it over a coloured background.
Oh, that's so clever.
Isn't it lovely?
Yeah, they're beautiful, really stunning. Yeah. And it just shows the detail in the embossing folder so wonderfully well as well. It's absolutely gorgeous. You know, you can do so many different things with these. And I love this as well. This is Maria Christensen. Shows how the stencil works beautifully. So yes. Really how it layers up.
So I love the way she's obviously taken her time with the stencil, probably using a brush, because with a brush you can get smaller areas done. And she's coloured down the edge. She's left a white highlight up the centre, and then she's darkened one side to give it shade. Just 2 colours there on that. So lovely. So effective. And effective, yeah.
It is. It's absolutely gorgeous. If you want it all, this is the best way to get involved. This is your biggest saving. 65% went yesterday on the launch show. Another 10% has gone today already. Oh my, I mean, it's just busy, busy. Julie said, Tracy, do not leave this in your basket, whatever you're doing, because, of course, you know what, you don't need to worry about. I think people often think you have to sort of build up your basket, check it all out together.
Not on HobbyMaker.
You don't have to do that at HobbyMaker because we only charge you 1 P&P for the entire day. So it's $3.95 all the way through till midnight tonight. We're in single figures for this big one, for the daffodil on its own. Okay, Perel. Right, we've got the Daffodil Dreams, which Gwen was just working with. If you want this as an individual, this is now single figures, okay? So you're going to get, of course, your embossing folder and the 2 stencils that Gwen was showing you as well. So those 2 different layers, all of that for $14.99, RZ2824. Also in single figures is the Folk Art Blooms, and I've just shown you this one with the beautiful colours here. We've got some more examples that we can show for you on that one as well. I love that. You can cut them up, you can make beautiful. Well, look at that. Now, what would this be, Gwen? Is that some of the...
I think it's dark green cardstock, and then what Christine's done is used a polish over the top, and then some glitter kiss as well. So it's got like a metallic finish and then highlighted with a little bit of sparkle as well. I'm guessing. Yeah, but I think that's what she's done, or something along those lines.
But it's another very popular one. And I mean, do you know, I just love this time of year because all the bluebells are out, aren't they? So when you go to the woods, take a little look at this as well. Happy Ever Laughter. That's
Again,
gorgeous.
It's an inky background, and then she's used a couple of polishes, 2 different sorts, just to highlight and get that variation with the level of sparkle and the level of iridescence. It's gorgeous.
It's really beautiful.
And she's chopped up that panel. Don't be afraid of chopping them up.
Yeah, and she's used it a different way. You know, she's put it on the landscape instead of, which I think is gorgeous.
And
you know,
I was going to say, sometimes we are scared of chop. We think we've got a whole panel. We have to use it like that. But actually, you're limiting your options if you think like that. You get so many more options if you start chopping things up.
Oh, yeah.
So do have a go. Maybe if you've got one that you're not altogether happy with, chop it up and see what happens.
Chop it up, yeah, absolutely. We're over-allocated with this for this set now. For the folk art, we're over-allocated, so please do make sure if it's in your basket, check it out.
That one.
It is available in the big bundle, of course, so if you want it all, and I think everybody does really, that's where your biggest saving is. Go for the I Want It All bundle. You're making 17% saving here today. XC2847 it is.
Isn't it? That's on a brand new product, launched yesterday. So, you're first in to get these.
Exactly. And you will want to use them all, won't you? Because as you're crafting for the people as well, and just it's nice to have the choice because they have a different feel to them.
And they'll cover any occasion, won't they?
Yeah, exactly. Sympathy, birthdays, anniversaries. Now, really quickly as well, we just want to pop these on, and then I'm eager to see what else you're going to create for us because these are just so stunning. We also have the embossing folders as a set of 4. Just on their own. And we've seen examples actually here, and in fact Danny B's we saw, where you just use the embossing folder without the stencil.
Yes.
So you can do that, that's perfectly possible. Here you go, $29.99, all 4 embossing folders, and you're going to get all 4 of them for just $29.99. Your code for just the embossing folders is KQ2880, and you can see it in action here, you know, create your own background. Has Emma created a background similarly to what you've done?
Yes,
do you think?
I'm not sure what she's she's used, but it's chalk, quite chalky, pastel, really pretty. And then she's embossed with that rose garden, and just left it at that. She's added a bit of sparkle, but there's no stenciling or inking going over the top of that. So
you can imagine
really
making a really gorgeous gift bag as well, or a
Yeah.
little box as well to
Oh,
put little
yeah.
treasures in.
Yeah.
You know, the envelope boxes as well.
The little pillow boxes.
Yeah, the pillow boxes,
Yes,
that's the one.
they'd be
Yeah,
stunning,
they look
wouldn't they?
really
Yeah.
lovely. All of your embossing folders are available individually for $7.99 each, but they've all got less than 5 available. So if you want, if you're wanting individuals, go and do it quickly. But this is your bundle for embossing folders, and of course you've got the I Want It All bundle as well. Dial through 0800 001 4433 if you have any questions at all. Gwen is here. Message in. We're live, we're interactive here at
please
HobbyMaker,
do.
and we always love to hear from you, don't we?
Yes,
we love messages.
we do.
So yeah, message away, send them in. But let's see what you can do
All
next.
right,
Which
so
one are you going to use this time?
I'm going to use Sunshine Serenade, which is this stunning.
I think this is my favourite.
I
Am I
love
allowed
this.
favourites?
I don't see why not. Oops,
Yeah.
there's a bit of a glare on that. So you've got this fabulous sunflower or daisy. You've got some little tiny daisy-like blossoms, and then you've got this sweep of foliage and hanging bells, and it's just absolutely beautiful.
really lovely.
These are designed by Kathy Shuttleworth of our Paper Cuts range.
Oh, okay.
So she is a
lady.
fabulous designer. I'm going to go back to my colour clouds again. And this time I'm going to use terracotta, vanilla twist and cosy clay. And I'm going to show you how these can be used to blend a background. These inks, I'm not lying when I tell you, they're the easiest thing to blend in the world. And you will not get, you know how you get marks and patches and hard lines, you just don't. So I'm going to start with the palest colour using a smoothie, and I'm going to start to add the ink onto one corner. I've cut my card to 7x5. Now, I would probably cut that down after I've embossed it once I know where the design sits. And then you can sit all of these onto a 7x5 card. If you just want one single mat, or you might just want to ink a black edge around it, something like that to frame it. Or how about putting a frame over the top? And how about perhaps framing it and making a picture with it?
Ooh,
That would be stunning, wouldn't it? I can't find my right thing. I'll use this one.
You smoothie.
This is actually toasted rose, so it might be a bit pink, but never mind.
Cosy clay, such nice colours
Yes,
as well.
cosy clay is a very lovely neutral kind of colour.
Yeah, it's lovely.
That's got a bit of toasted rose mixed on it, but never mind, it's fine.
Making your own colour combinations.
Yeah, why
I like
not?
that. Yeah.
So,
I was just saying what lovely names you have.
oh,
Anyway.
thank you.
That's producer cat, by the way.
They're all my own.
Yeah, I love it.
Trouble is, they grow so quick, my nails. I have to always be chopping them.
It's a very good sign, though. It means you're very healthy. Isn't it?
Really?
Yeah.
I'm glad one bit of me is.
Good vitamins and minerals in your diet if you've got fast-growing nails.
And then I'm going to bring in the terracotta. Now, at this point, you might be thinking, Gwen, you've just told us that you don't get lines and blobs, and you've got lots of lines and blobs. I have, but this is just my first application. What you need to do when you're blending is coat the card.
Okay.
You need to get some ink onto the card first, and then the blend can begin. So then you go back,
look.
and that's when you will find, with these particular inks, doesn't work with all inks, but certainly with these, you can actually work away those blending lines.
Nice.
And also, as they dry, these go a lot softer.
Yeah.
So you can create a really beautiful background really quickly. All right.
Gorgeous.
So you just keep working at that till you get the result you like. And I've got one. What have I done with it? Here.
Lovely.
So you can see how that's a little
Love
bit
that.
gone a little bit paler. But there's no hard lines. It kind of all sort of fades into.
It's like that magical
into
moment of the
itself.
day, you know, where the clouds turn to gold and orange and you get these little wisps
Yes.
behind. It's
Do you want to have
beautiful.
another go?
Oh,
Do you want to
yeah.
play?
Absolutely.
So let's pop that in. Remember that
love
with
to.
the printing on the embossing folder, if that's on the front, then that's going to be the raised part. So if you want your coloured side to be raised,
Perfect.
so that needs to go on there, and that's just to go
and that goes on top. Okay.
There you go. Thanks, Rosie.
No worries. We are now in single figures for the Sunshine Serenade set as well. Very, very popular. So if you're wanting that on its own, it's on your screen right now, just $14.99. And I just love the composition of this. It's the curve in it.
Yes, it's that movement.
Yeah,
isn't it?
it's
Yes,
so beautiful.
stunning.
Absolutely gorgeous.
And then I'll bring in for
darling.
you. Thank you. Let's have a look at that.
Must be useful. There we go.
There we are.
Oh, look at that.
So that's now, perhaps better with a front-on shot. Got that fabulous design embossed. But obviously, because I've inked that background, it looks a bit confused at the moment. Doesn't know what it is.
Look at all the little dots there in the middle of the sunflower.
Yeah, I know.
Everything's just picked out perfectly. Beautiful.
So what you could do here is what I did on the previous one. You know, you've got your 2 stencils. These are the 2 for this set. That's that way up. Just make sure that you've got your etched lettering facing up. Okay. That way, you know you've got them both the right way up.
Brilliant.
And the right way around. And then what you could do is go in with your stencil and add ink on top like I did with the daffodil. But I don't want to do that. What I want to do is bring in an opal polish.
Ooh, I like the sound of that. An opal polish.
Yes.
Well, who doesn't love an opal?
Let me talk about these.
Oh, my... Oh, I
yes,
like that.
so these are our opal polishers. And we have 2 sets for you, set A and set B. I can't remember which is in which set. You might have to help me out.
We can let you know, don't you worry.
So it's that, and that.
There we go.
Is in one set.
That's right. And I'll just find out which one's set A and which one's set B. Kat is on it. So set B is the blue wisteria, the blushed peach, and the copper pearl. Okay, so that's...
they're mixed up then, aren't they?
Here, I think.
They're mixed up then.
Hold on.
What's the first set? Sorry,
so
Kat.
blue wisteria, blushed peach. Oopsie.
Blue wisteria,
blushed peach, and the copper pearl as well.
Right, so that's that.
There we go. That's that.
So this must be the other set.
Yeah. And that's your set B. Yeah. Now these just look absolutely amazing. So it's your Cosmic Shimmer Opal Polish, set of 3. Set B is on your screen. Oh, it's sold out. Sold out. Well, that was quick.
Heck.
Oh, my goodness. You're definitely going to be dancing later, aren't you?
Still not.
Set A, okay, is now on your screen. And with this one, you're going to get that fabulous zesty green, which is your yellow limes, okay? And you've also got the blue wisteria. Oh, no, hold on. I've mixed those around, haven't I? I've put the other one there. And the golden glow opal polish as well, okay? So for these ones, let me just make sure I've given you the right colour there. Lavender blue. There we go. Yeah, lavender blue. That top rose there. That's sold out as well. Well, that was about the quickest.
They've all sold out?
They've all sold out. Oh. Kat's on the blower. She's going to she's going to make a call.
I'll carry on because those of you that bought it might like to see what you can do with
we'll
them.
hopefully get some more.
Yes.
Watch this space.
So these come in the glass pots like all our polishers. These ones have a silver label and it's clearly labelled opal polish. The difference with these ones is they are interference. So it means they've got that 2-tone iridescence, which is stunning.
Nice.
They all come with the integral sponge in the lid.
Great.
Used for blending, smooshing, going over the top of things.
That's a good word as well, isn't it?
Yes,
Sloosh.
We've got the lid, which can act as a little docking station for your sponge while you're working, and then you've got your pot full of goodiness. And all you need to do is create a little ski slope up the side of the jar to load your sponge. Now, what you don't want is great globs and swathes of polish on that sponge. No. So I've got a bit of a fold there, which I don't want. So
no
just
globs
go back.
for your smooshing.
No. Go back and take that off. Now, I can either attempt to go over this by hand and just do that.
Okay.
But it's going to take me a little while, and I can guarantee I'll get smears where I don't want them.
Okay. I mean, it looks so pretty, doesn't it?
It does. And if you just want a quick highlight, that's the way to do it. But I want to be a little bit more precise.
Okay.
And because I've got these fabulous stencils, that means that's what I can exactly do. So let's pop this in place. I'm only going to use one colour over this. I just want to highlight. And I like for this to use the stencil brush, which I know it's sold out, I'm sorry.
When?
But what can we do?
Not loud.
Well, all right. Well, I'll show you 2 different ways of doing it.
You don't,
right.
Really.
So, I'm shedding. Getting out. What you need to do when you're using the stencil brushes is work any stencil brush, any form of stenciling, is work your chosen material into the bristles.
Okay.
By just creating circles on a piece of paper. It works that product up into the bristles, and then you don't get the excess pooling under your stencil.
Great tip.
Which is awful when that happens. It's really frustrating. So let's just snap this into place. Line up each little element, and it lines up.
Now, would you ever tape this, or do you just hold it?
You could tape it, yes. what I would recommend is, obviously, because my card is smaller than my stencil, tape it on the back.
Okay.
Or if you've ever invested in one of the Make Art stations, which, as you know, I absolutely adore, that would be perfect as well, because you just pop your magnets over this and it would hold it in place. Right, so now I can be much more accurate and give full coverage to these petals with this stencil brush than I could trying to do it with the sponge over the top. Okay?
Gorgeous.
Just reload. Work it into the bristles every time. Don't think because you did it the first time you don't have to bother the next time. You still do.
Still do.
And then it's just really quick with the stencil in place, because you're not
you don't have to
like
worry.
worried about and then when you do get a smudge, it's like you know,
all that work, and then it can be ruined in a minute.
So that's that with the stencil brush. That does need to go into water because the polish will dry hard. However, you might not realise this, but you can use your blending brushes in the polish.
Okay.
You will need to wash them out, same thing, but just like with the sponge, brush it through the paste and up the side of the jar, and it looks as though there's not much on there. That's cool, I don't want much on there. But again, work it into the bristles.
Nice.
And then
look at that as well.
Over. Now, the thing about this, the softer brush, this is much softer than the stencil brush, so this is going to go into every little detail.
Okay.
The stencil brush tends to skirt over the top a little bit, so the veins on the leaf might stay with the inky colour.
Okay.
Or the card colour, depending what it is you're doing.
So it depends what you want.
So, but this is going to go everywhere in that shape. It's going to cover all of it. But that's just a small detail.
Beautiful. That's
so you can see I've got a bit of a blob there, which I'm not overly happy with. And the solution for that is I have a little gadget, or if you've got a cocktail stick, you can actually just clean that up. Got another little bit there that shouldn't be there. See what I mean about getting blobs? It's really frustrating. But you can resolve it. So there we are. And you do the whole thing with both stencils, and that's going to be amazing. So I have one here that I did. I'm sorry, that was with the copper pearl polish.
Ooh, nice.
But you get
they
the same,
all sold out.
Same idea.
That's really pretty. It's kind of always got a pinky, peachy blush to it, hasn't it? It's lovely.
And if you feel your background is still too overpowering, just go back in with some coloured inks and colour over the top.
I love that.
If you've used polish on your stencil, they do need to go into water.
Okay, just soapy water.
So plain cold water.
Okay,
then
fancy.
I just use a little nail brush to scrub them.
Okay, perfect.
Oh, and also...
oh, sorry, darling.
well, I was going to say about this, but they've sold out. But if you've got these, if you're going to use this in the next couple of days, spritz this with some water.
Okay.
Just a light mist, like that.
Yeah.
Put it back in there and it'll stay fresh.
Oh, that's great.
If your polish is feeling a wee bit dry, just a couple of mists on the top, pop the lid on, and you'll be able to store it. If you're not going to use it for quite some time, then I would wash your sponge out. Again, just in cold water, just squeeze it and manipulate it till all the colour comes out, and you're fine.
Perfect. It's just brilliant, isn't it? Lots and lots of getting involved. Colleen has the opal polishes, and she's asking, can they be used with a brayer as well?
Yes, I don't see why not. The only problem is you tend to get like ripples, you know, off the brayer because it's quite a thick paste. Yeah. So be sparing with what you use. Work it well onto the brayer. I don't know what you're thinking of doing with it, but you could use it on your gel plate.
Yeah, nice. Yeah. So that's a great idea. Yeah, I want to experiment with gel plates. I like the look of them. Yeah, look great. Look, 25% of our stock today has gone. So flying out the door. This is the I Want It All bundle. This is the way the vast majority of you are choosing to shop, because, of course, you're getting all 4 of these beautiful embossing folders with their matching stencil sets to go with them as well. They are truly, truly stunning. A gorgeous way to work. And like you said earlier, Gwen, you know, they work with so many different occasions, be it sympathy, be it wedding, be it anniversary, be it birthday, you know, just because as well, just thinking of you cards. You know, sometimes you just want to send somebody a card because you just want to say, hey, I'm thinking of you, sending a hug in the post. These are beautiful, and, you know, they really do feel joyful. They're really gorgeous. They're really vibrant. But, of course, you can create so many different effects with them. I mean, that's what I'm absolutely loving about your designs and your design teams as well from Creative Expressions. Everything is so different. I mean, look, here's 2 from the same embossing folder. but just done completely different ways. You know,
They're
they're
lovely,
both
aren't they?
absolutely gorgeous. You've got kind of real vintage vibe going on
Well, it
here.
also looks like a woodcut, doesn't it, that one? I love that.
Yeah, absolutely. And then, you know, something completely different. And this is using the deboss, so the other side of the embossing folder. And then look at that, completely different colours. And it totally changes up the same design. And then looking again at Danny's, you know, using without the stencil as well sometimes. Or has she used the stencil then? She's used the white over the top.
Let's have a look.
You can have a little look. There you go. Gorgeous.
No, I think what she's done is a letterpress technique, which I will show you in a second.
Oh, lovely. Oh, yes, please. That would be great.
If we have time.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, I might have to do it at 6 o'clock. I'm not going to have time in this one.
Oh,
6 o'clock.
Oh, you're teasing us again. Gwen. Here we go. Just gorgeous. There's so many different things you can do. But, you know, let's see what you can do this time. This looks magical.
Right, so I've brought for you today some oval dies, because I thought, like I said to you about chopping these up. So if you've got any nesting dies or anything like that, it's quite nice to change the shape of the overall panel. It doesn't have to stay as a rectangle, or you might be really adventurous and turn it into a square. But how about going for something more unusual? Perhaps a heart, perhaps an oval. So I've brought some oval dies, and we've got the double-stitched ovals, and I've got scalloped ovals, and we've got loopy ovals, and all of those are complementary size-wise with each other, so you could stack them, you can make frames with them. So I just wanted to show you that as an example. The only thing I would say, and it's do as I say, not as I do in this occasion, is if you're going to die cut first.
Yeah, okay.
And then emboss, because if you emboss and die cut, which is what I did, it flattens your embossing. Now, you can put it back in the embossing folder and re-emboss, but remember what I talked about earlier, if your card's stretched, it's not going to go back in the embossing folder. So save yourself the pain, die cut first, and then emboss the panel. But what I wanted to show you with this particular technique is slightly different, and I'm going to be using the folk art flowers for this one.
Beautiful.
All right, and I'll do it on the full rectangle panel. So I'm going to let Rosie whiz that through for us. Thank you, Rosie. And then what I'm going to do is a different technique where I'm going to blend the chalk clouds over the embossing. All right. And I'm going to use for this, I've got some gorgeous colours, toasted rose and sweet violet. Nice. Yes, sweet violet. And I'm going to be using smoothies for this. Thanks, darling.
I could predict what was going to happen then. You couldn't hear what Kat just did when you said sweet violet.
What?
Guess what song she started singing?
What?
Sweet Caroline, but changed up the words to Violet. I love it. That's
you lost me for a minute there. I'm like, Caroline, where did you...
Caroline, no.
All right, so there's that fabulous pattern embossed. And now...
It's gorgeous.
It is gorgeous. They're all gorgeous, though. So this is toasted rose, which is a beautiful dusky rose. And this is sweet violet, which is a rich, deep, purpley colour. Gorgeous. I'm going to use smoothies. So I've got my toasted rose and I've got my sweet violet somewhere. That one. Okay. So remember what we said about the chalk clouds. Push down on the pad to get the ink up onto your smoothie. And then I'm going to do a blended technique. So I'm just going to come in. Now what this does, because I've already embossed, there are areas the smoothie can't get to. Okay. So it leaves white parts, all right, which makes it more interesting.
Yeah, it really does.
It will catch some of the background, but not all of it, and it won't get round the edge of the leaves. So it leaves them kind of framed with a little bit of white.
It's like when you've got embossing in like silver or something like that, and then you get that little edge that tarnishes. And it's a beautiful look, isn't it? It's fabulous.
And also, because when you emboss cardstock like this, and also when you do it on different levels, the fibres within that cardstock get broken.
Okay.
And so a broken fibre soaks up ink more than a smooth fibre does, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
And so they take the ink on at different levels. So this is going to have natural shading that I haven't had to work very hard to achieve at all.
That's gorgeous.
So we're going to get all sorts of different levels of ink take-up.
Look at these. Oh my gosh, and look at the details.
Yes,
on the
exactly. So the high spots are going to be much darker, and you can go back over it and add a bit more. And as I say, you can work backwards and forwards between your ink colours to get that blend happening. And then what I did with my original was put the stencils over and go through with the polish, but I can't do that because we've sold them out.
Wow.
But I think this is effective on its own.
It is.
Anyway, and it's really quick.
Is there something you could use instead of if you've not quite made it in for the polish? Could you use something else as an alternative that you've got at home?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, of course. You could use any of the other polishes you might have, some gilding wax. Okay. Perhaps you've got some of our Gilded Touch cream. You could use an embossing ink. So just smear that over the top or go through the stencil and then put a clear embossing powder. Or a sparkly embossing powder to give it a very different look. Yeah. I mean, that's a lovely thing to do anyway.
This is about playing, isn't it?
Absolutely.
And have an experiment and just see what...
Knowing how it's going to work, not being afraid to do it wrong and do it again.
Sometimes the mistakes are the happiest
absolutely,
bits, aren't they? So
absolutely, yeah.
Something doesn't go quite the way you planned, but actually it was that serendipity, isn't it?
Yeah, so there we
Lovely.
are. So that's our inked over embossing, and you can see now why I love that effect where you get the white surrounding the design, and that really makes the design pop.
It does, it's
makes
gorgeous.
It stand out.
What I love about this one as well, with different angles, it's sort of it's a bit William Morris kind of vibes, isn't it?
Yeah,
Sometimes
it almost
really
reminds me
pretty.
of crewel work tapestry.
Oh,
when you get those sort of lovely flourishing
very arts and crafts movement,
absolutely.
Isn't it? It's just beautiful, so lovely.
Sorry, I'm
almost like and Kat said it's almost like a woodcut as well.
Yeah,
so
which the depth, the embossing is something else. So, sorry, I'm having trouble with my nose. So that's our top piece. Now, what I did was cut that with the oval, but I cut the oval first. Okay. Honest, I did. And then put the polish over the top just to bring a bit of highlight. But you don't need to do that. You can leave it as it is. And then what I did, exactly the same ink blend onto a piece of white card. And then I splattered it with water. So what I'll do it on here so you can see. Today.
Splatter, smoosh.
I'm full of them.
I love it.
The chalk inks are water reactive.
Right.
Okay. So if you put water on them, they're going to wick, what we call wick.
Okay.
And create these little patches where the ink is pushed away.
It almost looks like a tie-dye kind of vibe,
it's just a lovely technique.
Yeah.
It's not really coming up that well on screen. If we can pick it up and have a closer look, you'll see better.
Gorgeous. That is lovely.
We need to get it from the front. But you can see how that's removed the ink in spots. Yeah?
Fabulous. Yeah.
So I've done that to it on the background. So this is going to be my background. All right. And then I've used those lovely ovals to create a backdrop for my panel. And that's going to go... I decided it was a bit heavy. So we could put some cream in between. Or...
Kat's just had a nice idea. Turn that into a clock or some wall art with that oval.
Yeah. So then what I decided was I needed to repeat my dark burgundy.
Nice.
And then I brought in that lovely loopy oval.
Oh, that's got a nice pearly finish to it. That's
yes.
Nice, isn't it?
So I can mat and layer with two different ovals. So I've got my stitched oval, my loopy oval, and then my embossed panel. And that would be my finished card with a wordie. Now I've also inked the wordie with the chalk cloud because you can. Yeah. If you want to do that, just take your smoothie and you have to kind of stipple it on. Otherwise it's just streaky.
Gorgeous.
Okay, so you can colorise all your strips from your wordies with the chalk clouds. And then you can just drop that onto the panel wherever you choose to pop it. Let's put it there.
Dare to dream. Isn't that beautiful?
And there you have. It's not stuck together, but you get the idea.
That's stunning.
All right.
Absolutely gorgeous. Imagine trying to find a card like that in the shop. It's not going to happen, is it?
Well, it's not going to happen, is it? No.
No. I mean, you know, it's such luxury. And again, put that in a frame and that's a beautiful piece of wall art.
Yes,
you know.
it really is.
It's remarkable. Absolutely love this collection. And do you know what? So many of you are adoring this as well. Please do send your makes in as well, because we love to see what you create at home.
Oh, yeah.
XC2847 is for everything. So this is for all 4 of your embossing folders. And, of course, you've got the 8 stencils. You get 2 stencils with each one of your embossing folders there. So it's a superb bundle today. And what I love about it is timeless. It's not going to be in fashion for a moment and then go, this is timeless. You'll be using these for years and years and years. All tools for life that will never, ever, ever lose their appeal. So massive congratulations to all of you coming through. You have time. Please make sure you're checking out your basket, though, OK? We've got one last showing of this at 6 o'clock here this evening with Gwen and with Nigel.
Yes.
You're going to be back a little bit later on, which is fabulous. All of your individuals are available on the website, OK? All of those gorgeous cloud inks there as well. They're all on the website. Remember, with your pick and mix as well. 2 for £11.88, which is just superb.
Did we show all the swatches? Should we show the swatches?
Oh, yeah, should we show the swatches? Let's
that might
do
be
it.
helpful, mightn't
absolutely. It? Let's do it, let's do it, let's do it. Now, hold on a minute. That's the chalk clouds, isn't it? So, here we go. These are all your different colours. Vanilla Twist. OK. Oh, we're starting there. There we go. That's your sweet apple. OK. That's terracotta. And this is your vanilla twist. OK. Then you've got Blue Lagoon, Princess Pink and Misty Grey. Oh, gorgeous, gorgeous. And then we've got all of these ones too. So this is your Cozy Clay. This is very, very limited actually here. This is your Toasted Rose that we saw Gwen working with, and the Cozy Clay there as well. Then you've got, am I doing this a bit of a haphazard way, aren't I, Gwen? Enchanted Blossom. Then your... How have I managed to mess this up so much, my darling? Got myself in a right old pickle. Subtle Sage. This was my favourite. Love it.
Yeah, it's lovely, isn't it?
Gentle Lavender. And your Sweet Violet as well. So all of these available for you. They're £6.99 each. You put 2 in your basket, you're only charged £11.88. That will reduce automatically, so you don't have to do anything. Save you 15% there, so that all helps. Especially when you're coming in for the big bundle today as well. You want to give yourself as much that you can play with at home as possible.
Definitely.
It's gorgeous. Thank you so much, my darling. Always a pleasure to have you here.
Thank you so much.
Gwen's going to be back at 6 with Nigel, so that's going to be fabulous. And right now, do you know, we've not had Amanda on the show since the birthday when Honeydew launched with us here at HobbyMaker, and we're delighted to have her back here today with some of her best-selling stamps and stencils all coming up right after this. So don't go anywhere, because we've got Amanda and Honeydew coming up next.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to crafting or a seasoned pro, you are sure to learn something new. We are live every day from 1 p.m. to 8 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Registering for a HobbyMaker account on our website couldn't be easier. Head over to hobbymaker.co.uk and click on Register Now. Type in your preferred email address, create a password of your choice, and we just ask you for a few simple details. Click on Create Account and then away you go. Within your account setting, you can view your order history, address and card details and items in your basket. Shopping made easy with HobbyMaker.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to crafting or a seasoned pro, you are sure to learn something new. We are live every day from 1 p.m. to 8 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new HobbyMaker app. Head over to your app store now and search HobbyMaker and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today's button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. So never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new HobbyMaker app.
Hello, welcome to HobbyMaker. I'm Rosie. It is wonderful to be here with you today, and what a fabulous day it's been so far, and I can tell you right now there is so much more still to come. We've got Amanda here. Hi Amanda, how are you?
Very well, thank you.
Good, it's lovely because you were here last time. You launched with us Jewel Ring, the second birthday event, didn't you?
Did, yeah.
How was that for you?
It was amazing.
It was
absolutely amazing.
You had such an amazing response from all of our viewers as well, and of course so many of your fans came across as well for you, didn't they?
They did. Everyone was saying how nice it was to see us over here, so it was really good.
It's brilliant. Well, we're delighted to have you here today. You know, just very much part of the family now at HobbyMaker, which is brilliant. Yes, that sounds wonderful. Now, you've been crafting for a long time.
I have.
So tell us when you set up Honeydew and why you wanted to do it.
So Honeydew Crafts came about August 2014. So it's nearly 10 years.
Oh my God.
Our last release was our 50th release of stamps.
Wow. Okay.
So it was like, that's over 500 stamps I've designed. And
That's
like, this is mad.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we've been going for that long, but I've been in the industry almost 25 years now, so it's like, ugh.
Oh my word. So will you be having a big 10th birthday celebration for
I'm
Honeydew?
sure we probably will.
Yeah, I reckon so, I reckon so. You've brought an amazing collection with you today. Kat and I have just been looking through all these gorgeous samples as well.
We have an amazing design team. We haven't got a big design team. There's only 5 of us, including myself.
Only 5? Right.
And they just work so hard for me. This team is amazing. So, ladies, thank you so much for everything you do for us.
5 people. Okay, do you want to know, when you've clearly got an amazing collection of stamps and stencils, 5 people have made all of this, everything in front of you here that you can see on screen right now. And I've got a colossal stack of beautiful designs from your team. And this is testament to how wonderful it is to work with the stamps and stencils, right?
And the fabulous thing I try so hard with Honeydew Crafts is that everything works together. So everything that you bought from us when we launched 10 years ago to now will still all work together, and everything is still available, pretty much. So, yeah, it's really lovely.
Look at this. So is this on parchment and acetate?
On parchment and acetate, yes.
Absolutely gorgeous. I'm in love with this as well. Take a little look at that.
Beautiful, isn't it?
Makes you feel happy.
It does. That's a real spring style, isn't it?
Yeah,
and
it's
you can't knock
lovely.
a daisy.
It's so wonderful. And this is what's great about the collection. You know, you can really go vibrant colours, but you can also pair it back.
You certainly can with everything that we do. And quite often I don't actually put sentiments with my stamps, because it means that we're actually going to do this as our next demo, as our first demo today.
Oh, do you want me to?
No, you're
oh, little taster. There we go.
Little taster of what we've got.
It's fabulous. I love this.
Yeah, so it's just something, everything works for every occasion. So if I put a sentiment with it, people look at it and think, oh, I can only do that for a birthday. So sometimes I'll put sentiments and sometimes I don't. They're mixed up a little bit. Sometimes I'll just do a separate set of sentiments to go with the whole collection.
I like that as well, because at your craft show as well, it's quite nice for people to choose their own sentiment,
definitely.
isn't it? Or as you say, go sentiment free and just... Because actually a lot of this, I mean, I'd quite happily be putting these on my wall, framing them up.
A lot of them would be beautiful for that, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they're lovely. With the stencils as well, can you use those in home decor as well?
You certainly can, yeah.
Upcycling and things like that.
And with that one that you've got there, that's our sunrise die. But if you can I don't know if you'll pick it up in the background. I think Hazel did that one. And it's the mesh stencil that we've got on the show that's been embossed through her die cut machine.
Oh, yeah.
So you can see how everything works together.
Yeah, it's gorgeous. I mean, my goodness, they've been super busy. This is beautiful as well. Take a look at this. Now, what is fantastic, actually, about what you're doing today, I'm going to take you to the web at home so you can see everything is in, okay? If you go to hobbymaker.co.uk and go to coming up on today's show, under the Watch Live tab, as you start to scroll, you're going to find all of your stamps, okay? You're going to find all of the stencils here as well from Honeydew Crafts, all of the die sets as well, okay? It's all here for you. And the value is so incredible with each individual item. You can create your own bundles with everything that's on the show today. So you can completely tailor-make it for yourself. I mean, the vast majority of everything you're seeing on screen right now is under £10 for you today. I think there's maybe 4 or 5 exceptions to that, but everything else is under £10. And they're gorgeous, Amanda. They're so lovely.
I really try to keep it affordable for everybody. And today's show is kind of showing you what Honeydew Crafts does.
Yeah.
So we do the stencils, we do dies, we do stamps. So you know that we've got everything that is available on the market.
Perfect.
In one place.
In one place. It's all here for you. So do you know what? The graphics are going to change quite a lot through the show. Keep an eye on those, because as Amanda demos with you, we're going to keep them all coming through for you, which is just beautiful. Now, you just mentioned that mesh stencil. That's where we're going to start. So, in fact, we're going to bring you all of the stencils live, okay? And then they'll all be in for you. I mean, £5.50, that's such good value.
As I say, that's what we're about. We're about making crafting affordable for everybody. And you can use them for any occasion, and anybody can use them. And our stencils are also food safe as well, so you can use them with cake decorating, etc. as well. So
that's amazing. That's really, really good tip. How fantastic is that? £5.50. That's your mesh stencil. Just £5.50. PZHN61 is your code for that. Okay, they're nice size stencil as well.
They're roughly A5-ish. Some of them are slightly smaller. Just depends on the edging. But yeah, they're roughly A5, so they work perfectly for that as well.
Really gorgeous. Now we've got the brick wall, and I think this is always going to prove very popular, isn't it?
All the time.
Beautiful. Follow the yellow brick road. You know, you can create fairy tales, you can create stories, but we could do a bit of Banksy sort of style.
Definitely,
graffiti art on there as well. You could do bouncy art as well. Kat said she thought I said bouncy. You do some bouncy art.
You can with the bubbles.
Why not? But that's going to be really, really popular. Lots and lots of you coming through for this already. Again, just £5.50. The great thing with this, remember, you've got this forever. This is a stencil that you can have for life. It's a tool for life. Now, remember, you can check out as you go along here. You don't have to check it all out together at the end. We only charge 1 P&P right the way through till midnight. So that's really, really important. Your free number's there, 0800 001 4433. Here's your illusion stencil. Love this.
I absolutely love playing.
Where do you get your ideas from, Amanda? Where do you get your inspiration?
I was a crafter before I had Honeydew Crafts. I'm apologising if you see me leaning on this a little bit. I've hurt my back a bit, everybody, so I'm propping myself up. So Honeydew Crafts is stuff that I was looking for that I couldn't find.
Would you?
So, yeah, it's... as I said, everything works together, but my ideas come from just stuff in my head. Like, I'll wake up in the middle of the night and I think, and then my other half says to me, why were you awake at 3 o'clock? Well, I thought of...
I've had an idea.
So really, I should sleep with a pen and paper. I used to sleep with a pen and paper beside my bed, just to write things down, then I can get them out of my head.
Yeah.
So this one is just the illusion stencil at the bottom there. You don't need to use the full piece, and I'm going to show you lots of not using the whole thing. You don't have to use the whole thing all the time.
It's lovely to see that, isn't it, actually? Because you can sort of see, you can just use little elements of it and bring it to life. It's beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. That's there for you. £5.50, VAHN47. People are filling up their baskets very quickly. And we've got the Encircle. Look at this. This could be so many things, couldn't it? It could be bubbles.
I have so much fun playing with this one. This was one of our original, but still one of our best-selling stencils that we ever brought out. So this is, today's collection is some of our best sellers, some of the ones that we brought to you last time that sold out so quickly. So we've tried to kind of cover all bases here. Hopefully those of you that missed out last time will be able to get them this time. So yeah, N-Circle was one of our original stamp sets.
It's gorgeous.
And stencils. So it's still one of our most popular, and I just love playing with it. Again, do that in really bright colours and stick a big number 1 on it. What an amazing first birthday card.
That's it, exactly. That's the beautiful thing with them all. They're so versatile. They're so easy to use in lots of different ways, aren't they? It's fantastic. Now, you've also got the Flower Power. We know this is going to be hugely popular once again. There's so much on today's show. Please keep your eyes on the web as well. You can create your own bundles because everything is such good value. Everything's such amazingly affordable, really. I mean, look at that.
And with the Flower Power stencil, it's heavier at the top and then thins out very slightly as you go further down. So if you don't want such a heavy, solid image, you can take the bottom half of that stencil and it won't be so heavy.
Oh, I love that. It's really, really pretty, isn't it? Can you use these as well on fabric if you're using the right kind of inks?
Definitely.
Because I mean, so many of your patterns I can sort of imagine on a blouse or shirt or...
Everything that we have goes across the board. The only thing I would suggest is if you're going to use them on food, don't use them with all your inks as well. Give yourself a second set.
Maybe give yourself a second set. Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? Maybe if you've got your favourites and you're thinking, oh yeah, I could use that in my cakes and things as well. Get 2 of them. They're such a brilliant deal. You can absolutely do that, so go for it. Lovely bubblies, which are really, really pretty once again. And again, so many different ways of using them. If I show you these 2 together with your lovely bubbly stencil, here we go. In fact, hold on a minute, that was the lovely circles, wasn't it? Here we are. Here we go. Show you the right one. There we go.
So they're the same colours.
Yeah.
Same image. But look how different they look.
Really different, yeah. I love that. Really gorgeous.
And that's our Floral Wishes, which is also on the show today.
Oh, yeah. Stunning. And look at that, completely different again, you know.
Great men's card. That men's cards are notoriously difficult. Teenage cards are notoriously difficult. So you can do both.
Yeah, there you go.
Again, saying exactly the same. And I think it's the black one that I've highlighted some of it. I don't know if you'll catch it. A couple of the circles are glossy.
Oh, yes, look at that.
So all I did with that was take a Versamark pen after I'd coloured it in, scribbled all over it, and then put some clear embossing powder over the top. So you can just make a couple of them pop as well, which really helps.
That's a really good shout. Beautiful. £6.50 for a 7x7-inch stencil. It's brilliant. Emboss with it. You can use them to tangle into as well, couldn't you?
Yeah.
Draw into as well. They're lovely. Now you've got the scribbles. This is one of my favourites. I've never seen a stencil
This is really funky.
Yeah.
This is kind of like something that I thought, yep, I know exactly what I would do with that. And I play with this, and I love going around the edges of this one, just highlighting them with like a black pen. If we get to that demo, it might come up today.
Oh, yeah.
If not, will be in this evening's demo. Yeah, it's just a really fun stencil to play with. And again, you can use that on the tops of your cakes and stuff, and that would really
that would be amazing, wouldn't it? Oh, with a bit of gold or a bit of edible glitter or something. Oh, yeah. It's just really fun. It's like an explosion. We're already in single figures for this. It's flying out of the door. And please know as well, Amanda has got a lot of demos planned for you as well. We promise we're going to get there. We just wanted to bring everything in at price for you as well. Now, you've got the corner where so fluid and so beautiful.
And again, you can use this just as it is.
Yeah.
Or you could, I think one of our guest designers, this was done by one of our guest designers, Di, and she's just used this, I think she used the smaller section and popped some flowers on there. How amazing. So that's what I say, all of our products all work together. So you look at that corner waves and you think, why would I put flowers on it? But that's exactly why you'd put flowers on it.
You
it
can see
like a
different
vase.
things, can't you? It's wonderful. I think it looks a little bit like wings as well,
It
potentially.
does, yeah.
So, you know, that base one particularly, you could do a sort of reflection of that, couldn't you? And they're just
amazing.
really, really stunning. They're fabulous stencils. Right, we've got another one for you coming up. So we've got the Squiggles stencil and mask. So what's the difference then, for anyone who's not sure at home, between a stencil and a mask? And when
The mask is the bit that's cut out.
Okay.
That floats around. Your stencil is the actual square piece.
Okay,
so the mask is the
perfect.
bit that you can play about with. And I'm not sure if I'm doing anything with the mask. It's not, we can always add one.
We can always add it in. Yeah, absolutely.
So
is that so you can kind of get different layers?
Yeah,
as well?
definitely.
Yeah.
It's just, if I'm going to cut something out and it can be kept, why not include it? Which is exactly what this is about.
Definitely.
But such a fun stencil. This sold out so fast last time we bought it too.
Oh, I can see why. It's going that way again by the looks of things. Lots and lots of you coming through. That's your Squiggles And we've got your brush strokes. This is your bold brush strokes here. And I think that's this one, isn't it?
One, yeah.
Really,
that's
really
using
fantastic.
the smaller piece. Now, with the brush strokes, bold brush strokes, masks and stencil, you don't get every bit of the mask because some of it is so fine. There's absolutely no way it can be saved. Same with the circles, stencils and masks that you've got coming up as well. The smaller circles you don't get, so don't panic if you get it home and you're missing some masks.
Okay.
There is no way to save that with the process of, and you actually couldn't use it. It would be so thin.
It'd be so fiddly,
or so small.
You'd
There's no way you'd be able to actually use it. So that's why those bits are missing. So don't panic if that does come home like that.
I love that. It's so bold. It's so beautiful and so
simple
different.
card to make, though, isn't it?
Yeah, it's fab. I love it. And then this is your circles that you were just talking about as well, which is lovely. And I had just moments ago, here we go, taking a look at this. This is your circle stencil. You can use with your masks as well. This is Hazel from your team.
So that's using the circle stencil. It's also using our berry bunch die and our sunrise die. That's both are on the show as well.
Fabulous. And remember, you can shop ahead. You don't have to wait for us. You can go onto our website and all of you are doing that, which is just brilliant. So create your own bundles today. This is the beautiful thing. And if you've got any questions for Amanda, or if there's anything on the website that you particularly want to have a closer look at, just message in studio@hobbymaker.co.uk, or you can message in via the website. There's a little box you can just write your message in. It'll come to Producer Kat. But right now, I think what we all want to see is a demo, Amanda. So what are you going to do for us?
So we are using our Garden Delight and our circle stencils and masks.
Oh,
so this is what I say. You're not going to get these tiny, tiny little circles that are in here because there is absolutely no reason for those to be used. You're just not going to use them as a mask. So they won't come through when you get your stencils and masks, but you will get these lovely big ones. So we have got, I tend to try things and people say, oh, I didn't know I could do that with a Memento ink. If you like the look of something and you've got something, try it. What's the point in having it if it's yours and you can't play with it? Yeah. I do lots of things that they say you shouldn't do.
There's no rules, though, really, with crafting, is there? It's all about playing, isn't it?
Exactly.
It's all about
that is
having fun.
Exactly what it is. So all I have literally done is take my ink pad and a blending brush, and I'm just going over the top. So this is what we're going to do with masks. I tend to move things around a lot when I'm doing stuff, so if I get told off for moving things, I apologise now.
Oh, don't you worry, Adam will let me know, and I'll let you know, don't worry.
So we're just literally building this up.
That's a great way of doing it. I love that.
It's such an easy thing to do. And if you're not confident with blending, this is a great way of learning how to handle your brush.
Yeah.
Because you're going to start actually on your mask and brush off.
Okay.
So it kind of gives you the, you can learn the pressures and things that you need to put down to get the design you want. So we just literally, and I don't actually, once you start getting ink on that mask, you don't need to keep adding loads of ink to your brush.
Yeah, a little goes a really long way.
It does really go a long way.
What would you say to people watching today who, because it strikes me that this is actually an absolutely perfect show for beginners as well. So if you're watching and you've never crafted before, you've got lots that you can play with here. Why should everyone give crafting a go and get involved?
It's so relaxing. I think a lot of us got into crafting because we needed something to switch off from the world from.
Yeah.
I know that's how I got into crafting, and it's just such a relaxing hobby to have.
Yeah, it's very mindful, isn't it?
Very much.
Can you remember the first thing that you made?
Do you know, I was signed off work sick, and I started watching daytime TV, and I thought I'm going to lose my mind. And my mum had just started card making, so I can't remember the exact thing I did. I probably back then did quite a lot of toppers and things like that.
Okay.
And I did 100 cards, and I took them into to work when I went back, just to see the reaction. And I came back with 3 left in my box.
Oh my word!
And I was like, oh, I quite like this. And I think my boss might have wished I didn't do that because then about 8 months later I resigned.
This is it. So you know, gosh. At home, that could be you. You know, maybe you are looking just for a change or just something to while away the hours or do while you're home if you're home and you're not able to get out and about at the moment for various reasons. You know, keep yourself busy and do something fun.
And it is. And when you finish it and you get that lovely reaction when you hand that card over to somebody, it's really nice.
Yeah.
To know that they've liked what you've spent your time doing.
Yeah. Well, that's like another gift in itself, isn't it?
Definitely.
You sort of get the joy of making and then the joy of giving, and it's wonderful. Lots and lots of you coming through. And I mean, the beautiful thing about Amanda's show today with Honeydew Craft is everything is so affordable. So actually, you're not having... Sometimes if you're wanting to try a new hobby or try a new skill, you've got a huge outlay sometimes, haven't you, to try and get started. But with something like this, with stenciling, with, you know, obviously if you want to go for the dyes as well, get yourself a die cutting machine. You can pick one up quite affordably as well. But the stencils and the stamps today as well, you can just get going as soon as they come home to you, which is absolutely brilliant. Anyone can use them. Get your kids involved, 100%. Get the grandkids involved. You know, it's fabulous. And if it goes wrong, there is no wrong. You just turn it into something else.
Exactly. And as I say, this is a really nice way. If you haven't done blending or you're a bit wary of it, a lot of the demos I'm doing today are a great way of learning it. Yeah. And if it goes wrong, there's a great way to hide it too.
Oh, we like that. Tell us your tip for stamping.
So for stamping, I always stamp on the hardest surface I can get. So I usually stamp on my kitchen work surface.
Okay.
And I always leave my block on the table and take my ink to the block. If you take your stamp to the ink, you don't get as good at even coverage. Lots of little light taps. Don't be pressing really hard into your stamped image either. You're doing lots and lots of little light taps.
Is that a marquee-shaped ink pad?
It's like a teardrop.
A little pear shape. That's lovely, isn't it?
It's a really handy little size to have.
Oh, very good.
So we are literally... Now, I didn't plan this, but I did plan it, if that makes sense. I kind of want this image here to fit inside one of our circles.
Ah.
It just sort of frames it a little bit.
It's really dreamy, this. I love it. I'll just let you know at home as well, the Garden Delight stamp set that Amanda's just using now, 10% of stock went on pre-order before we even had a look at it. It's absolutely stunning. So well done to everyone who's already come in. Do make sure you're checking out, okay? It's really, really lovely. I mean, that's just so nostalgic, isn't it? It just takes you back to, I don't know.
It is just beautiful, and I'm desperately trying to find a stamp with a sentiment on because I haven't put it out for some reason. So talk amongst yourselves for a moment.
Well, your code for this is DHHN56, okay? And we've got some more stamps that are beautifully floral and totally different once again. So if you're wanting to build up your collection of honeydew stamps, we've got one with sentiments alongside it as well. In fact, we've got a couple with sentiments. So this is Floral Wishes, and it comes with your sentiment stamps as well. Now that's Get Well Wishes Your Way and Sending Birthday Wishes Your Way as well. There's $9.99, and that's for 3 really good size stamps as well. Now these are the photopolymer, is that right?
They certainly are.
Yeah, so that's like really good quality.
And we do the extra thick ones, so they're 0.3mm rather than the 2.5.
What difference does that make, do you find?
I find it gives you a much crisper image.
Okay.
Personally, and they're more durable.
So they're going to last you even longer as well.
A lot of our stamps are quite big stamps, so one of the tips I would say is when you pop them onto your block, if I just pull this off here really quickly, roll them. Roll them onto your blocks and roll them onto your... roll them off the carrier sheets. Don't just take one end and pull it, because that's not what you need to be doing to your nice experience.
You've got to look after.
Definitely. So this is actually from the Proud Day stamp set that we've got coming up. Now, on Proud Day, it says, well done, so proud of you, you made so proud. Now, when it says you made so proud, we've got a me and an us that you can slot in the little gap.
That.
And the same here, we've got a thank you and you made my or our day.
Love
that. So you can slot that in as well.
Nice. It's all those little attentions to detail. The graphics, by the way, for Proud Day is on your screen right now. So RGH, would help if I could read, wouldn't it? RGHN70 on your screen right now. Just $9.99. And you've got so much going on there as well. It's beautiful.
So I've stamped out the you made day, and then I'm using the hour to just slot in there. And so now you made our day.
Oh, that's gorgeous.
And I think this would be like after a wedding, nice to send an you made our day, or instead of a thank you or something like that. Now, one of my top tips about card making, particularly when you're doing them to sell, is don't forget the inside of your card. I think by adding a little bit of extra inside, it just really finishes off the design and makes it look a much more professional finish. So again, lots and lots of little light taps. Get that on there. And you don't need to do the whole image, just a little bit maybe in the corner, and you'll see me do this an awful lot as we go along. just pop a small amount in there. Again, it doesn't even matter if it didn't stamp out perfectly.
Yeah.
You can just have just a taste of it in there. I think that just really finishes it off.
Oh, that's cool.
So all I've done on here is I've put a layer on there, which is literally I inked around the edge of that stamp, around the edge of the card with the same colour. I'm going to pop some glue on there.
What's that glue? That's fancy glue.
This is actually our Honeydew Craft glue, which hasn't come to HobbyMaker yet because we haven't had it in stock in the volumes we needed to, but it will be coming.
Oh, I like that. A little tease for you. Honeydew glue.
And it's called sticky glue because when I was on my way to make the labels, I thought, what am I going to call it?
Sticky glue.
Sticky glue.
Like
That's what
that.
it says on the tin. And how simple and quick was that card? You've literally gone from a white piece of paper to a completely finished card.
Absolutely gorgeous. It's so wonderful, isn't it? And you can have a go at doing this at home and just create beautiful, beautiful cards. You're getting so many messages. This is from Sharon. She says, hello, Amanda and Rosie. I've recently got back into paper crafts as I'm not able to get out and about, and I find honeydew crafts are so inspiring. That's such a gorgeous message, Sharon, and we hope you're able to get back out and about again soon, my darling. Have you got any tips for people as well who maybe are just, where can they go to get all the inspiration from you?
So we actually do
team?
lots and lots of YouTube and Facebook Live videos.
Fantastic.
So we've got a whole backlog. We started them during lockdown, so that's how far back. There's hundreds on there. So it's really great to pop onto our YouTube channel and you can have a look. We do workshops up and down the country, so that's great. And our website has all of our samples on there. So you click on either the stamped image, the image of the stamp, and there's some samples on there, or you can go into our gallery and Martin spends hours uploading all of these fab designs from our design team onto there as well.
So you're never going to be stuck for inspiration. You're never going to be stuck for ideas. Maria says, hi, Amanda and Rosie. I absolutely love honeydew crafts. Already have some stamps and stencils. Can you use sticky spray on the stencils? Because I struggle with RA. I'm not sure what RA is, Maria.
Rheumatoid arthritis, I reckon.
Ah, thank you. Okay, right. Thank you, my darling.
And yes, you can. Just remember to wipe them clean before you store them.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, my love. What we're going to do is we're going to go through. We've brought you 3 of those fabulous stamps on screen as well. We're going to bring in the rest of your stamps and all of your dies, and then we're just going to let you play and show us all your gorgeous demonstrations as well, because that's what we're wanting to see, isn't it? It's lovely. Now, we've got the clematis flowers. Here we go. I love it when these bloom. I love clematis. Absolutely gorgeous.
I've just lost one of our clematis and I'm gutted.
Oh, no. Oh, you have to pop and get another one, because they do, don't they? They sort of getting all the dry bits off each year. Yeah. I'm a bit rubbish at that. My dad did it for me this year. But they're so beautiful, and you can create that whole gorgeous wreath. $9.99. You've got 6 separate stamps, and you'll see different sizes, the foliage to go with it as well. Really, really stunning. So you're going to use these again and again and again. That's your beautiful clematis. Then we've got your magnolia. See, and our old house, we had a magnolia tree in the garden. We don't have one now.
Some beautiful ones around this year.
They are, aren't they? They're just. Did they bloom early this year?
They did, and then we got all that really high wind, so they didn't hang around for long either. It's a real shame.
They're so gorgeous. Absolutely love magnolia. Here they are, A6. Again, stunning detail. Look, you've got your buds, you've got the foliage, you've got different stages of bloom. So, they really are so gorgeous. These are all your drawings, aren't they?
Some of them are my drawings, some are drawings that we've licensed, and some are from designers. So
okay, amazing.
It's a complete mix of everything.
They're beautiful, really, really gorgeous. Your final one of your stamps, and you've got the garden daisies. Look at the butterfly on there as well. I mean, I don't know about you, but daisies just are full of happy memories, making daisy chains in the garden, and just really innocent, happy days spent in the sunshine, on the meadow, or in the garden, or that little patch of grass you always create something beautiful with. So here you go. You've got CIHN98 for your daisies. Absolutely gorgeous for just $9.99. And now we're going to bring you these beautiful dies that you brought to the show today as well, Amanda, which are really, really lovely. Now, I've got the berry dies here in front of me. These are really, really pretty, absolutely gorgeous. And again, you can colour these in lots of different ways. It could be red currant, it could be Christmas mistletoe. They could be
absolutely
red currant.
Everything with these. You saw that card. How simple was that? That was literally a tiny piece of coloured cardstock, a little bit of white ink for the circles, and one of these on the top. It's just amazing.
Absolutely gorgeous. This is this one as well, isn't
Yes.
it? Yeah, there we go. It's so lovely. So white and white, sometimes no colour at all, just works beautifully well. So that's your first set of dies there. Then we've got the petals. This is absolutely divine. There's a huge amount of metal in here.
It is a huge amount in there. And again, because they're roughly 5 by 7, so roughly an A5-ish, you can cut them in half, put a belly band across the middle, and you'll fill an 8 by 8 card with them as well, which is really handy.
You could paper piece with this as well.
100%. Yeah, have a lot of fun with that one.
That's going to be really gorgeous. I just love that. It's really, really fabulous. That's a big die. That's a lot of metal for $14.99. Absolutely superb. So you've got that one here today as well. And right, completely unique and completely different to anything I've seen before as well. And I love this. This is your directions. Just fantastic. And do you know, I'm going to whiz through again because there was a fabulous card that used this. So I can show you side by side. I might have to find it in a little bit for you. But just fantastic. Oh, there it is. There it is. There it is. There it is. Just really
what I mean. That's exactly what I did there. Same. It's one die cut, but I cut it in half and put that belly band across the middle, so you wouldn't actually know that that was the same one cut in half.
Perfect. Isn't that brilliant? Genderless as well. You know, there's something almost quite mechanical about it.
Yeah.
You know, like the treads in a garage, if you've got, tyre treads and things. That's brilliant. So cool. So you've got MFHN48. There you go. Do keep on coming through. Everything is flying out the door, Amanda. It's just fabulous. Now, these are your sunrise dies that you were talking about a little bit earlier on. These are so pretty. Very, very beautiful indeed. That's these ones, isn't it? Oh, hold on a minute, although I'm upside down. There we go. That's better. They're so pretty, aren't they?
Again, and so easy. And then, so you've got the big one. So if we get to it, I'm not sure if we'll get to it in this show or in the later show, you can use the really big one. In this show, I'll try and get to using the smaller ones so that you can see just how different you can do with exactly the same die.
They're fabulous. I love them. Absolutely gorgeous. And then, finally, we also have your teardrop foliage die as well. And again, I mean, these are so pretty. They're just a really, really lovely detail.
Real
so
delicate.
With colours.
And again, you can just use them as they are, or you can chop them up and just use little sections of them.
Yeah.
Don't be afraid. I think I heard Gwen say earlier, don't be afraid to cut into things. Just because they are the size they are doesn't mean they have to stay that size.
Yeah, that's it. I love it. Now, we have run through everything for you, okay? So everything is in on the web for you. If you want to see anything in particular, I can't speak today. I feel like I need to go and pop my teeth in. There we go. Anything in particular, go and have a look on the web. Everything is there for you, okay? So then message in. And if you've got any questions for Amanda, any tips that you'd like to know about or anything like that, that's what we're here for. So, yeah, do feel free to message in. What are you going to make for us now?
So we're going to go with Magnolia Stamp. Now, this is a demo that I did a couple of weeks back on YouTube. So if you miss what we're doing here, you can pop back and have a look at it.
Nice, okay.
And somebody, I can't remember your name, but asked about using the sticky spray on the stencils. This is a really great way of using your stencils with one of these mats too. So if you can get your hands on one of these, they are magnetic, so you don't use tape or anything like that, so it'll hold it in place. Now, this one, we're using the brick wall stencil, so you don't want to put too heavy an ink down because we're going to stamp on top of this image. And when we stamp on top of this image and colour it in, you don't want that colour to shine through too much. Okay. So we're just popping a small amount of ink on there. Just going to check that we're okay. Yep, not too bad. And we're just using a section of that stencil, not the whole thing. Anti-static bag here somewhere.
I love that.
Normally I would leave this to dry, maybe just go and put the kettle on or something for a couple of moments, so I'll just quickly whiz over that to help it.
Always good to be able to just have an excuse to put the kettle on.
And then I'm also going to use the anti-static bag just because I want to try and make sure that when I stamp this image out it doesn't stick in places I didn't want it to be. So we're going to take our Magnolia stamp. I absolutely adore this stamp. It's quite an unstated stamp. When you first look at it, you think, but it's just such a classic. I absolutely adore it. So again, lots and lots of little light taps. I'm not pressing down hard. If you do what I just did and you get ink on the block, please go in and wipe it off before you try and stamp it, because you know that ink is going to go where you don't want it to go. 100% it will. So we're just going to stamp that image down. They are quite large stamps, so give it time to allow that ink to go through. And the other tip I would suggest, make sure you never take your hand off your block.
Okay.
If you take one hand off, make sure the other one's there to take over.
Is that to keep it in place?
Keeps it in place and you're not going to get those shadows. If you're using a stamping press, I will show you after I've heated and embossed this. If you're going to be using a stamping press, there's a couple of little tips, particularly if you're not great at cleaning your stamps, which I'm terrible for doing. You need to use your carrier sheet to help you. It will stop you getting that double image as well. I'm just making sure I did.
What is the best way to clean your stamps?
I tend to just wipe them over with baby wipes when I do it. I'm not very good at cleaning them. But there's lots of different ways that you can do it. Warm soapy water if they get so they're not sticking.
Yeah.
But don't leave them sitting in the water. Take them, rinse them off, and then make sure that you leave them to air dry.
Okay.
Don't try and
don't use a rub them or anything.
No. Just let the air do it for you. So I do tend to heat from underneath, and everybody says that all the time. Not everybody's seen me do this. So I heat from underneath purely because the ink I've used is VersaFine Onyx Black, and it doesn't necessarily like embossing powder. So I've just used a clear embossing powder on here, and it puts a barrier between my heat gun and the embossing powder to stop it jumping around a little bit.
I've never seen anyone heat from the back before. That's brilliant.
It does, again, takes a little bit of practice. I've worked for an embossing powder company for years, so
you've got the insider scoop.
You learn how to do these things. It will give you a much smoother finish. It's really nice if you're doing black with clear, so you get that really, really crisp image. So, as I said, what I would suggest is, let me grab a carrier sheet here somewhere, I've got one. So if you're using a stamping press and you want to get your image where you want it to be, pop that clear piece of plastic, acetate, that is part of your carrier sheet set, down where you think you want it to be. You then place your stamp on top of that. Bring your stamping press over on the top, pick your stamp up, remove that, and then you won't get a shadow on your stamped image.
Got you.
I say that at all my workshops, and they look at me as if to say, what are you talking about? And then when I do it, it makes sense.
Right. Do you know the other benefit of you heating from behind like that is it means we can see it at home, so you can see that magic. It's great. It's really cool.
So we are literally just going to go in, and because I've used embossing powder with these pens, you do need to go in and blot them.
Okay.
Please make sure you do that as you're going along, because if you forget to do that, it spreads a really long way. So literally, I'm just scribbling in over the top. And this is what I mean when I say to you, don't put too much ink down through your stencil, because you don't want to have those brick walls lines coming through on your flowers once you've coloured them in. You may see them slightly, and if somebody points it out to you, I say this all the time, if somebody points out something that's not quite perfect about your homemade card, please don't send them another one next year.
Would anyone do that, surely?
They do.
Really?
I know.
Oof.
I hear some horror stories going around, because we go around and do all the a lot of the retail shows throughout the country, and we hear lots of horror stories.
How could anyone do that?
I know.
Because, I mean, the thing is, for me anyway, I always find imperfections make things more beautiful. I think it's sort of, you know, it's what makes it handmade, and it's what gives it value, you know.
Exactly. That's exactly what I think as well. So, yeah, you don't want to be spending time on something for somebody if they're going to put you up on
if they don't appreciate it, they're off the list.
They are. They're off the handmade card list. So again, go in and do that blotting. And this, I mean, all I've literally done on this card ahead of time is cut the cardstock out. Everything is going to be done.
Does the embossing sort of work? Not the embossing. Yeah, the powders work almost like a little gutter, don't they? Like if
they do, they help you stay in the lines.
Yeah.
Not always perfectly, but they do help.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to take the thank you off the Proud Day again, and we're just going to stamp that image out. I don't know why it is, whenever I come on the TV, I always make such a mess on my desk.
You're allowed to. Yeah, it's okay. Jimmy will sort all out. Jimmy, yeah.
Right. I think I just throw everything around. So, again, crystal clear on the top of that.
Okay.
I heat that up.
That whole stamp is $9.99, and look what you can do with it. Beautiful.
And again, what a lovely card this would be as a thank you card to send out. And you could do multiples of these as you're going along. Sit in front of the TV of an evening, and you're well away. So pop a little bit of glue on there. And again, I would go inside and add a little bit of something inside there as well if you can.
Gorgeous.
Oh,
you've done that on this one. Do you want me to show that?
Yeah.
Lovely. Beautiful. That's so stunning and so clean and so elegant.
Yes.
You know, and again, you're not going to find a card like it anywhere else. And this is one that Amanda did before, and you can see just that little detail on the inside. It just is so stunning, absolutely beautiful, really, really gorgeous. If you're just tuning in, if you're just joining us today, please do have a look on our website, hobbymaker.co.uk, because all of the stamps, all of the dies, all of the gorgeous stencils and masks that Amanda's brought to the show today, it's all there for you, and the deals are just amazing. So if you're maybe you're a crafter and you've been crafting for many years, but you've not tried stamping before, it's your chance to come and try something different. Maybe you've not worked with stencils before and you're just looking at a way. It's always nice, isn't it, to just take your crafting onto another level and try something different and mix it up a bit. Because if you mix it up for yourself, it makes it more interesting, makes it more exciting. But also for your craft, it just takes it on further and just really visually can make all the difference. So have a go. Come and see what's on the website. Come and have a look at those large stencils that you've got there as well. Amazing, amazing value. Can you use your stencils as well to emboss with?
You certainly can.
As well. So you could sort of put them through the embossing machine. Any tips for that?
Every machine is different.
Okay.
So you will need different shims to make that work. But you don't just necessarily have to dry emboss. You can heat emboss. So you can take your Versamark ink pad or your embossing ink pad over the top of it, remove your stencil before you put the embossing powder down.
Okay.
Tip, because that happens a lot on our workshops. Make sure you take that stencil away before you put your powder over the top. But yeah, you can do absolutely anything. Stencils are so versatile.
Yeah, they're so versatile, so fun and so effective. I mean, look at this. Look at all of these beautiful designs that you can play with, the stamps, the stencils, the dies, all here for you today from Honeydew Crafts. Any more messages as well, do get them in. And if you've got any questions at all about anything on today's show, do message the studio. You just send in to studio@hobbymaker.co.uk. And incidentally, this is also the email that you use to send your makes. We love to see what you craft with at home. We love to see what you create. So if you send in your make to us, studio@hobbymaker.co.uk, you could win £100 credit to your HobbyMaker account. And the next winner will be announced in the 7 p.m. show on Saturday, the 27th of April. That's just in 10 days' time. So get your makes in. We absolutely love seeing what you do at home as well. Absolutely gorgeous. Now, I know, how many demos did you say you had?
I have 13 prepped.
That's awesome. We're going to just see how many we can get through this first hour. Yeah. I love it. This is looking really bright and colourful.
This one is
very
really,
different.
really bright. Again, I'm not going to use the whole stencil. This is that Fab Illusion stencil. We've got lots of colours involved in this one.
It's gorgeous.
And I love this one for teenage girls. Cards are really... All teenage cards are quite difficult to come up with because they don't necessarily want frilly fancy. So I'm just popping that stencil down and popping a bit of weight on there. And we are hoping to bring our brushes to you on the next show. So
nice.
Now this is a little tip that after 25 years of crafting, I didn't notice this until about 6 months ago, that your oxide inks lids fit underneath your oxides.
What? Oh my gosh, it's like a little stand.
Game changer, isn't it?
That's so clever.
So just remember that you don't need to double your space for all your lids when you're bringing the whole collection.
2 things never seen before: this and the heating from the back. Absolutely brilliant. So good.
So I'm literally taking the brush. I'm going to add some colour down, and we're going to use a tiny amount of each one of these. And again, this is a great way to learn how to the blending techniques. Stencils are really forgiving if you're not great at blending.
Okay.
And this one particularly, because you can try it with all your bright colours and see how they all work. And if it goes wrong, it doesn't matter because it's through a stencil and nobody will even notice.
Love it. I love those brushes as well. I'm so weird. I just love how soft those brushes are. I find them really relaxing, just to sort of...
They are.
Obviously not when they've got ink on, a dry brush, but just like, I don't know, am I really odd?
No, you're not, because one of our customers emailed and she said she'd got her new brushes through and she found her grandson just playing with his face.
They're really relaxing. They're really relaxing, really calming.
And that's how quick and easy that is. And it's so bright and so vibrant. So we're going to take
awesome.
flowers, from the small flowers from our sunrise die. And again, we're just going to colour them. I'll take this board out of the way. So literally take my blending brushes and put the colour down on there.
Gorgeous.
And you can't go wrong. If you want to curl them the other way, make sure you colour on both sides. And this is what one of my top tips is: always, always have black cardstock and white cardstock in your stash, and you can make anything work.
Ah, that's so true.
The black makes everything pop, and your white cardstock can be changed to any colour you want, so long as you've got the ink to go with it. So literally, I have just taken some ink over the top of that cut. Ooh, grab my kebabs. I've got one of my mini kebab sticks, and I'm literally, like you would shred ribbon, I hold the petal at the base, and just like you're going to curl the ribbons.
Oh, nice.
This particular, we do lots of flowers. We're known for flowers on the show circuit, but this particular one is literally the simplest style, and you're going to do that twice.
Beautiful.
And then I just literally hold it, pop my fingernail at the base and just push that up against it, curling it slightly, just to give you a bit of a raised finish.
So pretty. So effective, isn't it?
And then you're going to layer those two up. Wow. I'm going to get rid of that red ink that's on my craft mat there, because that goes a really long way. And you will hopefully repeat that numerous times.
Wow.
And so I've done that with each of the same colours that we've just used to make that background. And we will stick that background down. And again, if you don't have embossing tools, the heat guns and the embossing powders, etc., you don't need them for this. This is a great way of doing this.
Yeah. I love that.
And then we'll just take some glue. I tend to start with my middle flower, because then I can even it out as I'm going up.
Nice.
And we'll just pop some glue on the back, position that, and then we go from there. And I love doing this with the really bright colours. Now you can take them off centre if you want. We'll go a bit off centre, and then you can still see quite a lot of that stencil underneath.
It's gorgeous. Producer Kat's just said something which I think is so clever and absolutely right. It's that you're not afraid of the white space, you know.
Definitely don't
so
be afraid of white space.
Clean and beautiful. It's gorgeous.
And that way you still see all of that lovely stencil behind. And that, again, such a quick card to make.
Love that.
So if you've got the white cardstock, sit in front of your TV with your die cut machine, cut out all the different flowers in all the different sizes, and just keep a little stash.
Yeah.
That would take you maybe 20 minutes to do if you needed to.
Incredible. And you've got it all there, good to go. And I mean, do you know what? You've got May bank holiday, May half term, you've got the summer holidays sort of on their way as well. When you've got all of this in your collection and you can sit, you can die cut, you've got all those flowers done, when the kids come over, when the grandkids are there, you can just sort of let them go, can't you? And just, yeah,
flowers,
really,
the inks,
really
off you go, have some fun.
Yeah, that's it. Just to give them a mat, and they can just, well, or just a nice wipeable table. So I've got at home as well. But enjoy it. You know, this is the beauty of a collection like this. You've got flowers, you've got shapes, you've got really modern, and you've got really beautiful contemporary stencils and dies here as well. But you've also got classics, which, you know, none of it's going to go out of style, none of it's going to go out of fashion. These are tools for life that you will use again and again and again and again. You'll find new and exciting ways of working with them together, of combining your stamps and stencils and your dies. You know, this is the beauty of it. You know, I think I'm so pleased today that you've brought all of this with you, collection. Amanda, because it's fantastic. I think everybody at home can just go, oh, have a bit of this. You can pick and choose your own bits. You can really create your own bundle here today. Just one thing we say, please make sure that you check out your baskets, okay? We've had so many people missing out on the show already today, just from not being quite quick enough. We are really limited on a lot of what you're seeing here now, actually. So please do make sure you're checking out as you go along. We've got a question from Georgie. Hi, Georgie, how are you doing? This is Georgie and Esha. She says, hey, girls, great show, beautiful demos. What weight of cards do you use for the flowers, Amanda? Great question, Georgie.
It is a great question. I've been waiting for somebody to ask me this. Whatever you have got in your stash, I've done it. I'm going to use it with vellum in a moment. Die cut, I use between 250 and 300, depends what I'm cutting out. Literally anything you've got. Patterned papers, absolutely absolutely anything. You can't go wrong with it.
That's so good, isn't it? Absolutely brilliant. And we've got 2 questions from email as well. Hi, Tina. How are you doing? Hello, Rosie, Amanda, and all the crew as well. Fabulous show with Honeydew Crafts. I've been a fan of Amanda's products for the last 4 years. Her products are amazing. They do exactly what Amanda says. I've become more confident with stamping and blending since using HDC products and watching Amanda as well.
Thank you very much.
How does that make you feel? Because I mean, this was nearly 10 years ago that you set off on your own with your own collection, your own company.
I was terrified.
I bet.
We had absolutely no money. We'd just moved in together. We literally were going down the sides of the sofa to get our stamps produced.
Yeah.
And I did 10 designs, and I had 12 of each. We went to a show, and it was in Edinburgh. And by 10:30, the show opened at 10, and at 10:30 we had sold out.
Oh my God!
Oh my God, what happened? And at that point, online shopping wasn't huge. It was around, but it still wasn't as big as it is now. And everyone was saying, "Do you have a website? Do you have a website?" And Martin's confidently saying, "Yes, we do." No, we didn't.
I love
But by Tuesday, we had a website, and it was just gone from there onwards.
Wow.
It's just been amazing. So that makes me really proud to have somebody say
that.
that.
You're getting that feedback and how that's helping you at home, how it's just really making life feel good. It's brilliant. We've got a message from Joy as well, Amanda. This is a message from Joy. She says, hi, Amanda and Rosie. Lovely to watch Amanda this afternoon. I love all her products and have quite a few of them. Can Amanda tell me what stamp has been used on the card, which is displayed on her counter, the card with the red flower on it, and what colour has she just used on the brick wall die as well?
So the colour I just used on the brick wall die was Kitsch Flamingo. Normally I tell you what colours I'm using, and I haven't done that today, sorry. And that flower is actually our Floral Wishes that's on the show today.
That's beautiful. So lovely. And actually, I mean, these are questions I should be asking, really. So thank goodness you're here. You can come and work for us at HobbyMaker. Now, what are you going to do for us?
So this is using our mesh stencil. And again, I'm just using a small amount of the stencil just to take some colour onto a base piece of card.
And what colour are you using there?
This is Faded Jeans. You'll see that when I do TV shows, I do a lot of blue cards.
Okay.
Because it really does stand out quite well on the TV. I used to think the yellow would be great because it would be really bright and vibrant, but it doesn't actually show up very well when we do it.
So blues are very calming as well, aren't they? They're just, really
I have a lot of blue flowers. I have actually got, this is a 7.5-inch piece of cardstock, and I have cut it about halfway through.
Okay.
Just on one end. And then I'm going to take, it's quite a chunky paintbrush I've got here, but I just want to curl this edge up a little bit. And by using the chunky one, it doesn't tend to crinkle the card. So I want to take that a bit further over than that. So we're just coming at a tighter angle. And you can fiddle about with it because you're just training the paper to go where you want it to go.
And could you do that with other sort of rounded handles as well?
Anything. Yeah. A pen, whatever you've got on you to hand. I just don't want to try, if you rip there, don't panic. If you rip that little section, just stick a flower over the top.
Okay.
Make flowers in a minute. So I've also repeated that on a separate piece of cardstock, which I'm going to tuck in here. And you won't see it because it's all going to line up underneath. So don't be scared that you're going to see the white bits under here that you haven't seen, because don't be scared of white space. It exists. You're allowed to keep it. So we're just going to stick those 2 pieces down. I'm not sure how we're doing for time, but we have got quite a lot of this made earlier, so that helps.
Got 4 minutes left.
Oh, plenty of time.
But brilliant as well, because we've got a whole hour later as well, which
do.
we can enjoy. Look at that.
So we just stick those together, and that's that piece done. I've got a piece of black cardstock that, again, I'm just going to pop on here. What somebody asked earlier about the weight of cardstock, if I'm doing lots and lots and lots of layers, don't go too heavy with your cardstock. You don't want it to be too front heavy when you make your cards. But that's the only thing I would do.
Would you get that at home as well to sort of preserve your stuff?
I probably would.
Okay.
But here I don't have time.
No, of course.
I'm definitely a frugal crafter. I keep all my bits and pieces.
Yeah, but it's good. You can use them for so many things, can't you?
So we just layer those. And I always say this, and I say this a lot. When we're crafting and there's lots of layers, and you can put it together as you're going, do that, because then you're not suddenly thinking, well, what did I do with that piece? Because you know, look at the state, you just pile everything up, and then you can't find the bits you need. So as you're going along, put it together, and it helps hugely. So we've got some vellum here. When you're stamping onto vellum, try and not handle it too much.
Okay, does it take a little bit longer to dry?
It's not that it takes longer to dry, it's that you'll get your fingerprints on there. The greases from your hands will come through on that, and you don't really want that. Although with this, it doesn't matter so much. It's if you're using the full sheets of vellum, because you don't really want fingerprints. So also with vellum, we're using Versamark ink. And you can get 2nd, 3rd and 4th generation from one stamped image.
Oh, wow.
And actually, usually the 3rd and 4th are the better images because you can be a bit heavy-handed to begin with. I'm not saying that it isn't going to be perfect, because it isn't always.
That's great, though. So again, it just lasts. Everything goes such a long way, doesn't it?
It doesn't seep into the cardstock because it's a closed texture on your vellum.
And this is the clematis you work.
This is our clematis flower, yes. Somewhere here I've got, that's what I'm looking for, one of those. So we're going to take white embossing powder, and I would do the same with the leaves, exactly the same thing. So you just, I need white, not crystal clear. So we'll quickly run those on again. I normally keep them separate so I don't do exactly that. Quickly stamp those again.
So would you just stamp over the top of it then?
No.
Or go again?
I would probably keep that and use it for something else.
Yeah.
Because I don't throw anything away.
And I like that. So you've got your folded card to sort of pop it all in.
Makes it so much easier to put it back in the pots. Doesn't make so much mess.
Wow.
So white embossing powder.
If you want any embossing powders, by the way, do have a little look on our website because we do have some there for you. So,
and again, our embossing powders will be coming to the show. They just haven't made it here yet.
Oh, exciting. There's so much coming.
Oh, I know. So heat that. When I'm heating vellum, I do heat from above because particularly with the flowers, once that embossing powder changes to a solid, you need to move that heat gun away. Don't be tempted to go back in and give them an extra just check once over with your heat tool. That extra tiny little bit that you're going to do will be enough to overheat that embossing powder, which will then mean that it'll start to break off when you start to manipulate them and mould them, and you don't want that to happen. I'm not going to heat all those crystal clear ones, so I'm just going to pop those to one side, get rid of that, and then we're going to turn that over, take the faded jeans and just scribble on the backs.
And that's dried instantly, hasn't it? You're not having to wait for it to...
No, by the time you've decided what colour you're going to put on the back there, that's well and truly dry.
Brilliant.
You're going to go in and cut those out. If you're not a fabulous cutter, it doesn't matter. All I would say is if you're not the most confident of cutters, I don't know if we can come in particularly close, but give yourself a little edge around it if you're not the most confident. By giving yourself a little extra edge around there, if you haven't cut it out beautifully, then they're looking at the white line, they're not looking at what you've cut out.
So it doesn't matter.
And I take my cut right into the centre of that petal. So I'm not going right down to the middle, but just so that it gives me a little bit more room. So I'm right down here rather than just at the edge of that stamp.
Beautiful.
So when you've finished, you will end up with something, hopefully, that looks like so. Again, you're going to take that kebab stick and you are just going to go in and shape them. Now, if some of your embossing powder comes off, that doesn't matter. See, a couple of bits are coming off. That's purely because you're asking. Vellum is like a synthetic paper.
Okay.
So you're asking synthetic paper to have basically bits of plastic stuck to it. And then you're going to try and break it, which is exactly what you're doing.
Yeah.
Then you pop it in your hand, give it a poke and a wiggle. And that poke and a wiggle gives it a little bit of shape, which is great. Stack a couple of those together. I'm speed crafting here, can you tell? Stack a couple of those together and we will and pop a gem in the middle and you'll end up with something like this. Cool. You're going to do exactly the same with your foliage. So we've got all of that done with the foliage as well. I just did some green on the back. Exactly the same way. You heat emboss it with the white. Don't be tempted to go and do that extra little bit over the top. So you've got your card. You're then going to take your flowers. And again, I'm going to start in the middle and work my way out. So if you did accidentally rip that section there, it doesn't matter.
Just covers it up anyway. Perfect.
And position them where you want them to be.
So beautiful. I love how you've got that sort of edge opening up. It's beautiful.
It's a really sweet card. This is one that if you're going to pop in the post, you would need to have a box for, obviously. And I suppose if you're hand delivering it, you probably would. The style means it's kind of needs that box. Yeah. And then we're going to just pop some of that foliage in.
Stunning. Perfect.
I don't know what I'm doing for time, but hopefully.
Do you know what's wonderful at home as well is if you've missed any of the demos, you'll be able to re-watch all of these, and Amanda will be here at 7 o'clock this evening as well to bring you more inspiration, more demos, and you'll get another look at all these fabulous dies, stamps and stencils as well. Really, really beautiful. It's gorgeous.
So we are known on the circuit for our floors, so it's really nice to be able to bring them to HobbyMaker and let everybody enjoy them.
Yeah, it's absolutely wonderful.
We are almost finished. And you can keep going with as much foliage as you want as well. You don't have to.
That's it.
And it's quite nice if you've got other floor sets as well. Mix and match the foliage in.
Yeah.
So it's not all, doesn't all have to be the same. You could take those dies and chop those up a little bit and pop some foliage in. Now I've left that stem a little bit longer to give me some wiggle room, but I want it shorter now, so that's going. And I do tend to stick top and bottom when I'm putting the foliage in because it can then grip to whatever it can find.
That is gorgeous. We might have to have a little look at the finished card a little bit later.
We're just about there. The last piece, we'll stick that one in and we'll be done.
Beautiful.
There we go.
I love that. Isn't that gorgeous? And, you know, without a sentiment, it's perfect. You could choose your own and pop that on there. It's really gorgeous. Have a look on the website at everything that Amanda's brought to you today from a Honeydew Crafts. And don't miss out on the 7 o'clock show coming up later as well with Amanda and Nigel. That's going to be really fabulous as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you. It's been lovely.
Beautiful. It's been really, really wonderful. Thank you. Right, we've got, and these have been flying out on pre-orders as well. We've got Julie here to bring you the ribbon cutter. And you know what? She's described this as her top product in the last decade. So don't go anywhere because it's coming up next.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new HobbyMaker app. Head over to your app store now and search HobbyMaker and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today's button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. So never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new HobbyMaker app.
Our call centre is based in the UK and available 24/7. Just call 0800 001 4433 or email help@hobbymaker.co.uk.
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on HobbyMaker.
Oh my goodness, Julie, this is very exciting. Right, we're going to get stuck straight in here because you said earlier on in the show that this is your product of the decade. Now, I know you've got a lot of crafty stash. You've got a lot of gizmos and gadgets. 20, I believe. You've got, sorry, little mermaid reference there. But, I mean, why is this the one that's just above all the others that you have at home?
It's just one of those tools that you probably don't think you need.
Okay.
But when you've got it, it's just... Because obviously it will cut and seal your ribbon. So you have no more frayed edges on bows. You can cut your sort of like dovetails into your ribbon and it seals it. So like I say, so many times I've put ribbon onto a card or something I'm making.
Yeah.
And then you think, oh, I can see a little bit hanging. So you snip it and then it does it again and then it does it again. This will change all of that. So it is a game changer. And when Liam showed it me for the first time, I was like, where has this been for my whole crafting journey? Because I need this.
You need this.
Yes.
Now, we launched last May this same piece of equipment, but with a battery, okay? Now, that sold out incredibly quickly in that May show, didn't it?
Yeah.
It came back in August in a bundle, completely sold out once again. Now, this is here for you today with no batteries. No. You don't need any batteries at all. It comes with the extra long USB cord. So you can literally be plugging this in and crafting anywhere, can't you?
Yeah,
as long as
basically,
you've got the USB.
yes, yeah.
Does this mean you could plug it into your Gemini too and craft from that?
Yes, definitely.
Or you could plug it in, you know, if you're on the train, they've often got USB ports.
Yeah, if you've got... when we launched the printmaker last year, if you remember, it came with a modular station that had got the ports in. If you were lucky enough to get that in the bundle last year, obviously it'll plug into your modular unit. So you can just have it sat in on your desk, ready to go.
Yeah, it's all good to go. It's just brilliant. Now, it should be $29.99, okay? That is its price. That is what it is meant to be doing, okay? I'm going to put a full minute on screen for you right now. I didn't do that. Adam did that, actually. Thanks, Adam. So clock is on screen, 60 seconds. Do not wait for the clock, okay? This has been on pre-order since 1 o'clock this afternoon. And yes, we have a big stock, but it is already going. Lots and lots and lots of you are already in for this, are multi-buying, in fact, wanting to gift this to friends and family as well. It is just one of those products that every single crafter needs,
I think whatever your craft is, you'll make use of this. It's perfect for a present for somebody, because I think it's an unusual thing and something you don't see all the time. But it's something you need. So, I think whether you're soft crafting, because obviously, you know, if you do a lot of upholstery and that kind of, you use ribbons and things that you need to seal. If you use stuff in your card making, in your home decor projects, it's just, once you've got it, you won't want to be without it.
I mean, look at that. It makes everything so neat and so tidy.
Yeah, so I just made a couple of cards where I've just... So you can see there, I've done sort of like some different edges, like a little dovetail, or you can do a little point. It's perfect for that, because like I say, it gives you that crisp edge every time.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
It's, amazing. Like I say, I love it.
All your rosettes and things that you make with ribbon-lay, things like that. It just means they're going to last even longer. It's that professionalism that you get, isn't it?
And
especially when
it
you're
also
making
means if you buy your ribbon on a reel or by a metre, because you're actually cutting it and sealing it, you're not wasting any, because sometimes, but even when you cut a piece of ribbon off, it frays and you always have to take a little bit off. This will stop that, so you'll have no waste from your ribbon either.
This is a really random question, and forgive me, because this is probably really silly, but could you use it to cut your thread? You know, like when you've cut a piece of thread and the thread frays, then you can't get it through the eye of the needle.
I can't see why not.
Could you do it with that as well? Just like
I can't see why you wouldn't be able to do that.
Oh, we've got a big stock and 15% already gone, like a big triple figure stock, and 15% has already gone. Who do you know who works with ribbons all the time, who wants to be cutting? Maybe it's you, maybe it's friends, maybe you've got a craft group and you haven't yet got one of these. This is absolutely brilliant. Your chance today to come on in and get it. Take a little minute as well to have a little look on the, just see if you can find it here in the UK, ready to ship and ready to go for $19.99. I honestly don't think you'll be able to. We are posting out to America as well, by the way, so if you're watching from the USA, we can post out to you from HobbyMaker as well. It's a bit silly really, isn't it? I mean, $12.95 postage for the entire day, and oh, what? No.
Oh, no. It's got... I think £20 a bargain.
What? Oh, my gosh. Right, hold on a minute. I mean, we're unbeatable in price at $19.99, and we are going again. So for every single... Julie! We're all giddy.
Yeah, I don't know where this is going.
I don't know either. This is bonkers what's about to happen.
Definitely
here.
check out.
Yes.
If it's going lower than $19.99.
Yeah, this is incredible. I mean, it is wonderful because obviously at HobbyMaker, we are the UK home for We Are Makers on the TV, right? So it does mean with this collaboration, we've got a fantastic relationship with them. And if we're able to make a saving, we pass that saving on to you. That is our motto. But still, $19.99 was a great saving. But yeah, we're not going to be stopping there. Please do make sure, if this is in your basket, I know I said we had a big stock. That stock is dwindling very quickly. 20% of it has gone. Please do not leave it in your basket. You need to be checking out as you go along. What? That's a grab it, try it, and never... I mean, just explain again, for anyone who missed this, this is your product of the decade. I mean, that's a massive statement.
It is, but it's, like I say, it's just so useful, and you're going to use it. Like I say, I use ribbon a lot. For all different kinds of things. So for me, because it sort of now narrows down what waist I have, it's just the perfect tool. I absolutely love it, and that is genuinely... I was so excited when I knew that Liam was like, yeah, okay, we'll stock it, because I think it's just something you need in your stash. And like I said, at that price, it's a perfect gift if you've got somebody in your family or friends that is a crafter. Get one for them as well, because they'll love it.
It's just superb. 6 minutes in, 25% of stock has gone. People are actually multi-buying. Do you want to see it in action? Maybe you sat at home going, well, this looks great, it sounds wonderful, but how does it work? I mean, we've got something else coming up on the show, by the way, just quickly. If you want to go and add this is your electronic scissors. Because producer Kat was just saying, you know, with your present wrapping and things like that, game-changing duo, actually.
Actually, yes, for cutting your paper and then cutting and sealing your ribbons that are going to go around your gifts. The two work hand in hand. So, obviously, it's plugged into the mains. You've got a switch here that you just turn on. Your light will come on, and it just takes a couple of seconds to heat up.
How do you know when it's heated?
Well, you can feel it. You can feel it. It does get warm, but not too warm. So what I'm going to do, though, is it's got a safety feature on it. So as soon as you open that, you'll see the light goes off. So you don't have to worry about little fingers or anything like that, because you actually can't get into it. And if you open it, the heat's going to cut off.
So that's not okay.
So your bottom surface here is obviously where you're going to rest your ribbon. And then you'll see, if I just press the switch, it's almost like a cheese... The best way to describe it is like a cheese wire.
And you've got the spare wires coming up, haven't you?
And that element then gets heated, and your wire is what seals your ribbon.
Brilliant.
So I'm just going to turn it on, and we'll just leave it to warm up for a second. So I've just got some different types of ribbon here. So
now, if I show this one, this is what normally starts to happen.
Yes.
Because you get that fray, don't you?
Yeah, you do. And like I say, I have probably stuck some onto a project before, a card. You know, you've made a beautiful card, you put your bow on, and then you look and you think, and then I cut a bit off, and then and you end up cutting, and then I get frustrated, and then you try and peel it off, and your card rips. Yes. So this is going to stop all of that, because if you just pop your hand on that, can you? It just gets warm.
Like warm.
It's not hot, it's warm. So all we need to do is just pop our ribbon in. And you can do straight, you can do diagonal, however you want to cut. So if I just press that down, you'll see.
Oh, that's so
if
quick.
you compare, and if you feel, it's...
Oh, yes!
It's sealed it, so it's now sort of got...
It's like a it oh, I don't know
I'm
how
trying to think of
describe it.
Yeah. So
It almost feels a bit like you're embossing.
Yeah, and almost like how the ribbon is on the end there, where the manufacturers make it like that. That is now what happened to the end there.
You can feel that professional.
And I can pull that, and it's not fraying.
Yeah, that's so
It's
clever.
heat sealed it and cut it. Yeah. So that's just some basics. So this is more like a grow grain ribbon.
Okay.
So if I do the same again. Just press.
Gosh, I can't believe how quick it is.
So you'll see.
That's so clever.
We've got some very thin.
How do you do the dovetail?
So, if I just show you. So if I fold my ribbon in half like that, if I just slot it in, and then just press down the actual unit so that it's sort of like pinch that ribbon in the position I want. Yeah. Then press down. If I take that out,
look at that.
Can you see it's? I don't know. Yeah, it's done like I haven't done it very straight, but it's done like the dovetail. But it's actually sealed it all the way across. Feel that?
It's incredible.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so clever.
But then you can also do it.
Oh my gosh! Right. 10 minutes in, 30% of a huge stock. I mean, look. When you've got a product like this that is sold out twice already, that is absolute genius, and now we're bringing the version with the USB cord that obviously comes with it as well. We knew it was going to be very popular, so we made sure we got a big stock for you today. Over 30% of it is already checked out, and that's not including everyone with it in their baskets as well. Now, replacement cutters, because obviously you will be using it a lot. How long will that one wire last, do you think? Well, obviously depending on how much you use it.
I mean, I've had my original one that obviously we stocked last year, and I haven't had to change it yet. Oh, okay. And it still cuts through perfect.
Oh, that's brilliant.
So I don't think it's something you're going to need to replace very often, but I think whilst we've got them in stock today, it's something you want. The other thing is, if you I haven't done this myself, but I think if you accidentally maybe cut something that might get caught in it, at least you've got your replacements if you need to. Yeah. I mean, I've got some quite thick, this is quite thick ribbon, thick, like a thick grow grain. Yeah. But if I show you, if I just trim that off, because I've already cut a dovetail, so if I then just press down and cut.
That's so fast. I can't get over the speed.
But then if you want to, if you do it the other way.
Yeah, that's a great shout, Kat, for the bottom of bookmarks.
Yes.
You know, things like that. It's just really lovely, isn't it?
If I do it that way, you can, I haven't pressed it down hard enough. You can do it almost into a point rather than, there you go. So it'll do, so if you wanted to do a bookmark, you can change the way, so you can either have it that way, or you can have it with a point.
Oh, it's so clever. I mean, do you know what, as well, at your stand, if you've got a craft stand and you're wanting to put a colour ribbon on that people choose themselves as well, maybe, as that little finisher. Or the bow.
But, like, even that, you can see where I've cut it the two different ways. You could use that on a card. Yeah. As a little tab. Yeah. You know, I've made some cards using it where I've just done little banners and tags and things like that you can just embellish your cards with.
It's perfect.
I love it. I really do love it.
It's brilliant, isn't
it?
Your
it's incredible.
Replacement blades are on screen right now. This is UT4668. You're going to get 2 in your pack, okay? And this is the thing. We don't have these in stock very often. So we have them today. In fact, I don't think we've ever had them in stock before. We have them here for you today. So grab a set. So maybe you want to get a couple. You know, if you do have a business, if you're a seamstress as well, if you use a lot of ribbon every day, you know, if you have, you know, for your boxes and things like that as well, and you always finish them off with a ribbon, it is a really great idea to have those spare wires there. Now, we've got a question coming through as well. Hello, this is from Julie in Warmley. Hello, she said, I'm assuming this doesn't work on natural fibres. That's a very good question. Do you mean cotton? Do you mean, so it works with cotton?
Yeah, I was going to say, I've got some twine here.
Tried my hair.
Would twine be a natural fibre?
Yeah, that's natural.
I mean, I've not used twine, but we'll give it a try for... Yeah. Let me press it down. No, it doesn't.
Okay.
So on your twine and
but that's also quite thick, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. But I don't know whether it would singe a natural fibre rather than cut through it.
Have we got any cotton ribbon?
But let me try...
Flat that's...
I mean, would you say that's like a cotton? Sorry.
I don't know. I would
try some... No, let's try some twine. I mean, these are all good things to test. Yeah, see, no, if this sort of material... It singes.
Yeah, it's a bit too thick when you have the twine.
This is more like, is this like a cotton, would you say?
Yeah.
Right, let's try this. Yeah, that's
there we go.
Perfect.
And silk it would probably work with.
Yeah, so I've got like
I've
got a satin ribbon here.
Yeah.
So if I show you, you can see on this end, you can see where like the fibres are sort of frayed.
Yeah.
So if I then put that through, just press down, it's sealed that without any problem at all, and it's like a very shiny satin.
Yeah.
So on those kind of materials, yes, I just perhaps wouldn't try your twine.
Yeah.
Or your or sort of your butcher's twine and those kinds of things.
Yeah.
Maybe not those, because I think the heat is singeing it rather than cutting through it.
Got you.
Okay. But yeah, it's it's worth trying these things.
If you've got linen ribbon, if you've got silk ribbon,
this
if you've got cotton
this
ribbon,
is
it's brilliant.
a very, very thin chiffon.
Yeah, nice.
So if I put that through.
That's so quick.
Yeah, and sometimes, I don't know if anybody uses it, I know myself, sometimes it pulls. But you can actually sort of rub the end of that and it isn't fraying at all. It's sealed it perfectly.
It's amazing, isn't it? Same with this green one, you know, you can really...
That's it, but if you look at that piece in comparison to the one that we've cut and you're sort of...
hold them together. So, this is your traditional, if you were just using your scissors.
Yeah.
And as soon... I mean, look, you can be pulling and pulling and pulling that.
And it'll just keep unravelling.
With that same pressure, that's just not happening.
No.
It's staying sealed. So really, really, really clever. You know, it's absolutely brilliant.
Yep.
Just so fantastic.
It's
super
really
duper.
clever, isn't it?
If you want to come in for this, by the way, I would be really quick. If you're sitting at home thinking, yes, I'm with you, Julie.
Yes.
This is the one I need. You need to be in very fast, okay? If it's in your basket, it's not yours till you've checked it out. Now, this is flying out the door as well. This is your American Crafts power bank, okay? So this is really fab for all your crafting tools. So if you're wanting, of course, to take this with you if you're going on holiday and you want to stack it up, we don't have a huge volume on this, I'm afraid, okay? You're getting up to 5 hours in one charge. So if you are going on a journey or if you're heading away, you've got 2 USB ports with this as well. Yeah, that's a really good shout. Yeah, so Kat's saying she likes to take this with her when she goes to the NEC just to charge her phone. Yeah. But then also you can charge your phone and the crafting.
And great for this. Yeah, so if you've got a stall, if you do craft fairs and things, this is great because you could be adding your bows and your ribbons onto your projects, but cutting them or, you know, let people pick the colour of whatever they want. But yeah, it's very simple. It just plugs in. I was just going to show you while I've got this unplugged from the power supply. You do have quite a long cable on this ribbon cutter.
That's over a metre,
yeah. So if you haven't got sort of like anything by your desk, as long as it's sort of within a certain distance, you're still fine to have it plugged in. Some have a really short plug, but I just thought it's worth mentioning it has got quite a long cable.
Just a quick question as well. I don't know if does it have to be on a flat surface, or could you, for example, be holding it and...
I think, hold on, let's turn it on.
Oh.
Because I've
turned it off,
sorry. Yeah, I turned it off just while I unplugged it. So I've just plugged it into the power pack.
Perfect.
So if we turn it on. Yeah. But I think as long as you haven't got that, if you open that past a certain point, like I say, it's got a safety feature where the heat cuts out. But I think as long as you've got it like that, if I put that in and just do that, it'll cut through it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let me just...
Perfect, there you go.
So yeah, you can use it upright if you wanted to.
Yeah.
I think I find it easier because you haven't necessarily got to have your hands, you know, you can sort of give yourself, you can put your ribbon in and then you've got your hands then to position. Yeah, because if you want to cut it, like I say, what I tend to do, if I want to cut it on a slant or something, I just press it down, but don't actually press where the we are is, because at the minute that's not doing anything. Okay. It's only when you press this down that your wire drops down and then the heat's going to go into it to seal it.
So satisfying.
It is really, and like I say, if you imagine if you've then got this on a roll, or you've only got a certain amount of a certain colour, you're not wasting any because this is sealed as well as the bit that you're going to use.
It's so clever. Listen, if you want to use this with the power bank, we've got a deal price for you on your power bank today as well, just $24.99, which is absolutely brilliant for 5 hours of charging power once it's full as well. So you're wanting to use it with your quilling, wanting to use it with your ribbon cutter, if you're wanting to use it with your little LED lights as well, maybe things like that. It's just all there for you to come on in and grab it while you can.
It's just it's just a really handy thing for whatever, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's a really lovely design as well.
It is.
It's just really sleek.
well, like everything with We Are, everything always just matches lovely, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's it.
So yeah, if you want it for your craft room or like I say out on the go, it's just handy to have.
Yeah, it's fabulous.
Yeah.
There's all sorts of naughtiness going on here. What's going on? Cat's like, I know.
She had too much sugar this afternoon.
Maybe. I feel like, is it those drinks? Was that Craig?
Oh,
did Craig bring those in?
He did bring us some lovely drinks.
They're sugar-free, apparently, but I think they've...
Yeah.
I don't know. Cat's on one, definitely.
They're very sweet, so they trick you into thinking there's a lot of sugar in them.
I think so. 10 seconds, and we are going again. Now, this only launched in February. Hasn't been back since, okay? It's sold really, really well. So this is your chance today to come on in and get it. Very, very popular. You know, when you've got craft shows coming up and you just need that, there's nothing worse than running out of battery or running out of power, or whether it be your phone. I mean, I think that's the one that keeps us stuck, because our whole life is on our phone, isn't it?
Yeah.
So if you run out of battery on your journey somewhere, it's an absolute nightmare. So having the power bank just in your handbag at the same time. Is perfect,
yeah, I think it's just like I say, I do craft out and about with friends and things. I'll go to my friend's house, we'll have one morning at hers. So it's just handy to keep in your bag.
Yeah.
Like you say, even if it's just you get there and you think, oh, I forgot to charge my phone, and you plug your phone into it. But there's so many different devices that the whole family have that you're going to use this for.
Use it. That's it. It's absolutely brilliant.
It's really lightweight as well. Yeah, that's
you know.
it. Yeah, if if you're going away, like you say, take your speaker or whatever.
Yeah.
Take it out.
Camping.
Yeah. Maybe you want to. I mean, I've got sort of a summer house at the bottom of my garden, but it's got no electricity.
Okay.
But I like to go and craft there in the summer. So even for that, so you can take these sort of things out with you, but you don't need the power supply because you've got this. So
you've got it there with you, so
or just out in the garden, sat sunbathing. Let's hope.
Here's hoping. I was going to say, come on,
manifesting
sunshine.
some nice weather.
Bring it on. Come on, bring the sun. Bring the sun. Rachel says, hi, Rosie and Julie. I have this power battery pack, and it's amazing. I use it for all my crafting. There we go. I mean, it is really, really great, isn't it? Hi, Diane. How are you doing? Diane's in Merseyside. She says, hi, I've just bought mine. It looks fab, particularly for someone with dexterity problems.
Yeah.
Can you use different sizes of ribbon?
Yes.
That's a really great question. Thanks,
so,
Diane.
if I bring in some different sizes just to show you. I mean, we have done... So, that's quite a thick one.
Yeah.
I'm just going to turn it on just to warm up.
Can it be as wide as the length of the wire?
Yes, I would imagine so, because you've got... I mean, let me just put it. What would you say? We've got... It's probably about just over 3 inches.
Okay.
So if you've got some quite thick ribbon, I would imagine so. If you're making sort of rosettes or anything like that, or big bows for an event, as long as it's going to fit in where that wire is, the heat goes right the way across it. So like I say, I've got some quite thick ribbon here. So if I just put that in, just press down. There you go. And then... Like I say, this one we've already done, but this is sort of like a different texture. This is a satin one and a little bit more thin. So it just cuts through everything. I'm just thinking, have I got some thin? Let me have a... Oh, yes, I have. So this is quite a thin ribbon. And again, it's a satiny type one. So if I put that through and just press down, you'll see.
It's just so clever.
So that's sort of like, there's like 3...
And your point about dexterity problems is a really good one as well.
I think that's a really good one, because ribbon, unless you've got the super, super sharp scissors, it's not the easiest to cut through anyway without it sort of catching and pulling.
Yeah,
even with
a really good pair of scissors.
Yeah, and sometimes the angle's not right, you know, if you're trying to cut sort of down that way and up that way, it's, So this is going to take all that away.
Yeah.
I mean, if you do... But I'll do a quick bow. I mean, you can tie your bow, so you could do it on your HobbyMaker or however you do them, and then still sort of like...
That was... You can tell you've done that before. That.
So if I just bring... I'm just going to bring that down a little bit, just so I've got a little bit to cut off. So then if you were then sort of got a bit here that was a bit frayed, you just put your end into there, like so, and then just press down, and it'll cut that off. And then you can bring it in this way, and just do the same. There you go, it's finished your bow off for you. So then now, that's ready to put... So you've only got to put a glue dot or something, and then you know that when you put that onto your card or your gift, you're not going to get any frayed edges.
It's so clever. It's ready to go. Pop it on a hair slide, pop it on a card.
That's it.
It's fab.
Headband.
And it's just this white bit that you press down.
Yeah,
so.
like I say, if I open it up again, like I say, it's got this safety feature on it, so you'll see the lights on, but as soon as I open it, that light has gone off. So that means then it's going to cool down and there's no heat actually going through it now.
Yeah.
But then if I open it up, This is like your bottom bit where you're going to place your ribbon. And then you'll see you've got your white piece with your We Are. If I press that, and turn it, you'll see there's your wire, which is the element that gets hot.
Got you. So that's the only bit that gets hot.
Yeah, that's the only bit. Yeah, I mean, I've had this, I can touch it. And it doesn't really get hot, it's just warm more than anything. Yeah. But yeah, it's cut it out straight away and it's cool enough for me to touch.
It's perfect.
Yeah.
So good. And today it's available for the first time with the USB. It launched back in May, sold out as a battery-operated ribbon cutter. Then it came back in August as part of a bundle, and it's sold out again. And here today for the very first time with the USB charger. Now, we've quadrupled our stock today because we buy this in. This is in our warehouse, ready to go. We quadrupled our stock because we knew how popular it was. We knew this was going to do really well, and already 40% of stock has gone. So I think Liam brought this back in and brought this much stock because he thought, you know what, we'll have a couple of shows. That'd be really fab. I don't think that's going to be happening, to be honest. I would not be surprised if this sold out completely today. If you have this in your basket, you need to check it out. This is Julie's tool
I was going to say, this,
of the decade.
Yeah, help me out, because then I can go upstairs then and be like, see, I told you everybody would love it as much as I do.
I mean, you really, really are as well. So many of you coming through. Do you love putting a bow on your cards? Do you love finishing your boxes, your cards, your presents for people with that beautiful bow? Well, it's just giving it that really professional finish and making sure you don't get any of those frayed edges, making sure you're not wasting any of that precious ribbon. You can do that with this for just $14.99. A tool that you'll be using for a long, long time. This is in the UK. This is here with us in our warehouse, ready to post out to you for just $3.95. Now, if you've already, we do also post to America, just so you know. And what's interesting, I mean, you could obviously, if you're watching from the USA, be interested to know, actually, what can you get this for in the USA and what would your postage be? Because from all the way over here in the United Kingdom, it's only $12.95 to post this to you in America. And $14.99, what's that in dollars? That's got to be about $22 or something like that, I'm guessing. Oh, look. Cat's on it. She's having a little look for us. 0800 001 4433 is your free phone number here today at HobbyMaker. Oh, there we go. Oh, I was way off. $16.61. Yeah, $16.61. So check it out. Absolutely brilliant. People are multi-buying on this. Yeah. I mean, Christmas presents, birthday presents.
Yeah, exactly. Friends. Yeah, if you've got anybody that is remotely crafty, I'd say buy one of these, because at that price, you are going to use it. I mean, I use mine all the time now. I wouldn't be without it. Yeah. But again, it's also another good way of using it is if you've got lots of odds and ends then that you don't want to throw away. You can use these then to make cards, because you can cut them so they've got that nice finish. There's one I use where I just used 3 bits of scrap ribbon and made like almost like a birthday present.
They're so gorgeous. Yeah. In fact, do you know what? Should I bring them down here?
But it's just a really good way, because then if you've sort of got even if you've got the smallest piece, sort of like this, but the end's frayed and you know.
Oh, let's have a look at that, just so everyone can see. Yeah, take a little look at that. So tiny little piece of ribbon, that's what, an inch and a half?
Yeah. It could be your favourite ribbon, that's the end of the reel, that's all you've got left. You don't want to throw it away because you don't want to. What I would do is open it up and just place it in so you know where your wire's going to go. Yeah. Then pop it down so that it warms up. And then just give it a second and then press down. And you know then it's going to cut.
There we go. Look at that. So even on the teeniest little bit.
So that little, and like I say, on that teeny bit now, you could then cut the other end where we've got the little arrow bit. And just have that, like I say, you could do it as a present, you could do it as candles. Yeah, and just hand draw yourself a little flame as a doodle. Yeah. Just 3 little bits of ribbon. Brilliant. Use all your scrap bits.
Use all your scrap bits. And for all of our Sewing Street fans as well who are watching today, I mean, if you're a milliner, you make hats and you're wanting to put those little ribbon flourishes on things, you don't want that ribbon to fray because it's just going to make it look a bit less professional, isn't it? Yeah. If you're a quilter and you're wanting to put little bows on your designs, if you make bags, you know, where you're using ribbon, this is just going to be an absolute game changer for you. So, I mean, look at what's happening on the web and on the phones again. Welcoming so many brand new customers today as well. Welcome to every single one of you. You're part... Do you know what? The lovely thing is, the saving that we've given you today as well, $14.99. You know, we started, was it $29.99? We've given you a huge saving here today. We should have stopped at $19.99. We were already market beating at $19.99, but we've taken it further for you today. You all get this saving. Even if you've just been tuning in today for the very first time, you're thinking, oh, yeah, do you know what? I need this. My mum might want to use this, my nan or my friend. This saving is for every single one of you. We don't have like a VIP section or a VIP club. As far as we're concerned, every single one of our customers, of our friends here at HobbyMaker, you're all important, you're all VIP, and so the savings we give you are here for everyone. Now, Nicola says, can this seal polythene as well, please, as it looks very likely the bag seal is a bit wider than the ones you draw along the bag. That's Nicola in Durham.
I'm not sure. I haven't put anything like that in it. I've literally only used ribbon. So I wouldn't like to say, because I don't know, I wouldn't want it to melt on it.
Sure.
But yeah, I mean, I'm not 100% on that. I can't give you a definite answer without trying it.
That's fair enough.
But I mean, obviously, this cheese wire is very sharp. So I don't know. I'd just be worried in case the plastic stuck to any of this in here, and then I wouldn't want you to
got anything.
It. Yeah.
I wonder if I'm just.
I mean, if we've
have
got
a little,
we can try.
I don't know what bags would work. Or yeah, maybe it's.
No, I don't know. Like I say, I wouldn't want, because obviously with the poly bags, I don't know whether if it melts, whether it's going to go into these elements, and then it might stop the heat getting if it clogs it. Because obviously we've got the replacement wires, but I'm just worried in case anything's, you know, because as it melts, it becomes liquid, doesn't it?
That's it.
So I'm not 100% on that.
No, it's a great question.
Yes, thank you for the question.
It's just lovely. I mean, look at this pile of ribbon here.
I know, yeah.
So many different colours, so many different widths as well.
That's it.
And it's working on all of them, which is just fantastic. So let's have another look at it.
Yeah, so this one, obviously, like I say, if you buy, I do buy quite a lot of my ribbon on a reel. So if you buy sort of it on there and then you're cutting it with scissors, I always end up cutting an extra piece off because it always frays, and then I end up, when I want to start and use it again. So if we just take a piece and it's still on the reel and just cut, I'm just going to press down. I don't know if, I can see my power bank flashing because we've had it on charge. So I'm just going to go back to plugging it into the mains. I don't want to, we were literally did it just before we came on air. So right, if I just give that a second just to warm up. So if I then go and just
That's a good point. Oh,
so you'll see it's cut that off, and then with my reel, it's sealed that end. So then I can just put that back on my shelf, and I know that edge then is going to stay as it is. It's not going to fray, and then I can go again. So I'm getting no waste off a reel.
Which is so important, because all those little bits, you know, every time you cut, if you're wanting 10 centimetres and you cut it off and then you fray a bit, that's probably going to take another 2 centimetres away by the time you've trimmed it once, trimmed it twice, and then pulled it with your scissors by mistake. And if it's been in the bottom of your craft bag or your drawer and it's just sort of sat there, fraying away, you bring it out, you have to sort of lose that inch every time.
That's it.
It adds up, doesn't it?
And like I say, then you can just give... So again, I always find when you're trying to cut your ribbon with scissors, if you try to do sort of like little feet on them like that, it's so hard to get it right or get them even. So it's great for that as well, because like I say, you just put it in, just have it on an angle. I mean, if you want them both the same, you can sort of line up where you know that is. And then,
is that what these little measurements are on the side?
So you can, so if I show you, if you sit that in there, and then just keep your finger on it, drop that down. Moved it, that's it, like that. So I haven't actually pressed down to cut yet. I'm just using that just to secure it, to pinch the ribbon in it. And then if I just then press down, that will give me that angle.
That's so
but then
neat.
If I wanted to do, if I was doing 2 sort of pieces and I want them to be the same, I'd just do the same that side, place it again in the same position, pinch it down again, take that off, and then it's given me.
Oh, look at that.
So if you can imagine, if that was like 2 pieces of ribbon, you're going to get your nice finish on them.
It just gives it that
But
professionalism,
again,
doesn't
if
it?
you wanted to do sort of like use your scrap bits of ribbon to put designs onto cards, you can be giving it these nice edges.
Yeah.
If I just bring the back of that card in
Yeah.
and sort of creating, you know, like I say, you could use these and do like almost as if like they were like candles.
That's such a great idea.
You know,
I
and
love
do
that.
fancy things. Or you could do some. I did one where I did a rainbow on one of the
that's
cards.
it, with the little clouds as well.
So if you've got sort of like different colours of the same sort of ribbon, so I think I'd got lots of I like polka dot. So if you can see there, all I did was went through my scrap box, picked a few pieces out that matched, and then I've give them all sort of like a different bottom. So I've done some with a dovetail, some on a slant. You could do some plain, some in an arrow.
Yeah, I love it. It's
yeah.
just so gorgeous. And actually, you can do... So because just show us how you do the...
Dovetail.
The dovetail again. Because can you go through two pieces
yes,
at the
you
same
can.
time?
I mean, if your ribbon was very thick, so if you've got sort of like a really thick grow-grain ribbon, I would say give it a try. I wouldn't guarantee that. But if you've just got a regular sort of thinnish ribbon, if I show you, all you need to do is just pinch it in half, and then if you just slide it in, press down the actual unit just so it pinches that in place, and then if we press down, then hopefully, there you go, it's given me that dovetail.
Perfect.
But then that piece then that I cut off, you could use again as another.
Oh yeah, it's like a little arrow,
yeah.
isn't it?
So if I show you one,
clever.
yeah, I've got this is more like a satin finish. So again, all you need to do, as long as your ribbon's wide enough just for you to pinch it in half, you can get that sort of dovetail finish. So if I do that again,
brilliant.
There we go. So that shows you.
Fabulous, look at that. So every single piece of ribbon that you cut will be finished professionally. Yeah. You know, this is what...
And like I say, you can pull them, pull. I'm really am pulling at that. Yeah. And there's no fibres loosening or anything. That's it. It's almost like whatever they use in the ribbon, it sort of gives it like a glue finish, almost as if somebody's touched glue on it.
It's sort of melting the fibres, isn't it?
Yeah.
So,
but it just gives you that, and you know that you can put that on whatever you want and it isn't going to fray, and that's what I like, because there's nothing worse or more frustrating than putting ribbon on something and then you've got a tatty edge. Especially if you're gifting something like a card or a present, you want it to look as professional as possible, and this gives you a professional finish.
Definitely. Especially when you're making to sell as well.
Yes,
you know, if you've got all your cards laid out on your show, on the stand, you don't want any frayed edges, you don't want any sort of little tatty bits, you just want it all to look absolutely
No, because, the last thing you want is somebody to pick up your card, they have a look at it and they're like, oh, no, because it's a bit frayed. Yeah. You know what I mean? Because people are quite fussy, even when it's handmade, they like to sort of like pick out if there's...
I know, well, you know, Amanda was saying this before, I was like, oh, really? I'm just, if someone's made me a card, I'm just like, oh my gosh, it's beautiful.
I know,
Julie says, hi Rosie and Julie, how much is the replacement wire? Thank you all at HobbyMaker. Love American crafts. The cutter is the best tool ever. Well, here you go, my darling. To get 2 spare wires, we've actually got them for the first time on today's show. So you're going to get 2 wires and it's just $4.99. The graphics on screen there for you. Last few chances now. This is really, really limited. UT4668. Just add it to your basket. No extra postage and packaging cost. It's just there for you. Megan's messaging in. Hello, my darling. She says, hi, ladies. Just wondering if this product can cut through 2 ribbons at once or only one at a time. Thank you. Great question. Thank you.
I will try that for you. So let's try 2 sort of similar thicknesses. So this is, I would say, sort of like a standard cotton ribbon.
Yeah.
So if I pop those in, I'm not going to say it will work because I haven't tried this, but I'm going to hold it for a couple. There,
perfect.
Yeah, it's gone through those 2, no problem at all.
There you go.
So if let me try a couple of sort of satiny ones.
And it didn't glue them together either.
No, it didn't. No, that's the other thing.
Yeah.
So if I just pop those 2 in, they look sort of like a thickish satin. So let's just... No,
there we go.
There you go.
Perfect. And it hasn't diminished the quality of that cut either, has it?
No, it's they're both sealed exactly the same as if you just put one in. So I would say yes. I mean, those are sort of like standard thickness. This is a bit thicker. I mean, I can try it for you. I don't... Because I would say this is quite... Let me see if I've got a bigger piece.
We've got another question through from Erin, and this is a bit tricky to answer. Hi, ladies. interested in purchasing this product, so I just had a little frog in my throat, what's the thickest it's able to cut through? That's another really good question. I wonder, how thick does ribbon go? So it's designed for flat ribbon, isn't it?
Yeah.
Very much so. So not on twines and things like that.
No. I would say this is, if you feel that is quite thick. That's like a thick grosgrain. I've also got, this one is also a thickish.
That is quite
That's
thick,
quite thick.
Yeah.
So let's just pop that through.
How thick a ribbon are you thinking, Erin?
Yeah.
What's the thickest ribbon you have in your stash?
That is also quite thick.
Oh,
It's
yeah,
quite a
that
thick
is actually.
That's quite a heavy satin ribbon. So let's just try that. But I've not come across any ribbon so far that I've tried that hasn't cut through. Yeah. So, I would say no to your twines and
I
things.
wonder if Erin's not meaning the thick, and I'm wondering if you mean the width of it as well. So, you know, on that bit?
Yes.
So what did you say? Was it about 3.5 inches?
Yeah, I think if we just put that there, I would say it's just over, I'd say 3 inches to be on the safe side.
Okay.
Because if we put that, it's sort of where the black pads...
Have we got any thicker ribbon in the...
I'm just thinking, let me see. Oh, yes, I've got some here, but I don't know how... Let me just measure how thick this is.
This is fabric.
Because this is this ribbon. I will test for you.
Ribbon's fabric.
So this is like just under a couple of inches, but this is kind of like a fabric ribbon. I haven't tried anything like this, but let's give it a go. I'm not going to promise this is going to work either. No, can you see? Now with a fabric ribbon, it would have cut through it, but can you see it's sort of
singed it?
Yes.
So is that a cotton?
But that is like almost like fabric.
Yeah, that is, isn't it?
Yeah. Whereas this, I would say, is thicker in density.
Yes.
And that has gone through.
I could draw it like a dream. Okay.
So maybe not anything that's fabric-y.
Yeah. So if it's cotton, if it's a...
So I think maybe the question we had earlier about natural fibres, maybe not on your natural fibres, because that I would say is a cotton. Yeah. And the other thing we had that it didn't go through, it singed, was like...
well, that is... Tell you what, though.
It's going to go. I think it would cut. I mean... I wouldn't want to hold it on there.
Kat said that was Julie's favourite.
No, it wasn't. I literally just grabbed some bits. Anything I'd got that was a bit different to each other, I just thought I'd get a big selection.
I mean, is it okay if it singes it? Is it okay to just hold it down for that little bit
Let's
longer?
try it. I mean, we can try it. I mean, like I said, this is part of the process, us getting to test it for you, really. Yeah. So that when you get it home, you'll know what you can and can't put through it. So I'm just holding this for a few minutes. Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
But then
and it has
but it has singed it.
Yeah.
So you can see. So I would say, like I say, the question we had earlier at natural fibres, maybe not. Yeah. Maybe not too much, not cotton and not sort of like your twine. Yeah. Or your baker's twine, because that's more fibre-y, and I think the fibres are singeing rather than going through.
So it's got to be kind of your man-made fibres.
Yes, I think so.
It's amazing. Yeah. I mean, goodness me, so many of you coming through. And I just have to say as well, so we're now about 50%, over 50%, well over 50% of our stock has gone. And this is a big stock that we got today. We quadrupled the stock that we had on our first and second show. Liam was hoping this was going to be in our warehouse for quite a while, you know, bring a few shows to you here. That is not going to happen. There are so many of you coming through. And I think, you know, if you're making hats, if you're making bags and you're wanting those little ribbon embellishments, you're always going to get that professional finish as well, which is just absolutely brilliant. Loads of you coming through there. Massive congratulations to every single one of you. Let us know how it changes things up for you as well. Now, there is one more thing that we need to get into this hour, we need to bring to you. Yep. And this is, I mean, I'll never forget when Liam came back from America with this, and it was just the first launch of this, the first show. Oh, my goodness me. So many of you have just been absolutely delighted. They launched in November last year. They sold out very quickly, considering the huge stock that we had for you. We have just got them back in stock for you. They're your electronic scissors. They're making a huge difference with your wrapping, lots of different things. All of our craft channels have loved these, actually.
Yes, they have.
What do you love about them, Julie?
I just think they're great for going through your fabric, your thicker papers, wrapping paper. It's like a game changer because it just glides through it. I just think they're just a handy thing. If you've got dexterity issues, you haven't got to worry then about handling the scissors, you know, or it putting pressure on parts of your hand you don't want to. They just glide through a surface.
Because if you try and do that with scissors, and we did it, I remember on the show, when you try and cut, we all do it, don't we? When you're wrapping presents, you try and do that with your scissors, and it always frays, it always rips a little bit.
And you end up with it like this.
Yeah,
you get your bottom bit's lovely, and then you get to this bit, and then they start going off, don't they?
It always pulls it at some point, doesn't it? Whereas these really work, don't they?
Yeah.
They're just great. Now, $39.99, okay, that is where we should be. If you sort of look in the industry, look at what you can pay for these, and $39.99 certainly what you can see elsewhere. We're going to match the launch price for you here today. So if they're not ready in your basket, I'd pop them in there. If you're on the phones, well done. Every single one of you is getting the saving here today. $14.99. It's just brilliant, isn't it?
Well, you can get your ribbon cutter and your scissors for the price of, like, what your scissors should be.
Exactly, exactly.
And if you've, like we said earlier, if you are somebody that sort of wraps and this is... Both of these together are going to change your
Imagine in your shop, I mean, even for a florist, when you're cutting that paper, and you just straight away done, and you can wrap your flowers, you're not having to snip.
No, and these will go through sort of like your cello wrap as well. So if you're somebody that sort of makes hampers or things like that, you can use them for that. So it's they're just really handy to have.
Oh, here we go. This one, darling.
This one, so we're going to go through.
Perfect. Oh, yeah, perfect.
So I've just got some of our AC card stock. I find it easier to sort of like get it into the actual card first and then press on.
That's it. And look at that.
It's glided through, So yeah, I always tend to, rather than sort of start it up now, I always get it into the surface and then just go.
Go through.
But, yeah, and you're not having to put any pressure on.
No.
You can then start sort of like, you know, you can do your little bits then, so don't think you can only sort of do great big bits. You can cut your strips, you know.
It's great. You can do petals, you can do sort of gentle curves and things as well, can't you? It's great. That's very pretty.
Thin fabric here, so again, get it into the actual fabric and then That's perfect, it. If you've marked... if you sort of like marked your back where you need it to cut, you can just put it in. Cut straight through.
It's absolutely brilliant. You can use your lines as guide as well.
That's
oh my word, look at what's going on.
Wow.
They've always been a bestseller since we launched them here on the channel, and not just here, but Sewing Street, Jewellery Maker as well. These are massively popular, and you can see why, because it just makes life that little bit easier, doesn't it? Loads of you coming through, a lot of you multi-buying as well. Tons of reviews. I've put them to good use already. Easy to use, says Crafter in Lanarkshire. If you know somebody as well who's maybe stopped doing as much crafting, or they've stopped doing things like this themselves because it's just been a bit too much with scissors, because it can be really tough with a pair of scissors, can't it?
Yeah, especially like I say, if you've got dexterity issues, things like this can...
It's just been impossible,
daunting,
really,
and put you off perhaps doing things that you want to do. So having sort of like tools like this, it's allowing you to do those things that you do want to do. Like cutting through surfaces, maybe you haven't got the confidence to, if you do struggle. Having something like this that just glides through and makes it so easy.
It's brilliant. Do you know what I'm going to do? Is I'm just going to take the glass mat out of the way for now. Is that all right? And then... Because then you've got the full length of the table. There we go, madame.
I'm trying to make will you just hold my paper? Yeah, will you assist me?
I will.
So again,
I'll do anything you need me to do, madame.
Just hook it into your surface, and then I've put the lock on, I think.
But that's good, isn't it? There's a safety lock on there.
There is a safety lock, right, okay. So then...
Long, but look at that. Like a knife through butter.
Yeah.
Love that.
And then you can see, I mean, I'm not saying I've been really super straight to the edge, but if you've got a guide,
then you can follow it along.
And like I say, you've got because again, you're not getting any waste because that is relatively straight.
Yeah, and there's no nuts, there's no bits.
You know, like you said, when you try to run your scissors through it, I always get to sort of like here, and then it almost gets stuck, and then you end up with a tatty edge, and then... You have to cut a bit off before you go to your next piece if you're doing like a lot of Christmas presents or birthday presents. So and then we can
I'm just going to show you around them a little bit as well, because I'll just show you. Julie was talking about the locking mechanism there as well. So if you have left them on the side and you're just wanting to keep that all safe, you just put that little lock on there, slide that bit, and then hold on a minute. Can't put it on right, have I? Oh, there we go. Then you can lock them that way as well, which is really, really brilliant. You also, so you've got the batteries that you pop in here. So is it 4? No, just 2. Just 2 AA batteries. And that's all you need for charging them up as well. But you can also plug it in.
Yes, you can. Right? So again, you could use it with your power bank.
Ah, perfect.
So if you do, again, if you go crafting out and about, you can take these with you where you go if you've got your power bank. Yeah, and you know, you haven't got batteries, because sometimes it's the batteries that you forget, isn't it?
Yeah,
so
exactly.
it's great that you can have both.
You can have both. You can have them raw.
That's it. Perfect. So yeah, I've just folded that in half again, so I was just going to go through it again just to show you how you can.
Oh, have I locked it? Sorry.
That's it. Yeah, that's it. Make sure the lock's off. But yeah, so you can.
It's just so much easier.
It does. And I mean, I think if I sort of put, so this is like, say, the AC. I think if I go, that's 2. I don't know. Yeah, that's 2 pieces of card, and it's gone through that.
Yeah, and there's no frayed edges. Not sort of roughing it up.
No, that's it. I mean, if we bring our ribbon in, I think it will go through your ribbon. So if I, let me just, it will. There you go. It's gone through my ribbon.
Yeah.
So if you know, it'll go through 6 surfaces. Like I say, your fabric. So if you maybe you do patchwork quilting, you want to cut your so it's like your patches out, you can use it for that. I mean, fabric, this is quite a thin fabric, I would say. I was just going to see, actually, instead of trying to put 2 pieces together, if I fold this one in half, I'm just wondering if it'll go.
Oh, yeah. Look at that. Hot knife through butter again.
So if I just...
Oh, she's getting daring.
I'm sounding like Liam now, aren't I? So that's like 4.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
But still, my goodness.
So that is quite thick now, and it's gone through that easy as anything.
That's
so I would imagine if you have got sort of maybe a thicker fabric, if you're going to be using these for soft crafting,
it's a game changer.
Yeah. Whatever your hobby is. I mean, around the house. I mean, my husband would love a pair of these. I don't know what he'd use them for, but he'd like them. Yeah, just
who doesn't love a gadget?
Because they're a gadget and he's a man. Yeah. If I put those in his Christmas stocking, he'd love that.
Yeah, absolutely. It's so clever. I don't know where time has gone today.
No,
4 hours have gone by so quickly. Listen, these are back in stock. We've not had them for quite some time. Make sure you're checking out who are you going to gift them to. You know, they're a real staple in your crafting kit. You know, maybe for your fussy cutting and stuff, reach for your scissors, but for your straight lines, for your big curves as well.
I was just going to say, you've also got that rubber guard.
Oh, yeah.
That, well, silicone it is, isn't it, more? That's going to protect then the ends of your scissors. And also, if somebody, if little fingers pick them up, they're not going to catch themselves on that. So you've got that guard as well on there.
That's it.
Which is another extra little bit of safety feature, I would say. So if you lock them and you've got that on, you know that you can leave them and, you're going to be safe.
They're going to be all right.
Yeah.
They're so clever. They're absolutely brilliant. Do please make sure you check out anything in your basket at all. You saw what happened at 1 o'clock. Sell out across the board. And that is happening right now. If I just take you to our website, you can see hobbymaker.co.uk. Click on Watch Live. And, oh, look, I'm looking at you so lovingly there, Julie.
That's because we love each other.
We do love each other. Aww.
Everybody loves each other here. We have a lovely HobbyMaker family, don't we?
We really do. We're so lucky. You've got your electronic scissors. If you go to today's show deals and you scroll down, there's your battery pack, your ribbon cutter, your replacement wires. We've got 1 power bank left. So, yeah, that is it. I know, they've gone. Lots and lots on our website for you to go and peruse, and there's lots more to come as well, because Nigel May is here to bring you the next 3 hours. Definitely, I know, I am right with Sharon. This is just gorgeous right now. Our Himmy paints, we're both in love with these, aren't we?
I'm trying to justify buying the new duo cups, but I have got a set of just the regular.
I think you need them. Sharon's got both.
Yeah, the gouache paints are amazing.
They're beautiful. Yeah. I am going to go and can you please reserve me some? I'm going to go and get these as well. They are amazing. They're on pre-order right now. So you've got this beautiful Himmy Masterclass with Sharon and Nigel coming up right after this. Thank you so much, Julie.
Thank you.
Check out your baskets and enjoy the next 3 hours with fabulous Nigel. See you soon.
never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new HobbyMaker app. Head over to your app store now and search HobbyMaker and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today's button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. So never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new HobbyMaker app.
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on HobbyMaker.
Here at HobbyMaker, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and checkout and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Shopping made easy at HobbyMaker.
Good evening, welcome to HobbyMaker. My name's Nigel, this is Sharon. Director Adam said, can you get closer to each other, please? We weren't closer. We were kind of stood like that, and then he was like, get closer. So, like, literally. Oh, Sharon Curtis, everybody. How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Oh, that's what I like to hear. Good evening, everybody. Welcome to HobbyMaker. You've got me, Nigel May, for the next 3 hours, and this fantastic lady is definitely on the menu tonight. We've got other things coming your way as well. We've got Honeydew Crafts coming,
yes,
which is exciting. We've also got Gwen from Creative Expression. She's coming up later. Do you want to meet the crew as well? Do you want to see who's in charge of your evening entertainment today? Let's go into the dark. Yeah, Rosie's still there. Brilliant. That's even better. Look, there's our Rosie. She's clocked off, but she's not clocked out. We've got Ellie on the telly. She's producing. There she is. And look, the man with the best armography. Go on, Daddy Adam. Give us a spin. Give us a spin. God bless his beautiful directing heart. There he is. He's singing as well. And what you can't hear is Ellie going, grow up, will you? There you go. Who's in the light today? Let's have a look. We've got the lashes. She's here on the camera. It's Becky. There she is. Jimmy is there with a shimmy. Go on, Jimmy. Give us a shimmy. And look, Julie's packing up in the background as well, the gorgeous Julie. So that's your team for this evening here at HobbyMaker. Right, should we dive on in? I'm very excited. Check this out, Sharon, the glorious word of Himi. When it comes to paints, oh my word, we have got gouache for you. Can I ask first off, what is gouache?
I knew that was going to be the first
thing.
Well,
it's the question that I think a lot of people might ask.
Definitely, and I think a lot of people are put off by that because they don't know what it is. Assume it's a bit arty and
you
something
think you've got to have a gouacheology to like, use it. Yeah.
But actually, it's the perfect in-between between watercolour and acrylic. So it's water-based, which means easy to use, non-toxic, all of those good things. But you've kind of got the best of both worlds because a gouache can be opaque, like an acrylic, but unlike an acrylic, you can keep moving gouache paint. Even when it's dry, you can reactivate it with water. Whereas acrylic, once it's dry, you're done. You can't do anything with that. And then to the other scale, the more water you add to gouache, you'll get almost like a watercolour effect. So you can kind of do both things with it from one product.
So this is an easy medium to work with if you were working with mixed media, if you were doing paper crafting, whether it's home decor, you can do what you like. And what I love about the set that we've got tonight, you will see that there's a lot of colours going on. You've actually got 48 colours in the twin pots that you see there. Do you want to see your colours? Here they are. Check these out. Sharon, there is not a colour there that would not suit for a skin tone or a hair tone or a fur tone or a feather or a petal or a flower or all the things that potentially you might want to be painting.
All the things. And, of course, these are water-based. You can mix them just in the same way you would watercolour paints. So these are just your starting point. You can start mixing the colours. They give you a couple of whites, which I love because... particularly if you're using it in a sort of more traditional gouache where you are using the opaqueness, you would add your highlights by just going in over the top with white, which is great. If you think about with watercolours, you've kind of got to leave your white space clear and think about where your highlight is before you start. This is much easier because you just whack it on at the end.
Whack it on.
Whack it on at the end.
That's what we like.
Much easier.
Do you get different coloration if you're putting it on black or white?
With some colours, you will see a difference.
Just so you've noticed the clock is on the screen. You're getting this as well, the gouache pad. We'll show you that in a moment. Your price has gone down from 54 something to what? Let's find out. $44.99. That is good, but you know what? Yes. Split pay, a two-way, a cheeky two-way split pay. That's what we like. All you need to do is pay $22.49 today. So get closer. $22.49 today, and then $22.49 in a month's time. Becky, on the cameras, lovely Becky, lashes. Do we charge people here at HobbyMaker to use the lovely joy that is split pay?
No, that's silly.
It is silly, Becky. It would be silly. Very silly to do that. No, we don't charge you, and there's no interest to pay as well. If you want to go for this one, over 10% gone already. We haven't even shown you. You're getting this as well. Yes. You've got your gouache pad. Why do I need a gouache pad?
Well, because these are similar to watercolours, you are going to need a good watercolour type cardstock to work on. So this is perfect. It is called a gouache pad. You can use this for all of your water-based products, really. So you can use it with your watercolour sets. You can use it with acrylics as well. But it works perfectly with these.
We are so busy already. 10% of the stock is gone. We've got brand new crafters coming in. Jean, you are there as well. Bridget in Bristol and Mandy in Suffolk. If you have any questions, because obviously Sharon is the gouache queen. I know, but you say gouache. I say gouache.
Gouache.
I don't know, but you make it sound
posh. Do you know, I haven't heard anyone say it the same. I've watched loads of YouTube videos. Everyone says it differently.
I love it. But whatever you call it, it does a great job. If everybody checks out now, the twin pots are going to be 30% gone. This is the storage that you get for it as well, which I just think is brilliant. It's in this kind of case. So nice and hard, highly portable as well. It's got the great branding of Himi on the cover as well. I love this, Sharon, because it literally is.
The packaging is beautiful.
Yes. I mean, oh, sorry.
That's your palette.
Is this the one that we're getting there? Have I picked up the other one? There you go.
No, you've picked up.
I picked up a different one, but there you go.
Have you? Hang on.
Are these the twin pots? No, these aren't the twin pots.
These are the other ones.
But this is the size, isn't it, that we've got? You get your palette in there as well.
You do get a palette in there, which is so useful. What one have you picked up then? Is that one?
I was going to pick that
Shall
one
I grab mine?
Yeah, grab yours, Sharon.
We
are so busy. Well done to David in Lancashire, Kath, Stuart, Craft and Valerie, Mandy. You've all checked out your baskets, and wisely so. We need Jean. You need to check out your baskets. Bridget in Bristol, you need to check out as well, my lovely. And Mandy in Suffolk, you need to check out as well. That's what we want. Look at that.
Look at the beauty. So with this one, you're getting, in the big original pot, you got single pots that were bigger. This one, they're split, so you're going to get more colours for your money, really. In twin, they're loosely in sort of pairs as well, because if you look, you've got kind of one shade of yellow and then a darker. So you can really easily, if you want light and dark, if you're colouring, you know, say, I'm going to be colouring a flamingo shortly, and I'm going to use both of those.
That's
so you've got your light and dark.
Sharon.
That
is
true.
Colouring a flamingo shortly.
I know that sounded a little
bit
bonkers.
Not just throwing that in there, that's true.
And I love that. But look at the contemporary colours, though. I think these are really modern. Apparently, peach is kind of the in colour at the moment. So we've got some lovely corals and peaches. Love these sort of minty greens as well. Really beautiful. But yeah, I feel that these have got a very modern, fresh feel to them, these colours.
I just think it makes painting, or, you know, whatever you want to call this, look really cool and trendy. But also, the price, I think, when you look at something like this, you think this is going to cost a really hefty price tag. I think $44.99 for not just this, but your gouache pad as well. It's no wonder that already about 40% of our stock is allocated and or gone already. If you'd like to go for yours, TXXC98 is your item code on that one. 3 ways to order. You can either order via the phone lines. It's a free phone telephone number 0800 001 4433. Where's the call centre, Sharon?
Upstairs.
Just up there.
Just up there.
Just literally up there. They're waiting for your call now. You can order via the HobbyMaker app as well. Download that for free from wherever you get your app fix. It could be your App Store, Google Store, wherever. Or, of course, you can go to the website. Oh, Becky, tell us more. All the W's what? HobbyMaker.co.uk. That is the one. Message from Helen coming on, or straight away. Let's have a look. Helen says... Oh, I need my specs on for that one. Oh, can you paint on MDF with these paints, says Helen?
Yes, because you would put them on thicker, don't add too much water, but yes, because they have got the same properties as acrylic, yes, you can kind of do everything that you can do with watercolours and acrylics and gouache. So, yeah, you can.
I love it. You've got that versatility. And I will say as well, I mean, it makes you feel like an artist. You, I think, hit the nail on the head straight away, Sharon, saying, you know, these are paints that everybody can use. It's like you don't have to be like a real artist to use them, but they feel like real professional.
You feel like you've got something professional. And I have to say, I hadn't tried these before I started showing them here. I watched loads of YouTube videos, and so many of them were saying that these are artist quality, but at a really good price. And I will say, go and have a look anywhere online at how much a tube of gouache paint is. They range from about £5 up to £10 or more for one colour, one little tube. So...
You heard the lady. More people coming in. Rachel in Texas. Are we shipping to America with this one, Ellie, producer? I believe we are, because it's from our warehouse, isn't it? So well done. $12.95 is just capped shipping and handling, which is brilliant. Also here in the UK, per day, midnight to midnight, your capped P&P here in the UK is just £3.95. Right, so that was the first item. Over here, we've got the paints, some more paints for you. We've got 18 paints. These are single pots that you've got here. And you're also going to get some brushes included with this. I think, Sharon, if you're still a bit trepidatious about committing to the larger collection, this would be a great one to go for.
Yes, and I know lots of you will be buying both because it will give you more colour range. Yes. But yes, you've got bigger pots in this set, so you've got 18 colours here, so less colours. Again, they've given you 2 white, which is brilliant because that is the colour you're going to use probably a lot for your highlights. Really fresh, bright colours again. I would say the twin set, you've got some more sort of subdued colours. This one's more vibrant. But of course, you can mix anything with them. You can mix the colours together. And if you are going for both sets, obviously, you've just got a huge colour range to work with.
The world is your hibby lobster, isn't it,
really
quite frankly? Then. $24.99 for this. You're not just getting the paints, though. You're also getting the brushes included as well. I'm just going to grab them.
Yeah, these are beautiful. Really nice. You've got a really good selection here, actually, because you've got... The one I use most is the one with the pointy end because I tend to...
Fine detail and stuff.
Yeah, I do tend to use paints for mostly colouring in stamped images. I do a little bit of painting, but for the most part I'm a card maker and I like to colour images that are stamped. So that one I use a lot. Then you've got some filberts in there, which are great if you want to do petals, things like that, and then you've got a flat brush. But they're really nice quality, really good sizes for the sort of things that as crafters we would be doing.
Busy for that one as well. I'm not surprised if you'd like to go for that. It's NJ8410 is your item code on that one. 10% of the stock has gone already for you there. Right, let's go for the big ultimate box for you. This, if you can really treat yourself, is an absolute corker of a deal. It really is. Sharon, we have got the ultimate box. I mean, you've got the gouache pad included with this as well.
Yes.
This is such a good deal. How many do we get here?
56, I think it is. Yeah, 56.
Right in front of us. There you
go, yes, there's my little swatch. This is a beast. The pots are 30 millilitres each, so they're big pots, going to last you a long time.
Well, we've got a beast of a clock on the screen as well, which means we're going to get that price down. At the moment, it's $84.98. Do we want to pay that price? No. No, we don't. We want that price down. Sharon, again, I mean, I think if somebody has got the cash to flash today, because obviously I'm suspecting we might have this on a bit of a split pay as well. We should see.
I suspect so.
This is well worth going for, because this is going to last you a long, long time.
Very much so, because you've got 30 millilitre pots. If most tubes would probably only be about 5 millilitre or something like that. So these are gonna last you a while. You've got a great selection of colours there, and of course you can mix more colours anyway.
Ooh. Let's see where we're going to go, Sharon. I'm excited.
Here we go.
$59.99. Thank you very much. Go on. 2 split pays, loving that. So all you need to pay today is just £30, £29.99, and then of course your P&P of £3.95 if you've not paid it today already. But if you've ordered anything since midnight last night, then you will have paid it accordingly. So if you would like to go for this one, your item code on this one is HPXC38 is your item code on that one. It's a beast of a paint set, it really is, but beast in the fact that it's huge and glorious.
It is.
Talking of beasts, if you would like to order, of course, the best way to order is via the website. Cue the beast, all the W's what?
HobbyMaker.co.uk.
Well, you're not even in shot. I thought you were going to pop up here. Let's do that again, shall we? Get in the right position. Oh, shocking.
Oh, you can't get the staff, can you, Nigel?
Shocking. A beast of a da-da-da-da-da. All the W's dot.
HobbyMaker.co.uk.
You had one job. One job. One job. I know. It's going. I can't bear it. Right. What's next? Let's have a look. We're busy, busy, busy. Oh, your gouache pad. If you want a gouache pad on its own, worth going for an extra with a cat P&P.
Definitely. You're going to use it at some point. And you've got 50 sheets in here, so this is a really good quality. Not just for your gouache, you can use this for watercolours, acrylics as well, so yes.
50 sheets of Himmy. Sounds like a film, doesn't it?
It's lovely. I don't know what the GSM is, but it is nice and a good weight. And you'll see when we look at mine that I've been painting in, it doesn't bleed through to the other side. So
do you want to get yours, Sharon?
Shall I grab
because
mine?
Look, we're going to get Adam, Gladiator Adam, Clockus Adam. Can you give us... Yeah, that's it. That's what we want. A little clock on the screen, which means the price is going to go down. Sharon, you can see him, and you've been using your gouache on this.
I've been starting on mine. We're going to finish this off, hopefully.
Come in close on this. Becky, come on in. Come on in. Come on in. This is gorgeous. So having the right medium, the right paper, it pays dividends.
It does, because you need a paper that's going to absorb the water. There is nothing worse than painting something and it going really, really crinkly and, you know, warped. And then when you flip to the other side, you'll see none of that has bled through. So
no, it's not. It's not bled at all, is it? Which
Sorry,
is brilliant.
Becky.
OK, here we go. It was $14.99. It's down to $12.99. You're saving a couple of quid there as well. We're very busy right the way across the board. If you have any questions for Sharon, because she is the queen of the gouache scene, she is, or the gouache scene. Gouache. So if you do want to get emails in, studio@hobbymaker.co.uk is the address. There you go. And don't forget, if you want to attach a picture of something you've gouached before or painted before or made before, anything, in fact, if you actually... It's gouache. I say gouache, Sharon says gouache. Gouache. Between us, we will get it right. I don't know. We don't know, do we?
We don't know.
Doesn't matter, whatever you call it. If you want to put your photo, attach it to your email, you could be winning £100, credit to your account. The next winner will be announced on the 27th of April. It could be you. Good luck, my friends. That's next week, isn't it? In fact, I think I'm on that show. So, yeah, I might be the one saying your lovely name, which would be good. Right, so if you want to go for paper on its own, the gouache on its own, busy for that. What's next, Ellie? The paint pot on its own. This one. The paint palette. Yeah, the 18 one. Oh, paint palette. Sorry, beg your pardon. My apologies. You were waggling it at me, Sharon. Yeah, get one of these. I mean, you've already got one if you go for the paints, but get an extra couple of these.
You do get one with your paints, but what I like about this one is that it clicks shut. So if you are someone that wants to go out and about painting, of course you don't want to have a palette covered in paint that you've then got to try and transport. This one clicks close, so if you are taking it out and about, you can click it closed, so you're not going to get mess everywhere. And then you've got on one side a nice blank area for mixing your colours, and then you've got all these lovely little wells to put your colours in.
And can we talk about this?
Yes, and then you've got a lovely little carry ribbon.
So this will go around your hand.
If you're tiny.
Oh my gosh, that is tiny. Oh yeah, I'd have to do it with the fingers, yes. If you are
but
very small-wristed person, my word.
Handy. I suppose you'd put your hand through it, wouldn't you, to sort of support so you don't drop it.
It's nice to have it, to be honest. Though,
very handy, isn't it? And
I whip your own one on there if need be.
You could, yeah, because you've got that, you could put any sort of
keep that for your keys or something. Yeah. $12.99 is the price, but no, Adam's whipped his clock out again, which means we're going to have something tumbling down. Bring on the chevrons of joy. Where should we go? Let's go under a tenner. Go on. Yes, $9.99. Well done to a crafter in New York. Well done to you. Margaret in Berkshire. Well done to you. Hazel in Hampshire. Mandy in Suffolk. and a crafter in Dorset. Oh, Mandy, you just checked out. Well done. A crafter in Dorset, you are all in. Item code on that one, if you would like to go for it, is, what is it? YG8459 is your item code. YG8459. We need to see this in action. Sharon, I'm going to banish you to Demo Island.
Fabulous.
Get yourself ready, my lovely. Right, if you would like to give it anything, don't forget 3 ways to order. You can either order on the phone lines, the website, or via the app. Right. Oh, no. Ellie has obviously been drinking. She hasn't, just to say that. But she's just said, do you know what? $9.99, that's not good enough. Let's get it down a little bit. Let's get that pallet down even more. We can do a clock again. Oh, my word. OK, we're going to get a clock on the screen. I need people in the baskets for this one. Adam, come on, furnish me. But there you go. Honestly, he's having to be quite productive with his clock today, isn't he? Right, so crafter, Phyllis, crafter. Lots of brand new crafters, which is always nice to see. Maybe you're joining us as Virgin viewers, like literally, because you've just joined us on Virgin, because we are now on Virgin as well. So Margaret, Hazel, Mandy, crafter, Phyllis, crafter, you need to check out your baskets. You will all pay the lowest price. That's the way it works at HobbyMaker, even though if you came in at $9.99, when it goes down to whatever it goes down to, I have no idea, you will be paying that lower price. So let's see where we're going to go. Ooh, I thought it was going to be $8.99, so I'm happy with that. $6.99. Right, get checking out your baskets. I don't know why I'm clapping. Sarah in Devon, well done to you. Stuart in Cheshire. Mandy in Suffolk. Elizabeth in Galway. Here we go. Here you come. This is where you've been. Over 10% of the stock has gone already. So Phyllis in Suffolk. Come on, let's check out their baskets. Valerie in Merseyside. You need to check it. I knew they'd sing your name in my ear. I knew it. When I say they, I mean Ellie. Like literally singing Valerie straight away. Has anybody seen the new Amy Winehouse film? Because I want to go and see that.
I want to.
No, can I just say, well, the reviews have been bad, but a friend of mine went to see it and said it was excellent. So, Jimmy saw it yesterday. Did you not like it, Jimmy? He's a hard critic, to be honest. If it's not got Chris Pine or some, like, Thor person in it, he's not happy, to be honest. Everybody's going to check out the baskets. Let's get this stock gone. Well done to the crafter in New York. You have got 2. Well done to you. Now the gouache paint set. That's proven to be very popular as well. If you want to go for your set of 48, that's the big boy, isn't it, that one? If you want to go for the big boy that we showed you to begin with, the twin pots, brand new today. Loads of you go for that. How much stock has gone on this now then, Ellie? She's double-checking, double-checking. I think we're looking at about 40%. Yeah, 40%. Lots of people in America have ordered this. I don't blame you. Rachel in Texas, Crafter in New York, Linda in Lancashire. I know that's not in America. David in Lancashire as well. Jean, Bridget, Mandy, well done to you all. You get that. You also get your gouache pad, of course, as well. Let's see these in action. Let's go over to the queen of the gouache scene. That's you, Sharon.
Is that me?
That's you. That's you.
I like it. Let's have a look at that lovely, the new twin pot. So I've taken out, you will get a palette in your box. And you'll also get a nice handy colour swatch, which is really useful just to know. Because visually it is quite nice to just see the colours in order to know which one you might want to use. I'll open it up. Now, you've got really good clips on these, which keep it quite airtight, because you don't want these drying out. It's not a massive issue if they do. But what they recommend, and this is what I do with mine at home, is every couple of weeks, if I haven't used them, I just get my spritzer and just give them a little spritz with water. And if you keep the lid on, in between using them, you'll be fine. If you perhaps left the lid off, forgot about it, and they went dry, you just have to put some water in each little pan, leave it overnight to soak in, and you'll be back.
So you recommend every 2 weeks, but
every couple of weeks.
If
you didn't do it,
should still be all right to reactivate.
You can reactivate them. It just means you've got to wait. And of course, as crafters, we're impatient. So if you keep up that, just spritzing them every few weeks, they'll be ready to go whenever you take them out. If they do dry out, just soak them with water, put a bit of water in each, and leave them overnight, and then they'll be fine to go again.
We are very, very busy. You need to check out your baskets to secure your purchase. But back to Sharon.
You do get this palette, which does fit inside the lid. So if you want to store it in there, you can. I don't store mine. I keep mine separate because I find it touches the tops of the paints and gets a bit mucky, and I'm a bit fussy. So I keep mine separate, but it's a really nice size to use. And what I've just told you there applies to all the sets, not just this one. They're all the same. So let's get going with these, shall we? Because they are beautiful to use. So what I thought we'll do to start with is just a bit of colouring with them. So I've got a stamped image that I could make a card with. Now the colours in this particular set really excite me because I just think they're so modern and fresh. And I was particularly drawn to these sort of corals. I actually usually do a lot of floral cards and things, so all of these colours I just think are so nice for flowers. But we're going to do flamingos because I really wanted to use these corals. So let's bring in and use the travel palette, shall we?
For anybody that's thinking, I like those stamps, Sharon.
Well,
go on.
It's a secret.
Is it a secret? We're not allowed to.
It's a secret.
But if we watch this space, might they be coming soon?
Watch this space.
Okay, there you go.
That's all I'm going to say.
Okay, there you go. That's all I needed to know.
So I won't say what they are now. But yes, watch this space. Now, I like to keep as you might guess, Nigel, I like to keep mine quite neat and tidy. So I don't tend to get my colours kind of contaminated. So what I do is scoop a little bit out. And if I'm doing any mixing, I'll do it on the palette. So I'm going to put a bit of that light coral on one. And that's the great thing about having these little wells on here. And then we'll put some of that darker. And we'll start with those. So what I'm going to do, now I'm pretty much using these like watercolours for this, because when you've got a stamped image, you kind of want to see the lines. If I had sketched out something with pencil, I would then colour over the lines probably. So the less water you add, the sort of more opaque this will be. So for my first layer, I tend to always go on light. So you can see the stamped lines through this because I'm going on with quite a lot of water, just putting a light wash over. But isn't this colour beautiful?
It's gorgeous. I mean, these paints, you know who's just walked into the studio, Sharon, don't you?
Yeah.
Gwen from Creative Expressions. Gwen, what did you say to Sharon when you saw these paints?
I can't repeat it.
You can repeat it because I'm going to if you don't. What did you say? You want to lick them. Now, we don't recommend you lick them in any way, shape or form. Please don't lick them. But that just gives you an idea of how a fellow crafter looked at these and just thought, they are delicious. I need them. That translated into, I want to lick them. Please don't lick them. I love the fact that, I mean, you know, Gwen, you know, I'm going to talk about her as if she wasn't here. She's been around a while. She knows what's what. She knows a good product when she sees one. So the fact that she got excited by this means to me that they are a very good product. I mean, Sharon as well. I mean, you've been doing this for a wee while. So, well, a long while,
yes.
I know. So to see paints like this being loved by people like you and Gwen, you know that you've got quality here.
Definitely. And the one thing with me, I do love to watercolour. And I am quite lazy about that, though, because I actually can't be bothered with mixing colours. So I do like sets like this where you've already got a really good, vast range of colours, because something in my brain, it's the same with measuring. You know, you'll quite often hear me say, Nigel, don't you, that I can't be bothered to measure anything. I'm terrible at maths. And I think the same goes for colour mixing, really. I kind of forget, apart from the basic mixes, I forget what you're meant to do. So anything beyond just adding a bit of grey or a bit of white to lighten is I just don't want to do it. I'd rather just have sets with lots of colours that I can choose from.
Got a bit of a stock update for you, Sharon. Did you just say what I thought you said, Ellie? If everybody checks out their basket now, for fraction fans, 4/5 of the stock is gone. For non-fraction fans, that's 80%. 80%, because I love it, because sometimes I say fractions and nobody knows what I'm talking about.
No.
Do kids not do fractions at school now?
I'm sure they do, but
I don't know.
You'd lose me.
But honestly, if I say to any younger member of the crew, Becky, 80%, 4/5?
I wouldn't know that.
Not clear. But 4/5 of the stock has gone. So if you want to go for it, now is the time to check out your baskets. Rachel in Texas, Angela in Buckinghamshire, Debbie in West Yorkshire, Giselle, great name. You need to check out as well. Tina in Nottinghamshire, please, please, please check out your baskets. Let's go back to the delicious Sharon with her paints. Don't lick them.
No, don't lick them. I'll have to watch out for Gwen.
Oh, honestly, her tongue will be creeping over.
So I'm using these pretty much as watercolours, really. And I've added a bit of darkness. The beauty with these is because they are sort of water activated, even when this dries, if I came back and thought, oh, I want to add a bit more shadow here and there, you can go back in and darken it. Equally, if you go in a bit heavy with something, you can always just go in with a clean wet brush. Say if I thought, oh, that was a bit heavy, I could add a bit of water, dab it off, and you can instantly sort of bleach it off and start again. So they're quite...
forgiving.
Forgiving, that's the word. Very, very good if you're a beginner to start with, I think, because they're just nice to work with.
I do think at this price point as well, because as we said before, I think when you see things like this, if I saw this in the shop, I probably wouldn't even look, because I think, well, I can't afford that.
Yes.
It's like, but when you actually, I mean, with split pay here at HobbyMaker, and the fact that we've already reduced that price, I love the fact that these are now accessible for everybody, even if you have never, ever painted before. Or maybe you've done that thing, you know, we all had paints when we were kids, or you get like a cheap set of paints or whatever. But I love the fact with a set like this, you've got a set that is built to last. And the fact that these twin pots as well, it means you're kind of getting more in less of a footprint.
It does. It's a good starter kit, really, because you're not buying huge pots. You know, I know you will decide it's for you, but you know, if you decided it wasn't for you, you haven't got tons of paint. But I think anyone will want to have a go with these because they are really easy to use, and I think the colours really swing it for me. They're just so beautiful.
Well, you get 48 of the colours. If you are just joining us, let's show you the colours that you're getting here. Because Sharon, there's something there for everybody, isn't there?
There is, yeah. Really, really great selection. I think the twin pots here, the colours are definitely very me. They're really modern and fresh.
But I just think, I mean, I try to sort of equate it to what you might be wanting to paint, like leaves, petals, flowers, skin tone, hair tones, you know, everything from teddy bears through to hearts to whatever it may be that you were crafting with for stamps. And
that's it,
you know, you've got something for every occasion. Do they blend well as well?
They do. They mix really well. And, of course, you can make any colour you want, really, because obviously you've got all your primary colours there. So this really is just a starting point. But, I mean, a starting point of 56 colours, if you don't want to have the faff of mixing colours, you really don't need to. You know, you've pretty much got everything there, as you say, for colouring animals, for colouring florals.
We've got a message in from Sue. She's got a question. She wants to know, can you use the gouache on gel plates?
Yes, you can. They're very similar. They're very similar to either acrylics or watercolours. And, of course, we're all used to using acrylics on our gel plates. So, yes, you can.
There you go. Thank you very much for your question. Just to say as well, you know our big collection with our... Oh, hang on right now, before I do that. If you want this one, then the one that Sharon's demonstrating at the moment, the brand new 48 colours in the twin pots, plus the gouache pad, we are now over-allocating. So, Elaine, Veronica, Kathleen, Debbie, Giselle, Jane, Crafter, Angela, Julie, Rachel... you need to check out your baskets now because people are going to miss out. Mandy, Jean and Bridget, you've had it in your basket a long time. You need to check out. If you are having any problem checking out, then do let us know. Send us an email. But you need to check out to secure your purchase. It's like Gwen when she's in the queue at Lidl. Until she gets through that counter, she can't lick any of the items she's bought. She's not allowed to. She's coming up at the top of the hour. So if you want to go for this one, TXXC98 is your item code. Just says what the big collection of 56 colours. Oh, my word. Lots of people going for that as well, which is great. I don't blame you. You get the gouache pad included. That over 10% of our stock has gone. Again, we've got people with basket dwelling. Well, we've got hello, put your teeth in. We've got basket dwelling people as well on this one. Rachel in Texas, Tina in Nottinghamshire, Jane in Derbyshire, a crafter in New York, crafter in Dorset, and a crafter somewhere else. We don't know where you are. You do get the gouache pad as well. That is included. It should have been £84 and something. It's down to £59.99. And I don't know about you, but who fancies a cheeky little two-way on the split pay? I do. So look, it goes down to £30 or £29.99 is all you need to pay today. Plus P&P of £3.95 here at HobbyMaker. Back to Sharon and her flamingos.
So they're all done. What I would do is just chop that down, pop it on a card front with just a simple matte layer, and the colours are just so fresh and beautiful.
They are gorgeous, Sharon, and I'm loving it. Can you just show us on the overhead again, your drawing in the gouache pad as well? Because I just think it just shows you how clever you can be. I mean, you've got a stamp or whatever it may be, and just giving that colour, that requisite touch, whether it be, you know, a wash of deep, vibrant colour, or whether it be a merest sort of like hint of a colour.
Exactly that, because depending on whether you want to add water or whether you want to go on neat. I'll show you actually my other pad, because this one I've gone in with the gouache very much in an opaque layering sort of way of doing things. So rather than water it down too much and use it as a watercolour, as I tend to do with stamped images, if you're actually sort of painting your own images, you're going to build up the layers. So you're going to start with quite a light wash of like a light yellow, and then just build the colours up. And what I said about the highlights, you know, it's so easy because you just go in with white at the end. And I'm going to tell you, I say this every show, but this was the very first attempt when I opened the big set to have a play. This was my first.
You started with lemons.
Yes.
And what do you do when life gives you lemons? You either make a martini or you make beautiful art. And you decided to do that one, Sharon.
So this was my first attempt.
It's
I'd
amazing.
seen a lady on YouTube. I'd watched a tutorial, and she'd done lemons on a craft card. So I went out, bought craft cards book, and thought, right, I'm going to try and do that myself. So there's a lot of inspiration out there, and you know, it depends what you like. I was drawn to this image. But, you know, there's lots of things you can do. You can do quite loose florals if you want to. These were all my first attempts. So, you know...
You would never know they were your first attempt.
No. This is the only book I've got that I've been practising in. So these are my...
You're a talent mountain.
And you can see it's quite a different way of looking at things that you might be used to if you're a watercolourist. Because rather than kind of leaving your highlights and keeping them white and clear, you're just going in over the top. So you're just adding in different shades of colour. So really easy to use. Here's another lemon, because I was a bit obsessed with the lemon thing. Couldn't get away from the lemons. And then I did some berries. We did this on the last show. I wanted to do a really vibrant piece, because you can see, because you've got the opaqueness, you really can go bright, and you can put any colour on top of another colour.
So, Sharon, obviously you did that with our big set, but you could be doing this with the twin pots as well, couldn't you?
All of them. Yeah. They've all got the same properties. It's just the range of colours. So, and then here I am again with my lemons. This is when we started last time. With my inspiration, which was my lemon tea.
I love it. Can I ask a question then? So obviously, I mean, I'm looking at designs like that and I think, oh, that would be lovely on a plate or a tile. So these gouache, are they going to work on many different mediums?
Mostly, no, because they are like acrylics or watercolours. They're water-based. They wouldn't work too well on a non-porous surface.
Yeah, okay. So anything porous, you're fine. Yeah. Anything non-porous, probably not the best idea.
No, they would probably peel off.
Okay, lovely stuff. Busier and busier. If you want to go for the brand new collection, TXXC98, Sharon, you get yourself ready for your next demonstration, my lovely, because I'm loving seeing this in action. Let's remind you what we've got. The brand new today, you have got the 48 twin pots for you there. 24 pots, but they're twin pots, so you get 48, which is brilliant. 48 different colours, plus you get the gouache pad as well. How much of the stock has gone on that one now, Ellie, did we say? Okay, 80% gone. We are over-allocated, though, with people in baskets, so you need to check out your baskets, people. I know I'm a broken record, but we will have tears before bedtime, and I don't want your tears on my conscience. When I crawl into bed tonight, I don't want to be thinking, oh, Rachel in Texas missed out, or Julie in Dorset, or Louise in West Yorkshire. I want to think that everybody is happy because they got what they want. So you need to check out your basket accordingly. Like Pauline in Warwickshire, David in Lancashire, they've all done it. They are sitting back now going, yeah, it's coming my way, and that's the best way to do it. If you want to go for the large set as well, or if you get another set rather, we've got the gouache paint set there, which has got 18 colours for you, and then you've also got the brushes in there as well. Your colours in that one are as follows. You are getting all of these fabulous colours here. As Sharon said before, you've got sort of everything from that white through to the black, and pretty much everything in between, and blending opportunities to create pretty much any colour you want, Sharon.
Yes, because you can mix them. Obviously, you literally can make any colour from what you've got there. But you've got a really nice selection to start with if you don't want to mix colours, because you've got, you know, you've got your greens and your pinks for florals. You've got your landscape type colours, and then you've got some nice neutrals and browns for colouring in animals and things like that. So, yeah, you've got a great variety, even though that's a, you know, small.
And you get your brushes as well in there, Sharon. The 3 tips.
Yes, and the brushes are beautiful, really lovely.
There you go. Let's get a little close up on those. Let's have tip cam. Come on, Becky. Tip cam me up, Becky. There you go. Look at that. So you can see you've got the pointed, the flat, and the other one. What's it? Pointed flat with the other one.
Filbert.
Filbert. Is that what it's officially called?
Yes, it's the rounded top one.
I just thought you were naming your brushes then. It's like, well, that's
Giving them
Filbert.
a name. It's like Carla names everything.
Phyllis.
No.
If you want to go for the big boy as well, look, we've got the 56 colours for you. You are loving this one. If you can stretch to the big boy, then please do. Sharon, people may be a little bit daunted by the big one, thinking like, oh, there's a lot there. I'm never going to, I'm not good enough for that. What would you say to anybody that is doubting themselves with that one?
Don't be intimidated, because at the end of the day, these are water-based. If you've ever used watercolours or acrylics, these are the same. So don't be put off just because it's something new. And the size of that set is just incredible value for money. So don't be put off by the fact that you've got all of that, because it just means it's going to last you a long time.
And you are also getting your gouache paper pad included with that as well. So you are going to get one of those included too. Why do we need a gouache pad as opposed to a regular pad? You
do need a good watercolour type cardstock for this, because obviously you're adding water. If you're going in with it quite sort of undiluted, it's a good old heavy, thick, creamy paint.
This pleases me, the fact that
it's lovely that they're kind of
and then
Yes, yeah, it's lovely quality. You don't want the colours to bleed through. You don't want your paper to warp. So this is just the perfect medium to use.
$59.99 is your price on that one, but a little two-way split pay. Everybody can use split pay here at HobbyMaker, and do we? I'm going to ask Gwen. Gwen. You know, here at HobbyMaker, do we charge people to use split pay? No, we don't, Gwen, because that would be what? Rude. That's a good word. I like that. It's like we have silly, we have stupid, rude. I think that's perfect, quite frankly. So we don't charge you for the split pay. Also, we don't charge you any interest either with it. It's interest-free. So basically, all you're paying is that price, the split pay price, and then your P&P if you've not paid it already for the day. And your P&P covers you for a 24-hour period from midnight to midnight. Right, let's do our gouache with the paintbrushes, the one that you've just seen over there. The 18 set. If you want to go for that one, let's see it in action. And the person to do that, she's the queen. She's the queen. She's the queen of the gouache scene. It's Sharon.
So this is that set. Again,
I'm going to get you a T-shirt with it.
Get me a T-shirt made. You've got your clips, so it's going to keep it nice and airtight. But as I said before, every now and then, get them out, give them a little spritz with water just to keep them fresh. This is what I do every time I use them. I just give them a little spritz.
A little squirt to activate.
I haven't opened this one.
I'm the same.
Because there's two whites. Don't open both of them, because you only need one white at a time. Keep it nice and fresh.
Okay,
so
that's a good idea.
In all the sets where you get two whites, I always just leave one.
So once you take peel the lid off, you keep it off though, yeah?
Yes, once you take it off, you keep it off, because you couldn't put it back on. But you can see there's a lot in these. They're big old pots, so they're going to last you a long time. I love the fact that you get two whites, though, because the white is something you are going to use quite a lot for your highlights, or if you want to lighten
diluting down, yes,
exactly.
Lightening up.
Then you've got this handy little compartment here with your brushes in. The brushes are beautiful as well. I love the fact that it all matches the colours, really lovely. So let's use these. Let's have a little look at them. You do get a little palette in the top of this one as well. Let's show you that. So this one comes with a clear palette. I'm going to keep using this travel one.
If people check out now, 25% of the stock has gone. Or for fraction fans, a quarter.
You were obviously much better at maths than
Well, that's an easy one, though, isn't it? Quarter.
Quarter, yeah, I could cope with.
Yeah, because it's like 2:15, so you know what a quarter is on your clock.
Even I could cope with quarters, yes. And really confusingly, as crafters, we sort of flip between inches and centimetres all the time, don't we? Which is really confusing to anyone else. So I've got a stamped image here. This is actually a sneak peek of something that I'm back with on Monday. This is an image from Nice Crafting. And I made a start on it just because I know we're a bit limited on time. But I just wanted to show you some. I think the colours in this set are quite rich. You've got a really nice selection. So we'll do a bit more colouring. Again, I'm going to take a little bit of the colour onto my brush and then pop it on the palette. Look at the richness of that colour. Now with these, I find when I'm watercolouring with them, I do add a fair amount of water to get the consistency kind of like watercolours. And then I'm just going to start colouring these curtains. It's handy to have a bit of kitchen towel. You don't, when you're watercolouring stamped images, you don't want to flood it with water because you need to be quite precise. If you're doing sort of loose watercolouring, obviously You can do all sorts of techniques like go in, wet your cardstock before you even put your brush to it, all of those sort of techniques. But I'm keeping this really simple today.
Do you know, Sharon, I think this would be a great gift for somebody as well. I mean, if you have, you know, especially maybe like a younger member of the family, maybe you've got like a son, a daughter, grandkids or whatever, and I think what a nice sort of like set to give somebody to say, there you go, there's literally is the gift of artwork, of painting, isn't it? Of like learning the joy of painting. This is such a, I think it would be such a confidence booster to somebody that maybe, you know, wants to improve or has indeed never tried it before.
I think so, because the price point of these, you're not going to be too precious about them.
No.
You know, these are sets that I would happily let my niece and nephew loose with.
But also I think they look more than 25 quid. Do you know
They
what I mean?
do. You know, I wouldn't let them loose with some of my watercolours where I've sort of spent 20 quid on one tube of colour.
Get your hands off Michael Wash.
I'm definitely not letting them near those. So, but I've got to say, quality-wise, you're going to get just as good a result with these as some of the really expensive paints I've got at home. So with this one, I've added a bit of white because the colours in this set are lovely and rich. So I've gone in with this almost like a mustardy colour.
Nearly 30% of the stock has gone now. If people check out Jeanette in Greater London, Elaine in Dumbartonshire, congratulations to you, but you need to check out to secure your purchase.
So I've added a fair bit of white and a bit of water just to lighten that down to do my brickwork. And I am going for that kind of loose watercolour look here. So I'm not being really precise. And similar to when you're working with watercolours, dot yourself around different areas because I'm going to let one area dry and then move around. So where I've got sort of wet paint here, I'm not going to paint right next to it because the colours will bleed into each other. So that's wet, I'm going to come down here and start working on a different area. So let's have a little look. We've got a really nice, I'm going to go in with some black actually and create a grey.
Can you hear them in your ear, Sharon?
I don't have talkback.
Well, I'm going to translate. Ellie, well, I'm not going to translate. I'm going to
translate.
Ellie just went, she's magical, isn't she, Sharon? And then Jimmy was like, she's excellent. He actually said something excellent, which is something I can't repeat, but there you go.
Oh, thank you.
I can say that word, can't I? Yeah, he said, she's ruddy excellent. There you go. If I can't say that word, sorry. If I can, yeah, I'll say it again, ruddy excellent.
Oh, thank you. So here I've got a little bit thicker, and you can see I don't like that because I'm losing the stamping underneath.
Can I say something, though? Excellent though you are, these paints make you seem even more excellent.
Definitely, definitely. You could be stood here doing this, Nigel. Anyone could have a go at this.
That was a compliment, you know that.
I do.
But it sounded like a diss, and it wasn't meant to. It's just the paint.
Anyone could do.
We've had a question in about paintbrushes, actually, from somebody saying, do we have paintbrushes on the show as well, separately? We do. Can I say, the Himi brushes are literally, the packaging is gorgeous. Come and check this out. You've got a bird on the packaging, which I love, look.
I love all the packaging with Himi for everything. The brushes are lovely. I keep mine in these containers all the time.
I don't blame you.
Because they're just
you've got
perfect.
all of those in there. There's 5 of those in there. So, Sharon, again, you've got different sizes. They're all the same head, but just different sizes, yeah?
Yeah, in that set, you've got all of the lovely rounded, pointed brushes. These are my most used for what I do, because if I am sort of painting loosely, I tend to be doing florals. So that big one in that set would be perfect for doing big roses and leaves and things.
If you want to do big roses, you need the little bird. That's the yellow one for you if you'd like to go for that one. The price on that's $7.99. That's QP844, what's it, 8465, 8445. There you go, sorry. If you would like to go for that one, that's the little bird in the yellow. We have it in the pink as well with a different bird on it, which I think is suitably cute as well. Sharon, this time around, we're not talking about the pointed heads, though, are we?
No, with this one, you've got a good selection, actually. You've got a flat one. The flat one is good for doing sort of like skies and backgrounds and filling a space. Then you've got the nice rounded pointed one. I think that's the set I've got here, actually, isn't it? You've got, I think you've got 2 filberts in that set.
Yes, you have.
Yes, you do. Filberts are good for doing things like petals on flowers because you've got that rounded top. They're also good for doing leaves. So having all of those different within one set is kind of covers you for what you
have got 5 in there. I was going to say one is hidden away underneath the straw, actually. It's disappeared away. If you'd like to go for that one, that's JK8448 is your item code on that one. So pop that in your basket. We've got a message in from Karen in Staffordshire. Hiya, good afternoon to you both. Hello. I promised myself that I wouldn't buy anything else this month, but I have been tempted and bought the gouache paints. I don't blame you. Which ones have you gone for, my lovely? Let us know. Is it the big set? Is it the set of 56? Is it the set of 48 twin pots? Is it the set of 18 with the brushes? Let us know. You've got about 10 minutes left, well, about 8 minutes left on the show. We would love to hear from you and let you and find out what you're buying this afternoon. Also, if you have painted anything before with gouache, do send us a picture. We always like to see what's what. Talking of seeing what's what, let's go back to, we know who she is. She's the queen. She's the queen. She's the queen of what scene, Becky? The gouache scene.
The gouache scene. Love it. Well, I'm just happily colouring away here. And I'm dotting around with the leaves. I've got 2 different shades because in this set I've got I've got 3 different shades of green that I can pick from, which is great because nothing makes your colouring look flatter than just going in with one flat colour of green. You know, when you look at leaves in nature, they've got so much variation of colour on them. So if you just pick a couple of different shades or different tones and dot them around. So what I'm doing is I'm going in with one colour and then just going over the top, just dotting on a bit of the other colour, just to give me that sort of...
The colour is so rich, though.
It's so rich. You know, if you think I'm watering these down, if I go... Let's do a little bit here, actually. If you go full on in with the colour, they will be really, really opaque. So let's take a bit...
Just to say, the colours are delicious, aren't they? They really, really are. They're so rich. Jimmy, in the directing at the moment, he said that basically he thinks they look like gelato colours.
Like they do.
And I see that. That might be the reason that when Gwen, coming up at 6 o'clock, with Creative Expressions, of course, when she saw these paints with Sharon today, what did she say, Sharon?
She said she wanted to lick them.
She said she wanted to lick them. Now, obviously, just in the purpose of health and safety, don't lick paints. Don't lick any paints, because that would be wrong, stupid. Go and lick gelatos. Go and lick anything else that's lickable, but don't lick the paints. That would be wrong. But it shows the conviction that Gwen had. I don't know whether Gwen's going to buy any or not. I have no idea. But she certainly thought, like, oh, those paints look delicious. I want them. We've got somebody that has bought something. It's Karen in Staffordshire. She purchased the 48-pot one. Well done. Yes, we're clapping you there. Well done. Just to say, we've got 6 of these left. Literally 6. We've got literally half a dozen of these, and then they will be gone. We've got over 20 people with this in their basket at the moment, so like literally 14 plus people are going to miss out on this. Do not let it be you, or you. You need to make sure that you check out your baskets. The way to do that is to go to the checkout, pay your money, and you are done. You can do that on the phone lines, the free phone telephone number 0800 001 4433. You can do it via the app as well. Or you can do it via the website. Jimmy's not directing anymore. He is now town crier in Craft Town. All the W's what?
HobbyMaker.co.uk.
That's the one. Should I pretend I'm you? Okay, I'm going to see if I can like lip sync to you doing that, right? See if pretend I'm Jimmy. Okay, you ready? All the W's what?
HobbyMaker.co.uk.
No, not sure. I'll leave the lip syncing to drag queens. Back to Sharon.
Madness. Absolute madness.
Do you want to pretend to be Jimmy?
No, I don't.
It's quite exciting.
No one wants that.
I think everybody's got a little Jimmy inside them somewhere.
Do you think so? I'm creating at the top here a little bit of a sort of verdigris look with this. So I've painted it in blue, and I'm just going in over the top with a bit of turquoise, just dotting it here and there. And actually I'm going to add a little bit of green as well. And hopefully it'll give it that look of sort of verdigris.
Sharon, obviously very, very busy for these because we are down to the last 5 or whatever it is now. But people still might be thinking, should I commit to this? It's not. I'm not an artist. I'm not somebody that's been to art school, got an ology in artistry. They might think that this is a party that I'm not invited to. This is inclusive for all, isn't it?
It is, and I think if you are a card maker and you've got lots of stamps, you like to try different colours, different colouring mediums with your stamps. And I find I get more life out of my stamps by using them in different ways. You know, I sometimes like to colour them with pencils. I sometimes use alcohol pens. These are great because these give you watercolours, gouache and acrylics in one product. Because if you go in really, really thick with these, they've got the same properties as acrylics, really. But you can also use them to watercolour. You've got a huge colour range here. And value for money, compare these to watercolours or acrylics, the price is fantastic.
It is. I mean, we're able to bring that price down as low as we can here at HobbyMaker, which is brilliant. And they are also here ready to be sent out as well. So if you are in America, because we've had people like in Texas, New York, all over the shop buying them, we will get these out to you ASAP. It's probably more affordable to get them from here with our shipping and handling to the States than it is to actually get them from the States.
I know.
Which is Billy Bonkers, but I love it.
That amuses me because I've noticed over the last few days when I've been doing shows, we've had a lot of American...
But I think, you know, I would say power to your elbow, our lovely stateside friends, because it makes sense, doesn't it? Our P&P here at HobbyMaker for the UK is $3.95 for the entire day, from midnight to midnight, for as many orders as you like, regardless of size, quantity, and my favourite thing to say, weight, regardless of weight. So you could be buying a machine, and like literally it would be $3.95 P&P, and then it would include everything else as well, which is brilliant. Also for the States, if we do ship to the States, and with this particular item we do, or this particular range we do, then it's $12.95 capped shipping and handling again for that 24-hour period between midnight and midnight. Also here at HobbyMaker, when you make your payment, it doesn't go out of your account till midnight either. So if you are thinking like, oh, should I not, it won't go out to your account until later anyway. So you have got a little bit of a window, which is always good. Right, Sharon. Oh, now a little request from the gallery. Can you show us a little... She didn't finish the sentence. Okay. Can you show us the paints on the overhead again, just so we can see all of the paints that we're getting? The twin ones, please.
Should we show... Yeah.
Just show us exactly what we're getting. Cool. Show us the twins, Sharon. Show us the twins.
Here's the twins. So I've got these fabulous clips that really do keep them nice and fresh. And then look at the beauty, look at the colours. So you've got your twin pots. So in each, they're quite hard to get out once you've set them up, but in each pot, they're sort of split in two. So you've got two shades. And I like that because without having to think about it, you instantly know if you're doing leaves, you can start with the light and then add your sort of shade with the next shade up. You've got everything covered here. You've got two whites, which I love, but look at, even yellows. You've got about 6 yellows there. So you're not going to need to mix any colours, I don't think. But the colours are really modern and contemporary. So we've got some nice, they're kind of like muted tones, I feel, with these lovely peaches, the lilacs. Then we've got some really vibrant, rich reds. Look at how many purples we've got. Then we've got some really nice blues. You've also got your neutrals. So you've got some greys, you've got your browns and blacks. And then look at all the greens. If you like to colour, as I do, florals, you will always want a lot of greens. And we've got 2, 4, 6, 8. We've got 10 different greens here. So you're really covered here with everything you're going to need.
We've literally got about 4 left of these now. So busy. So if you do want to go for it, these are the colours that you were getting. They are luscious colours. I will say this because we've worked this out today. The reaction from Gwen was quite ridiculous. Because what did Gwen say, Sharon?
She wanted to lick them.
That she wants to lick them. And Ellie, our producer, who I often quote because she says the weirdest and most wonderful things, she just said, I want to suck it out of the pot. That's what she said. I quote, please don't either suck them out of the pot or indeed lick them. It's like we're not advocating that in any way, shape or form. We are merely telling you how delicious to the eye these are to other people. I mean, Ellie's opinion is great, yes, but I'm going to go with Gwen's opinion more because obviously Gwen has been crafting for a long, long time. So Gwen knows a quality product when she sees one. Not that Ellie doesn't, she does. But the thing is, like, Ellie's like, all right, now just shut up. Yeah, I quit where you're at. Basically, Gwen, you know your onions, don't you? Why did you like them?
Because it was the consistency.
Can we hear Gwen or does she need to come over here? Do you want to come on in, Gwen? Come on, it's an open book. Wait, have you sat down? I can come to you if you like, or you can shout. Are you going to come? She's coming. Look, she's giving me that face of like, oh, I don't want to come over, but then she's
giving you
over.
the death stare.
You do get a palette with this as well, and you do get the gouache pad included as well. Come on in, lovely lady. I know this isn't your show. But it's like,
sorry, Sharon.
Why did you... There's one left. So, like, literally, to the one person out there that might be going for this, why did you decide that you loved the look of these paints?
It was the consistency. They are so creamy, rich, viscous, like honey. And I can just imagine... I haven't tried them, but I can just imagine how they glide off your brush onto the paper. And that's what I thought when I looked at them, I hadn't felt the consistency. You can see it.
You can,
It's
you
just
can. When you look at the
rich.
pots,
and
you
the
can see.
pigments in there are something else. And I'm a bit like
Say goodbye, Sharon.
I don't like having to mix colours.
Gwen, just to say, they're Fletcher looking good, and they've sold out. See you after the break. Bye.
Bye.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new HobbyMaker app. Head over to your app store now and search HobbyMaker and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today's button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. So never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new HobbyMaker app.
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on HobbyMaker.
Here at HobbyMaker, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and checkout and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Shopping made easy at HobbyMaker.
Good evening and welcome back to HobbyMaker.
Hello.
Here she is. Hello, lovely
Hi,
lady.
darling. Mwah.
Mwah. It's our Gwen from
I'm
Creative
back.
Expressions with what, your second time today?
Second time today.
And your third time in 24 hours.
Yay.
Which is very exciting, especially, well, it's exciting because this may be the third show, but we are showing you an item that has been on those previous two shows, and oh my gosh, it's just caused an absolute sensation, isn't it?
Yes.
In fact, not just one item, we've got lots on this show
Yes.
that you guys have absolutely loved. Should we dive on in straight away?
Let's.
Lots to show you. We have got a big bundle of embossing folders and stencils. Now, there are 4 different designs in both the embossing folders and the stencils. You've got Sunshine Serenade, Rose Garden, you've got Daffodil Dreams, and you've got Folk Art Blooms. Now, I will say the Folk Art Blooms, they've sold out on their own. So the only way to get them is as part of this bundle. Why is this bundle so good? And why have 2... Are they 2 in the same set because they marry together?
Yes, so we have 3D embossing folders. So these are really deep embossing. They almost look padded when they've been embossed. And then we've got complementary pairs of stencils which allow you to isolate the design. So they're like a stencil and a mask, if you like. So because sometimes with very busy patterns, it's hard to colour them and isolate them without getting splotches where you don't want them. Having the stencils allows you to be very precise. So you get a pair of stencils with each embossing folder.
I think this is fabulous. And the designs, I mean, they're evergreen designs.
Absolutely.
There's not one there that couldn't be used for an anniversary card, a wedding card, a get well card, a thank you card, a just because card, a sympathy card, you name it. They all work beautifully. What you guys at Creative Expressions always do so well is think about, you know, combining things together so that economically it's an investment, isn't it? Because you've got so much versatility with them.
Yes, so these are not the sort of things that you buy and use once and then put away and never use again. I think these are things you'll reach for time and time again. If you need a birthday card, anniversary card, get well thinking of you, any occasion really, you'll think, oh, I've got those lovely floral embossing folders, let's have a look at those. I think you'll go back to these time and time again. And if you are making to sell, you're allowed to make and sell as many as you like. You could make beautiful gift card sets, note cards, personalised cards, cards in boxes, dress them up beautifully with tissue. You could be selling those for £6, £7.
It's gorgeous.
And you can do these quite simply, like that, with just a polish over the top. You could do...
Right, Gwen, you say quite simply. Jimmy, come on in on this.
Sorry, I do say that.
I'm agreeing with you, because, look, that end result does not look like it's been done in quite a simple way.
No, I was referring to the previous card, but...
Oh, were you? That one?
Yes. In that it's just one colour over black.
That makes more sense then. But either or, let's be honest.
What I mean is it doesn't have to be labour intensive.
No.
As long as you've got the products and the know-how, you can do these really quickly. But this next one, yes, is a little more involved in that we've got a pixie powder, I'm guessing, background.
Not there, is there?
It could pixie bursts, pixie bursts, background, and then the embossing and the stenciling done on top. So, but once you understand that, it's quite a quick and easy process. And I have boxes of backgrounds. In fact, I'm going to show you one, hopefully, right now, where I've brought in a ready-made background that I had and used that. So
that's gorgeous.
And that's the deboss.
I was going to say that's the deboss, isn't it? So it goes in as opposed to comes out.
So you're getting like 2 for 1 anyway, because you can use both sides.
That's just the first design that we've got there, the Daffodil Dreams. Shall I show some more, Gwen? Because I feel they need to be shown because they're gorgeous. Let's show the folk art blooms. Now, the folk art, this is the only way you can get it is in the bundle. It's sold out on its own. We do have the pairings. We also have a set of, excuse me, we do have a set of the 4 embossing folders on their own as well, without the stencil. So the only way to get the actual folk art bloom stencil is in the bundle. Just gorgeous again. Oh, look at that.
And again, I know I keep saying it really simple. I know there's a lot of work gone in. I'm not, detracting from that. But it's just 2 colours, and it's the tools that you have that make it simple. You just emboss the cardstock, place your stencils, add your colour, job done.
That's gorgeous as well.
Chop them down. Don't get caught into the trap of thinking, I've got a big 5x7 panel, I can only make a 5x7 card. Not the case. Chop them up. You might have a panel, I've got panels that I've made where I've ruined parts of it with a streak of something across it that I didn't like. Chop it up, make a small card.
Look at that.
Gorgeous background done with blending polishers and then embossing and highlighting.
Look at this.
And this is acetate.
Good gosh.
Now, you might not know, but when you emboss acetate, it goes white, a bit like parchment does.
Come on in, Jimmy, come on in. Let's go seriously close on this. You might have to whip his extender out for you, Gwen.
Well.
Look at that. Oh, look.
Isn't that just lovely?
Divine. It's almost like it's parchment.
Yeah. But it's not got that white waxy finish. It's the clear acetate and then that white embossing into the acetate. It's really stunning.
It has that shine to it, doesn't it? Which is gorgeous.
And then vellum.
I mean, that looks like parchment.
Yes, well, vellum is a bit like, it's much more lightweight than parchment, but it behaves in much the same way. It's a bit more delicate, but you can certainly emboss it and it definitely goes white.
We're getting busy for this already. Eileen in Somerset, Judith in North Yorkshire, you are all in. Let's have a look at another one for you. This is Sunshine Serenade. Whenever I go in this set, my voice goes. Is it the aircon in
Yeah, I
this
think
set?
it is. My nose sets off every time.
Honestly, the weekend I was like that all the way through a show. It's ridiculous. Right, if you want this set on its own... This one on its own, Ellie, yeah? Okay, so this one on its own, Sunshine Serenade, there's only 5. Yeah, so if you want the set of the embossing folder and the stencil of the Sunshine Serenade, there's a lot of S's there, then that is about to sell out. We've only got 5 left for you. Oh, my gosh. Again,
I love that. Isn't that graphic?
Beautiful.
And again, that's on the deboss. So that's been debossed into black card, and then the stencils have been utilised to put in the red on one stencil and the silver on the other stencil.
Who made that? 'Cause that's gorgeous.
I think it's Emma Kemp.
Well, Emma Kemp, I salute you because
Isn't it lovely?
Absolutely divine. It really, I mean, all of your design team.
They are stars,
just brilliant.
superstars.
Absolutely brilliant.
I love this one as well. It's quite muted, but you've still got that fabulous design. Again, utilising inks in the background and then inks through the stencil to complement.
Myrtle in Oxfordshire, Eileen in Somerset, you're in. If everybody checks out right now, 15% of our remaining stock will be gone. We could be looking at a sellout before 7 o'clock.
I love this.
How autumnal and harvest festival
Yes.
kind of like gorgeous is
Isn't
that?
it?
Yeah. They're all stunning. I will say, each and every
are.
one of these cards, I mean, if you were selling them for a charity or to fund your own crafty habit, I think you could make a pretty penny.
I think you could. And as I say, they are relatively quick to do. You can go monotone like this with a highlight of a similar coloured polish.
Has that been buffed up or is that the polish?
It's polish, which we'll talk about, shall we?
The
in a
opal
mo?
polish. Yeah, because we've got it back, the opal polish. That's just gorgeous. It's, what's the word I want to say? It's luscious.
Luscious.
Yeah, it is luscious, isn't it? Look at that. Oh, now, see, is that?
That's deboss, is it? And turmeric card.
I was going to say, but that almost looked like foil or something there.
Well, I think what's happened, it's been debossed onto silver mirror and then scuffed up with a sanding pad.
So make it a bit distressed. Nice.
It's nice, isn't it?
Look at that.
Now that is
Total
done
opposite.
just with the stencils alone, which they don't look that great on their own because they're designed to work over the embossing, but Christine's done this with the sunflower. And she's then hand-doodled the lines in to infill what was missing in the pattern. I think that's gorgeous.
It shows the versatility if you want to try
Yes.
it. Oh my gosh, that's gorgeous. There's a lot of oh my gosh on this show, isn't
I like
there?
this. This is great. If you
lot
can
of,
see the beauty of these, hopefully the viewers can as well. I love that. Again, yes, it's a 7x5 panel, cut into 3 triptychs, mounted, and then you get a slightly bigger card. Lovely.
We are rapidly dwindling with the stock on this one. Remember, already 15% of the stock has gone, 20% of the stock has gone now. Your item code for this one is XC2847. I believe when it's gone, this bundle.
Yes, unfortunately. At the moment, we won't have any more.
Well, the good news is at the moment we still have a few. So Lorraine that's come in from Kent, you need to check out your baskets to secure your purchase. This design, if you want to go for this one on its own, is Sunshine Serenade. I love the fact that you can see, I mean, just whether you go for, well, whatever colour you go, oh, now look, whatever colour you go for.
That's vellum
it
again.
Works,
I think, is
doesn't
that
it?
debossed?
Yes,
it's debossed.
it is. Yeah,
So it's an inky background and then vellum debossed.
Just gorgeous.
And that's letterpress, which is what I'm going to start with next.
I just want to show every sample, if I may. And then finally for you, well, they're too good not to show, aren't they?
Aren't they?
It's beautiful. Finally for you, we've got Rose Garden. One of my favourite drag queens in Brighton, but that's another story. This is Rose Garden for you. So again, we have this on its own if you want to go for it as a duo of the stencils and the embossing folder. Or, of course, we have all of the embossing folders on their own, all the embossing folders as a set of 4 as well, without the stencils. But, of course, this is in the bundle. And the bundle, of course, $57.50. And you've got a split pay available on this too, so you can split it down into 2 interest-free split pays. Do we charge people to use split pay here at HobbyMaker? Jimmy, do we? No, we don't, Jimmy, because...
That would be rude.
Rude, silly. You say it, people. You say it. That would be rude, it would be silly, it would be mean, it would be cruel, it would be daft. So... don't do it, quite frankly. These are gorgeous. Oh, again, another one.
So this is interesting, isn't it? You've got the whole pattern.
Which way to put it?
And then it doesn't matter, does it?
No, it doesn't, does it?
And then using one of your nesting frames to isolate that centre point.
Which we have on the show. We've got some nesting frames coming
have.
up, actually, for you. Again, do check ahead on the website.
And we've got wordies.
Yeah, the wordies are here too. All of these things that you see are on the website right now. They are on this show, so take advantage of the Cat P&P to pop them all into your basket and check out all in one order. Oh, look, again. How beautiful is that?
So you don't have to be specific with your colouring. You can do random. That's quite bright and vibrant. I love that. But it's not like a pink rose and a green leaf. It's something else.
But that could just be put in a frame straight away. It's a work of art ready to go, isn't it? What's this next one? Lovely.
Love this. A small card again from our Christine. She's cut a panel, ripped it, put the sentiment in the middle of that, and highlighted it with gold. Love it.
Again, oh, hang on, that way round, isn't it? I mean, that's just... I love it when the light catches it.
Yes.
Are these all with the polishes as well? A lot
Some
of these?
some are done with different sorts of polish, but they've all got that glaze over the top, which is really splendid.
Just stunning. Busier and busier. Pauline in Midlothian, you are in as well now, my darling. Judith, well done. Congratulations, you've checked out. If everybody checks out, well over 20% of our stock has gone. Busy lines for this evening.
That is gorgeous
XC2847.
for a wedding card.
Yes. I mean, again, just so simple, but simply elegant,
Yes,
isn't it?
exactly.
Touch of class. Oh, now this is a nice idea. This one has been decoupaged.
Yes.
So cutting areas out again and then layering it
Cutting the
up.
flowers out and adding them as a separate layer. Yeah, really
I
fab.
love that. That's fab. Right, you've seen the samples. If you would like to go for yours, you need to check out to secure your purchase. XC2847 is your item code. Now, we've also got over by our Gwen there, we've got a power, well, an absolutely, what is it, 12 of them, isn't it? A power pack of your clouds. Now, what are Cosmic Shimmer Chalk Clouds, Gwen? What are they?
So these are a water-based ink with a chalky finish. So they're like a pigment ink. They are very opaque. They are water reactive. They're very much like distress oxides in the way they behave. So you can blend with them, stencil with them, stamp with them, splatter with them. You can mix them into texture paste if you want to colorise that, because they're not too watery, so that's something else you could use them for. But they're just a fabulous all-round
We're going to see these in action in the first demo.
So.
Just to say, you've got to pick and mix on these. Normally they're $6.99 each, but you fancy two for $11.88. That basically means you're now paying $5.99 for each one, so you're getting £1 off each one. Hurrah! We're loving that. We've got a few that are literally about to sell out. Subtle Sage, we're down to like the last one. Misty Grey, that's very busy. Cozy Clay, we've not got many of those left. Sweet Violet, Terracotta is limited stock now as well. So you need to check out your basket. I know. Yes. And Toasted Rose is busy as well.
It's my favourite.
Well, there you go. That's why.
Well, they're all my favourites.
You like them and they disappear. That's what it is. So if you want to go for one, grab it now whilst you've still got them. I know, yeah. All the men, touch a man, off he runs. If you would like to go for anything with those, remember you put two in your basket. The magic will happen when you get to the checkout. It will become $11.88 for both of them, as opposed to $6.99 times 2. Right, let's go back to our big bundle. Remember, $57.50 gets you all 4 of the embossing folders, all 4 of the fabulous stencils as well, at a brilliant price. And on split pay makes it even easier. You've seen what you're getting, but what can you do with it? That's where the lovely Gwen comes in.
And I'm going to start with that letterpress technique that I've been promising since yesterday.
Now, letterpressing is lovely. It's like an old school technique, isn't it?
Basically, it's printing things with colour or ink. So I'm going to use the embossing folder as my tool, if you like. So to do this, I need to work out which side is the front. So with the raised bit, now we've made it easy for you this time because we've actually printed the design on the front. So you know that that is the raised side of the pattern. So if I'm going to ink inside my folder, that's the side I want to ink. If you've got an embossing folder that it's not clear which is which, if you just run your finger over it, one side will feel bumpy and one side will have little depressions in it, and the outside surrounding bits will be smooth, if that helps. Probably not, but... So I'm going to use Misty Grey for this.
So these are our clouds?
Yes, and these are in a pad with a felt top and a sponge saturated.
I was worried things were going to pour out, but they
No,
won't, will
no, and I do store mine upside down just before I'm going to use them. Not all the time, but when I want to use them, I put them upside down just to get that ink, because it's much thicker than a dye-based ink.
To get the ink moving.
But if you push down with your smoothie, it'll bring it up into your smoothie, and look.
Nice.
There. So what I want to do here is I actually don't want too much on my smoothie. I want this to be quite soft.
Do we have the smoothies on the show today as well?
No, sadly not.
Are they on the website?
They will be. They are like staples, aren't they?
So do check out the Creative Expressions brand shop on the website. All the W's what?
HobbyMaker, UK.
Thanks, Jimmy.
So what I'm doing, I'm going all over this design gently. If I press too hard, it's going to get into every little crevice. I don't want that. I want it to pick up the flat areas and some of the lines that give some of the detail in between the more open areas. So gently, gently does it. And as I go, I'm sort of blending at the same time. So I can go right over that rose, and it's only hitting the lines in between the petals. It's not going right into the rose. So that's what you're aiming for. I find smoothies really good for this. I know some people like to do it with a brayer, and you can do that as well. I find the smoothies work particularly well. And you just need to make sure, it does take a minute or two, but it's worth it.
I just think things like this as well, because, I mean, the size of these embossing folders, what are they, 6x4?
5x7.
Sorry, look at me, missing me inches up, no change there. So 5x7, so these are going to be your card front straight away,
Yeah, they can be, absolutely. They can be as quick as that. I would say they do have a nice border that allows you to cut them down so that you can put a mat behind them and then onto your 7x5 card. So you don't start with 7x5 and have to go bigger. You know, for the sake of envelopes and things like that. That's usually quite useful. So I'm making sure this is nicely blended and it's quite soft. Okay?
A little message for you. We've got Diane that's messaged in. Diane says the following. She says, a beautiful collection and samples brill demos by Gwen. She's so informative.
Thank you.
She's very good. The paint clicker, don't. If you saw the previous show, you know what we're talking about. Thank you. I love it when you hit me. An amazing product. I actually did.
You wouldn't.
Huh?
You wouldn't.
Oh, no, you do it nicely. You hit me with your tongue every time, don't you, really? No, with your words. What more could you want? I need it all. I don't blame you, Diane, in Buckinghamshire.
Yes, Diane, go on.
Pop it in your basket.
You know you want to.
Yes, you do. Right, what's next?
All right, so what I would suggest you do when you're doing this type of technique is put your card on the clean side of the embossing folder, close the inky side onto the card, and then don't let go, because you don't want it to smudge.
No, you do not.
So let's get that into the machine. To emboss these folders through a machine, you need one base plate, your big white one, and one clear cutting plate. Mine's blue as it happens, but that's what you should start with. If you find the pressure's not enough, you can pop a shim into there. If you find the pressure's too much, that's a little more tricky, but all you need to do is take away the top cutting plate and replace it with a couple of sheets of grey board, and that should solve the issue.
Top tip.
Just be prepared to experiment, because every machine is different.
If everybody checks out now, 30% of our stock of the bundle will be gone.
Now, this just goes into water to be washed, and it rinses off, no bother. And this is very subtle, which is what I wanted. I didn't want it, you know, too dark and heavy. But we've now got this lovely grey giving us a complete background, which to try to colour in between all that would have been pretty hard. And now I can bring in those fabulous stencils.
I know you're going to do more with this, but I've got to say, I mean, that on its own,
yes,
just one pass of the machine, it's done, it's gorgeous,
I would possibly make it a little darker and not use grey, but yeah, certainly letterpress. Yeah, well, it depends what the occasion is, I guess.
Absolutely.
Quite nice for a sympathy card, wouldn't it? I'm sorry, I think I'm going to sneeze. No, I'm not.
That's right, if you need to sneeze, you sneeze.
Right, so we have these stencils. Let me just explain a little bit about these, if you've not seen them yet.
So these are the same size and obviously the same imagery as the embossing folders. So you would lay one over the emboss of the other.
That's right. So you've got layer 1, layer 2. They are labelled, and they are going to fit perfectly over your embossed pattern. So you can start with layer 1, okay, and pop that. It just snaps into place. Now, the only thing I noticed when I was working with these is if you've got a lot of pressure on your machine, inevitably, as you use the embossing folder, your card stretches slightly, so you may find the stencil doesn't exactly fit. It will slightly go out of alignment as you come further down the card. That's perfectly normal. Don't think you've done anything wrong. All you need to do is start at the top, colour the top bit, and then adjust your stencil as you need to come and do the bottom. But that's it. But mine fits perfectly because I've been practising and got my pressure sorted. Right, so I'm going to bring in the colour clouds now, and I'm going to be using a blending brushes.
What colour is that? Is that Toasted Rose?
This is not. This is Enchanted Blossom.
Oh,
which
now,
is
do we still have that on the screen? I think we do at the moment. We'll side graphic the fabulous deal that we've got on the clouds at the moment. Normally they are $6.99 each. You are going to get both, well, the two that you choose, for $11.88, which is brilliant. It doesn't even say on there, does it, which is a bit daft. But yeah, well, it does down there. I'm lying. Sorry, excuse me. It's at $11.98. I doubted it. I was like, have we got it right? We have. It's at $11.88 for the two pots. You can choose which colours you like. Some of the colours, though, literally, we are about to run out of. So you need to get them sooner rather than later. Back to Gwen.
All right, so I've just inked up my brush, and then very gently I'm just going to sweep over the top. Now what you'll find happens, because of the depth of the embossing, you just get natural shading. So you can see how the centre of the rose is darker than the rest of it. Because that's higher, it picks up the ink more quickly. And so it's ever so quick to do this, and you automatically get some level of shading. You can obviously go back and add more should you wish.
Now, obviously, you are a skilled lady, so you've not low-tap-taped your stenciling plates
No.
or anything. Would you recommend that maybe if people wanted to, they
Yes,
could?
if you're not great at, if perhaps you have problems with your dexterity, you can't hold things down, you can certainly tape this in place. What I would suggest is if your card, like mine, is smaller than your stencil, obviously you need to tape it on the back. I actually would like to use, as I do, my Make Art Station.
Okay.
And you'll have seen me bring this time and time again to the HobbyMaker. It sells out every time I bring it. It's a magnetic stenciling platform, and it's just superb. So if you have one of those, I don't know, because we haven't got stock, unfortunately. I would have had it today if I could have done. But if you've already got one, if you've had it from me in the past, then you're on a winner. So I'll just do parts of this because obviously it does take a goodly few minutes to do this, and it's very relaxing when you can just sit and meander through your design. So I'm going to bring in Vanilla Twist. This is a gorgeous soft custardy yellow, and I'm going to bring in.
Is it called custody yellow?
No, it's called Vanilla Twist.
Thank you.
Which is what I just said, if you were listening.
I thought you said custody yellow.
I said it is a gorgeous custody yellow.
Oh, that's the bit I heard, because my ears pricked up at
Oh,
custard.
do you know?
I was listening, honestly. Well, I'll be honest, I was a bit captivated by looking at the
yes.
end result.
It's fab, isn't it?
Yeah.
So we can pick out all these little bits and pieces. If you feel that bits of it are getting a little bit contaminated, I just put a little bit of copy paper to isolate the separate flowers, and then I can go in and be a bit more precise. But you don't need to. It doesn't really make that much of a difference. All right, so you can pick and choose. Let's bring in a little bit of terracotta.
And this was limited.
Oh, is it?
Limited stock, the terracotta.
Right.
It is this set. This happened at the weekend. I get in this set and my voice just goes.
Would you like some water?
Is the aircon above us here? Do you think? Because you sneeze in this set, don't you?
Yeah, my nose just starts dripping like a tap.
Do you think we need stunt doubles for this set? Should I go and say that to Mr. Love upstairs?
I think you struggle to find one for me.
Gwen and I have been talking. We want stunt doubles when we're in this set. Basically, we go in that set and we start sneezing and coughing and can't talk.
I think we'll survive, Nigel.
Go on, then.
Don't be such a drama queen.
What are you saying?
Cozy clay. I love this colour. It's like the minkiest minky mushroomy grey.
I agree with that. It's definitely a mushroom.
But it's called cozy clay. It's not
called
called
cozy clay.
minky
It's
mushroom.
Not, if you named it, it would be called minky mushroom, wouldn't it? Which would be great. Have you ever named a colour range?
No.
Because Gwen, I feel that's something that needs to be done.
Can you imagine?
Yes, it would be brilliant. Custardy yellow, minky mushroom. What was it? Minky. Oh, I can't. So what did you say? Minky mushroom.
I can't even remember.
I can't remember now. It was 30 seconds ago. We are of an age where we can't even remember what we said.
It was minky something mushroom.
That's literally like less than a minute ago.
Now, it's our age,
I
love
know
it.
It is.
Now
I've actually just said that. You just repeated what I've said.
Shut up. Shut up.
Cozy clay, as you were.
You've done it now.
I don't think I've ever made Gwen laugh.
Oh, you have. You might.
No,
I might not have been sat outside of you, but you have.
Not to the point, but yeah, that's true. But not to the point of not being able to talk.
So I'm going to stop there. Obviously, the others are all similar, so you'd continue with those colours. Now,
gorgeous.
Look at that. Isn't that lovely? And it's so precise. It's so on.
But that's the joy of the stencils,
Absolutely,
isn't it? Yeah.
yes. So now, this particular stencil gives you all of your foliage. So you can come in with as many shades of green as you like. I'm going to start with Sweet Apple.
Okay. Are any of our colours gone yet, Ellie, on the pick and mix? Okay, we will put it on the... we'll give it main billing so we can have a look to see which colours have disappeared. I know terracotta, we were down to the last few. Sweet violet, toasted rose, blue lagoon is about to disappear. Blue lagoon, we are down to like literally first.
Do you want to show the swatches?
Yes, please, I will do.
That would be helpful.
Thank you. Honestly. There you go. She's battering me with her tongue again. When she's not licking paint, she's battering me with it. Let's have a look.
I get such a reputation.
Is it all of these? Those
yes.
are the opals, aren't they?
No, that's all of the...
Why did you not do them all the same?
Because I had two separate lots going on.
Well, that's going to confuse the poor
No, they're only looking at the colours.
Let's have a look. Here we go.
Do you know?
This is your gentle lavender. That's gorgeous. Then you've got your subtle sage. I know we were down to the last few. Oh, in fact, subtle sage is gone.
Oh, heck.
On my screen it says 0, so that means subtle sage is gone. Then you've got your enchanted blossom. That's beautiful.
I need to blow my nose now.
That's good. Have a quick blow. Nobody's looking. There you go. Cut a mic. Toasted rose. You've got toasted rose there. Cozy clay. You're out, so you can have a good old blow if you want. There's cozy clay. That's the one that Gwen has been using at the moment. We've got sweet violet. If you would like to go for that, that's sweet violet there. Literally down to the last few on that. Then we've got misty grey, princess pink, blue lagoon. We've also got vanilla twist, custardy yellow. That's vanilla twist. We've got sweet apple and then terracotta. Terracotta was down to the last few as well. Has vanilla twist gone now as well? No, we've still got a few of vanilla twist. You're all right on that one. Gorgeous colours. Gorgeous colours. And good coverage.
Yes, and what I was doing then was just working in little circles, anti-clockwise and then clockwise. And I do that when I'm stenciling because that hits every area of the stencil. Now, if I want to add some shade into this, I don't have to do anything complicated. All I need to do is hit the stencil from one side only.
What, to get like a darker colour?
Yes.
Okay.
So I can just hit it from one side.
So it's not that you're putting on more pressure, it's just the technique of doing that.
So if you have a look at those leaves now, you can see it's darker there because you can build with these. And these brushes lay down a very soft layer and then you can go in and add more to it. So you get the idea. These will just wash out with water, these chalk clouds, so very easy to clean up. And let me find the one I've already finished. What have I done with it?
We are getting busier and busier on this fine... What are we? Is it Wednesday today? It is, isn't it? On this fine Wednesday evening. So if you have any questions, Gwen, she knows her onions. So do get your questions in for our Gwen. We want you to spend your money with confidence here at HobbyMaker. Studio@hobbymaker.co.uk is the address for your emails if you want to ask Gwen any questions. Because I doubt very much that she won't know the answer. She will know the answer.
Well, if I don't, I'll make it up.
Or she'll find somebody that does. That's what she's meaning to say.
Of course.
Or she'll make it up.
So a point I missed with this particular set of stencils is something really clever. These little sunflowers have a centre that you might wish to do in a different colour, because sunflowers do have a dark centre, don't they?
Yes, they do, yeah.
What they've very cleverly done for this stencil is numbered these, number 1, number 2 and number 3. And on this particular stencil, we have number 1, 2, 3. So I can pick up excuse me, number 2.
Oh my gosh.
I can pick up my cozy clay. Has that gone?
Cozy clay, 4 left.
And
That's a good noise. That was a good noise. That's the 4 left noise.
I can pop in a centre.
That's gorgeous.
And it's accurate.
But it makes a difference.
It does make a massive difference. It really does. So there you go. That's basically how all the sets of stencils work. And if I bring in one that I've actually finished, what did I do with it?
What
there
did you
it
do
is.
with it?
Here we
There is
are.
the question.
So my background came out slightly darker, as you can see. What you can do is go around and blend the edge, like you might do normally when you're inking something. But that's the finished. That was actually the misty grey that I scented those with, slightly different colour. But isn't that gorgeous?
Absolutely gorgeous. I mean, that in a frame straight away, that on a card straight away, that as a bit of home decor.
Yeah.
Just
now,
beautiful.
I want to show you something else.
Please do. Just to say, we've got to go for the opal polishes in a minute.
I know. But let me show you this with the chalk clouds. Because you can stamp with them. Now, I keep saying this, but I don't show you, so I'm going to show you.
Oh, please do.
You can also blend with them. Look at this piece of card. You wouldn't think I'd ink blended that.
No.
And I didn't do anything fancy. I used a smoothie and I blended all across and then give it another coat. I can't find my pink. Oh, you can use these as well. And it's really easy to achieve a seamless blend. So if you just come in, at first you think, what? That's terrible, which it is. But you don't stop. You keep going. And all those lines and marks, look, they just disappear.
They do, don't they? Blend together.
Yep. And then when that's all covered and you've got to a point that you enjoy, it will soften as it dries and it will continue to blend a little bit.
And it leaves a lovely kind of like matte finish,
Yes.
doesn't it?
Yes, it's really chalky, really beautiful. Now, to stamp with these, I've got a fantastic stamp here that is one of Jane Gill's designs. And I'm going to apply ink to this. You can do this with a smoothie. I'm going to do it with the foam applicator. Just dab it on as if it was an ink pad. All right, you have to take it out of the pot to do this. But other than that, these are perfect stamping ink. And then onto a lovely piece of white cardstock. Let's stamp this.
Now, we've had a message in from Leslie. They're asking if I can see Leslie's message. No, I can see Diane's on the screen. Now I can see Leslie's. It's just popped up. Leslie in Lincolnshire. Now, Leslie works with...
Hello, Leslie,
you know
from
Leslie
Santangle.
Yes, from Santangle with our lovely Sandra.
Yes.
She says, hi, Nigel and Gwen. I love the colour clouds. May have to give in and get some more from Leslie Elf. Leslie Elf, treat yourself.
Leslie
if you've got
Elf,
an itch, scratch it, girlfriend.
you told me last night you were sitting on your hands. But don't do that any longer. Right, so...
Take your hands out from underneath you and get those clouds in your basket. That's what we say.
So I've done a bit of fancy cutting around that word, just by hand. You could just simply set that on the same colour background. But what about if you did this?
Gorgeous.
Now, doesn't that set that off?
Yeah, gorgeous.
And that's all you need to do.
They're so versatile,
So
aren't they?
versatile.
OK, we are busier and busier for our clouds. We are busier and busier for our embossing folders as well. Let's talk about our opal polishes. These sold out earlier, but we've managed to get them back. We haven't got a huge stock, so it is going to be first come, first served on these. Excuse me, set A and set B we've got for you. This is set A. There's 3 in each particular one. OK, first question I've got to ask, what is an opal polish?
So, I will explain.
Thanking you.
Please excuse me.
I know, honestly. We need like a drink between us, don't we?
We need some gin.
Gin. I'd have a vodka lime and soda. What would you have?
Gin and tonic.
Right, Becky, gin and tonic, vodka lime and soda, and whatever you're having.
We're not...
Bottle of rosé.
We're not advocating daytime drinking, but, you know.
No, absolutely. Hashtag drink responsibly. But
yes.
Hey, it's hump day, isn't it? We're virtually at the weekend.
Yes.
Hump day is Wednesday,
so,
isn't it? Yeah.
These are our opal polish. Now, like all our polish ranges, they come in a beautiful, chunky glass jar, very substantial. In the lid, we have self-contained applicator. When you're using, well, when I'm using them, I like to use that as kind of a little docking station. That likes to fall out.
This colour is in set B.
Pop that in there.
We've got set A on the screen, but this colour is set B. So what we'll do is rotate them.
Got it all over my fingers now.
Do you want to? Shall I show you the set? So you've got this set is set A. These are the colours in set A at the top. So if you want to go for that one, that is SP2865. Oh, that's B now. Sorry, we've moved. I beg your pardon. Sorry, that's set B. So it's £17.99 SP2865. That's £17.99 for set B. Then set A is this one on the top. We'll give you the details for that. Again, that will be £17.99 again. We'll get that price down. And that's S... what's the item code on that one going to be? Let's have a look. GW, like Gwen.
Hey.
I know, love it. GW28. Oh, in your age.
Stop it.
Oh, well, I'm being nice for once, aren't I? Oh, I'd have been better off picking the 81 in the middle. GW2812.
You won't be doing anything in a minute.
I love working with you.
You will be incapacitated. You can move that.
Can I?
Yeah, I'll let you.
It was getting him away, I'm not going to lie.
Well, don't get any closer to me.
So, on the last show, Adam said that Sharon and I had to stand ridiculously close to each other.
Yeah.
So luckily we can't. I can't move this chair anyway, to be honest. Right, what we doing?
Okay, opal polish. So I'm going to go through set B.
Set B.
So this is your copper pearl. So these are interference. So you might be familiar with some of our other polishes. Perhaps you've seen the metallic gilding polish. Perhaps you've seen the matte chalk polish. Perhaps you've seen the lustre polish. These don't get aired very much, and it's a shame because they're stunning.
These are creamy, aren't they?
Yes, very creamy. Now, when you apply these to white card, this particular one is quite subtle. Can you see that? It's got a lovely...
Okay, let's... Right,
No,
Becky, we're going to need a close-up.
You do your thing.
Shall I do an angle of the dangle? So this bit here we need to get in close on, because look, you will see it's not easy to see.
No, it's not. It is subtle, but like we were saying, if you did, like on that rose one, and you just highlighted it with this, it would be stunning as a wedding card. It'd be very elegant, wouldn't it?
Oh, God, honestly, I wish you could see that, because it's just got like a real... Let me see if I can...
Slight copper hint.
Okay, let's go back to it now. Thanks, Adam. Sorry, and Becky. There you go. So you can see there's a little bit of sheen and a shine on the end there. It is subtle, but there you go.
It is. And then where the magic happens is when it comes onto the black.
Yeah, on the black it's going to be a lot more evident.
It can be dark. It doesn't have to be black. Each cardstock will give it a slightly different tone.
Can I
Look
just
at
say,
that.
you know Adam, our director?
Mm-hmm.
He's like the most cynical old the most cynical old buzzard you're ever going to meet, quite frankly. And he just went, as you did that, he went, oh.
Did he? Yeah.
Which means that if you pleased Adam,
well,
then it must be a really good thing.
Excellent. Well,
if it's got the wow factor
I'm
that wows
honoured.
Adam, yeah.
Right, so this one is your blush peach. So as you would expect on the white, this is going to be a beautiful peachy colour. But when we come onto the black, it's almost like a darker bronze colour. There we go. It's slightly redder than the one before. So that's your blush peach.
So that is in set B.
And then finally, we've got blue wisteria.
Which is set B as well. I love wisteria.
This is stunning. It's a gorgeous, vibrant sort of violet, which is really lovely.
See, that on the white is stunning.
But on the black,
oh, hello.
Look at this. You get this incredible ultramarine blue.
That's the perfect description. It is ultramarine.
Oh, hello. Will you
Love
stop
that.
it?
Right, Leslie in Lincolnshire, Janet in Staffordshire, Nicola in Northamptonshire. My word, you are busy. Linda, Jean, Diane, Gillian and Leanne. Well done, you've already checked out your baskets. Are we going to do set A now?
Now let's do set A.
So set A, this is the... What colour is this? This is apple or something?
This is... Oh, I get them mixed up. Yellow limes.
Yellow limes?
Yellow limes, yes.
Well, this is zesty
so
and
this
fruity,
is
isn't it,
zingy. It's like a
Good word.
citrus, kiwi, mushy pea.
Mushy pea's not so glam.
Not so vibrant, is it?
Not so glam.
There we go. It's lovely, this. It's
I
really...
think they'd be like radioactive mushy peas if they were that colour, do you know what I mean?
Anyway.
But I think limes is a good
We've
colour
covered
for
all the spectrum of
We
greens. I've got hair. And on the black, now this is going to shock you.
Ooh.
That is just like a dark verdigris green gold, isn't it?
I was going to say, it's giving me gold.
Yeah, it's lovely.
Did you say verdigris?
Yeah.
Yes, it is
It's
that,
a little
isn't
bit
it?
of a
Yeah.
verdigris. This is the Golden Glow. Yes, it's gold, and yes, you might think, well, I've got a gold metallic gilding polish, but your gold metallic gilding polish is not going to do this. So on the white, yes, a beautiful soft buttery gold.
Yes, like an antique gold on the white, isn't it?
Yeah. And then on the black...
You're not using a massive amount.
No.
Oh, hello, that's sexy.
And that's like a dark antique brass almost, isn't it?
It is, isn't it?
Yeah.
This is gorgeous. I mean, it just brings out that design, whatever you put it onto.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? And even where the two are mixing across, you're getting nice things happening as well.
So what else can we use these on then, Gwen?
Well, again, you can blend a background with them. You can stamp with them.
Mm-hmm.
You can wash them down.
To the stamp then?
Yes, like this, and then on.
Stamp,
yeah, you can wash them down, paint with them, splatter with them, highlight, over emboss designs with them, as we've been doing. So all of those. So this is your lavender blue. And
lavender blue is in set A.
It's just a gorgeous blue on the white. But then when we come down to the black...
So we're going to get a completely different colour here,
Completely different colour.
Now that's like crafting voodoo.
There you go.
One colour becomes another.
And a bit about maintenance. If you want to use this again in the next couple of days, I would simply spritz the sponge with a bit of water, put it away. It'll keep it nice and soft. If your jar, like mine's nearly empty, this one, I've been at it, mist the top of that, pop the lid on, it'll be fine, it'll keep it fresh. If you're not going to use it in the next couple of days, just wash this under the tap, squeege all the colour out, and then it'll be fine.
Okay, nice and easy.
Right.
Okay, I just want to show this as well, again, just to get the lustre on this, because it is just beautiful. I mean,
Aren't they incredible?
Look at that.
Really special.
That's gorgeous.
Yeah.
We've done a lot of this show, haven't we?
Well, that's what we like, don't
we? Yeah, but there's
we?
been a lot of cooing and ooing this show. It's
Good.
always been great stuff, but today it's like exceptionally great.
Thank you.
Excuse me. If you want to go for set B, there it is. $17.99 for those three. You are going to get in set P. Set B. Set P. Hello. Set B. You get those three colours. Can't remember the names, but you've got like the purple, that lovely sort of silver, and then that gold one in there as well. Can't remember the names, my apologies, for your opal polish. That's set B. Should we show you set A as well? In set A, you are going to get the zesty limes. I can remember that one. What was the blue one called?
Blue violet.
Blue violet, and then you've also got the other one.
Or lavender blue. Lavender blue, sorry.
Blue, there you go.
This one is blue wisteria.
That was down at the bottom, wasn't it? $17.99 is your price on that. GW2812 is your item code on that one. So just to clarify your colours, set A is yellow limes, lavender blue, and golden glow. And then set B, if you'd like to go for that one, is blue wisteria, blushed peach, and copper pearl. So those are your three colours. GW2812. Now back to our big bundle. Our embossing folders and our stencil set. We've got 8 in there, so we get 4 stencils and 4 coordinating embossing folders. They are split into 4 different designs. We've got Rose Garden, Sunshine Serenade, Daffodil Dreams and Folk Art Blooms. Now, Folk Art Blooms no longer available on its own, and neither is Sunshine Serenade either. So the only way to get those is in the bundle. You can get a foursome of just the embossing folders on their own, and you can get duos of, well, Rose Garden and a Daffodil Dreams on their own, but you can't get the other two. So the only way to guarantee everything is to go for the main bundle. The foursome for the embossing folders is on the screen right now, $29.99. You don't get your stencils in there, but, I mean, if you get the embossing folders, they're still beautiful on their own. Gwen, what's next?
Well, I just wanted to show this, because I'm not going to get time to demonstrate it, but this is the opal polishers using the embossing folder and stencils on black card, and it's taken on those extra colours when you put it over the black. And I've blended this using these brushes, which you might not think you could use in the polish, but all you do is exactly what I did with the sponge that comes with it, scrape it up the side of the jar to load the brush and then go to your stencil. So you can stencil with these polishers and create fantastic results like that, and everybody's going to want to know how you did that.
This is the thing, I mean, it just looks so professional,
So I did want to show you that, but actually what I want to show you now, I had this idea in my head when I started with these to do something slightly monochromatic. I think that would look quite effective. And also I've got some beautiful oval dies for you. And one of the things I said earlier was if you're going to do a die cut from these panels, you need to cut first, really, ideally, and emboss afterwards, because if you emboss first and then die cut, you'll flatten the embossing.
Shorts, bloody nose, there you go. If you want to go for these, just covered quite accordingly, there you go. If you do want to go for these are your fabulous oval dies. These are your Noble Collection looped ovals that we've got for you here. Come in close again so you can see the design on this. I'll turn it around.
We've got 3 sets, and they're all the right size to go with each other. So you can mat and layer, stack them, make frames with them, combine them to get different effects.
So those are $19.99 if you want to go for the ovals. That's EU2810, your item code. We've also got some scalloped ovals for you, which are these ones. If you'd like to go for that, you have got 9 of the scalloped ovals for you there.
Which look like this.
Let's show you the metal that you get for your money. We'll pop that in, Gwen, if you want. Shove it in, my darling. There you go.
So these are a beautiful, delicate, lacy edge. Again, you can stack these on top of each other or cut 2 together to create a frame, or cut one with the stitched ovals, which Nigel's going to show you in a minute, to create a frame.
UT2843 is your item code on that one. And then finally for you, we've got the double stitched oval, which is this one here. So again, I mean, if we're getting close, you'll see that lovely stitch detail, giving you that extra interest with your design, Gwen.
Yes. So it gets, when you cut it, you get the stitched edge to the outside of the panel and the inside of the aperture that comes from the other side of this. And then if you cut 2 together, you'll get a double stitched on a frame.
Thank you very much. $21.99 is your price on that. QB2814. Should we crack on?
Let's
do it, Gwen.
Right.
We've got 10 minutes left.
Okay, so I've cut my oval panel already, and now I'm going to emboss using the folk art flowers.
Only way you can get the folk art is in the bundle.
So, would you like to do the honours?
Oh, yes, please.
Pop it through, and you can let everybody know how easily that goes through. Well, you've wound me up enough today.
You had that gag prepared, didn't you?
No, I didn't actually.
Did you not?
No.
That's genius. There you go. Oh, Linda's in for the big bundle. Oh, well done, Linda. And Karen of the Isle of Man. This is the last showing, isn't it?
It is, sadly.
I mean, you may get the repeats overnight, but obviously there's no guarantee because things have disappeared. We've had colours disappear and stuff of our clouds and all of that. So there's no guarantee that things will be on the show if you try and watch later.
So there we are, embossed on a panel. And that gives it another completely different look, doesn't it? So I'm going to bring in the stencils. Now let me get this the right way around. So layer 1, this is going to give us some of our detail, foliage and flowers and little additional things, and it just clicks into place.
So let's just explain this again for latecomers to the scene, because obviously these stencils are exactly the right size and pattern formulation to match with the embossing folders.
So once you've embossed your design, you'll find the stencils fit perfectly over. I've tried doing the stencils first and then embossing, and that works. The problem with that is, if you're looking at a stencil like that, you don't exactly know what's what. Whereas once it's over the stencil, it's quite clear what's what.
Absolutely.
So did the Subtle Sage, did that sell out?
Subtle Sage, I think it had gone, if I remember right. Did we say 4 left? I think it might have been 4 left, we said. We will check for you. You can use it, my darling, don't you worry.
I will. So I'm going to use...
Let's remember, nobody's going to mess with you, Gwen. We think it has gone Subtle Sage, actually.
Well, I can use a different colour.
Can you?
Yeah.
Do you want to use your Vanilla Twist? Because that proved to be very popular. Or would that not
It's
be
a bit subtle for what I'm doing.
What would you like?
What I'll
Princess
use
Pink, Blue Lagoon, not Blue
Lagoon.
Lagoon.
Gentle Lavender?
Gentle Lavender. How many have we got there left? Yeah, we've got a good stock of that.
Right, let's do that. So I just need to find a brush I can use, which this one's fine. Okay. So Gentle Lavender. I like to ink up my brush and then work the ink into the bristles by doing little circles on the piece of paper. You don't want to go in full tilt because it'll be too much. So I've just shifted that.
Now you can take this down if need be, but obviously Gwen is
yes, you can, absolutely.
Trade.
So I'm just going to be quite gentle with this and go in and ink all the areas with the same colour. Okay. Because, as I say, I was doing a monochrome. And the other thing I've done on my original one, which I'll show you in a minute, is I letterpressed it first with the same colour. So that came out very, very subtle. And then I inked over the top of it. But I didn't do that because it takes a bit too long for the time we have left available. So doing it like this, it's really quick. And you don't have to think about what colour to put where. And, it's a really easy way of doing it. I'm all for that. I mean, I can think and mess and faff with the best of them. But I do sometimes like to just have a quick solution as well. So,
I mean, that's the thing with all of these products that we bought tonight. I mean, you are going to get great results relatively quickly.
Yes, and you can take them to whatever level you like.
Yes. There's always an avenue to explore, isn't there?
Indeed. And we like that.
We do. That's
isn't that
beautiful.
classy?
I need to get new superlatives.
Isn't it classy, that?
Classy, that would do.
Just like me.
Yeah. Well, Glenn. Classy and easy to do. There you go. That sounds really weird. I didn't mean that. Didn't actually mean it in the way that it sounded, but there you go.
He's just getting
easy
words.
to work with.
I apologise on behalf of Nigel.
Classy and easy to work with. There you go. That's what I meant.
Really?
But it came out the wrong way.
Right, so I've put the second stencil, but I'm still going to use the same ink colour.
I love that. They just said in my ear, oh, poor Gwen, she gets bullied. Hello, who's the victim on this show? I think you've had it towards me, but I'm quite happy about that. I love it. I know I just called Gwen easy, but I meant easy to work with. That's what I meant.
You know when you should quit when you're ahead, Nigel?
Well, tell that to Ellie.
Just shut up.
She knows I will repeat whatever she says. That's the problem.
Yes, you've no filter, have you, love?
I don't have a filter.
No, you need to grow one.
A lot of my friends moan at me because it's like I never filter photos before I put them online, and I don't understand why people would. Why do you want to show something that doesn't look like you? Do you know what I mean?
Well, I can think of a reason.
Well, no, but like some people
No, I know what you mean.
Literally filter themselves to within an inch of their lives. I don't.
That's daft.
My personal opinion, you don't filter, Becky, do you? Well, you don't need to. You're like 22 or something, aren't you? How old are you? Early 20s. I mean,
so, no, don't start.
I'm not going to. I mean, I was going to say maybe people at my age could do with a filter, but no, I don't care to use one, Gwen.
No. I missed an edge there, so I'm just going back in. There we are.
I mean, that again, simply...
Simple.
But simply good enough to use, or simply good enough to stop there.
If you have a stencil brush, I can now go into this and I can actually increase the colour in some of the areas. All right. And again, I'm going to do that thing where I'm just going to hit one side of the design. So I'm going into my ink, work it into the bristles, and then just come in from one side.
So that little flicking technique.
Yes. I could go around as well, but just down one side. doesn't matter, whichever you feel comfortable doing. And that would give shadow. And if you do that all over, it just makes it really interesting.
Get a little close-up on that one again, just to show, because, I mean, that really is fabulous. Bringing that design out even more. Just that bit there you go. So I know it's going under our side panel. You can see, I mean, it's just lovely. I mean, you can see the one that hasn't been done and the one that has been done. Yeah. What a difference. Yeah. Yeah.
So just going down one side, if you're not confident with shading, this is a fabulous way to learn, because I can say to you, just go down one side.
Got a message for you. Oh, sorry.
And then when you've removed the stencil and perhaps you're working with a stamp, you'll remember, just go down one side, and it will help you with shading.
Got a message for you, Gwen. This
yes.
is from Sharon. Sharon's messaged in Cambridge, I do believe.
Hi, Sharon.
She says, hi, Gwen and Nigel. Gwen, can you use the opal polish on wood?
Yes, you can.
There you go. I do pyrography and would love to add the colours to my work. Thank you from Sharon.
Yes.
That would be perfect.
That would be lovely.
That would be perfect.
You might want to try on different sorts of wood, because obviously it's going to pick up the grain in the wood. If you want it more solid, you probably take a little bit of the polish out of the pot, mix it with a very, very small amount of water and actually paint it on. So you could do either of those, or stencil it on.
There you go, top tips galore.
Now,
we've got a few minutes left on the show.
Let me show you the one I've done and finished,
yes,
if I may. This was with the sage green ink. I've letterpressed the background, so you can see it has a green tinge in the background, and then everything else is green and white. I then decided I was going to mount that onto the loopy oval, which we've got the dies for you in that one today. And then very simply, I was going to mount that onto a white card. And I've added some water crystals, which we haven't even talked about those, and we've got those as well available for you. So there we are, a really simple card, really quick to do, but very elegant.
If you want the water crystals, we'll give you the details of those. They do add that beautiful, delicious dewdrop look to your project.
Do you want to hold that up?
I will willingly. For you,
Thank
Gwen,
you, darling.
the world. Quite
wow.
But look, that's just gorgeous, isn't it?
The underworld.
Absolutely beautiful. The underworld. That's genius. For you, the world, yes, the underworld. I love it. Right, let's move that out of the way because I want to show these. We're going to finish off by showing you some of the samples of the thanks, Gwen. Some of the things that you could be making using the fabulous big bundle that we've got for you this evening. I picked 3 cards from each of the designs. We will start with this one. This is obviously our Daffodil Dreams that we have. Gwen, for people that are still doubting themselves and thinking, I'm never going to be able to do that, what do we say?
It's really straightforward. Just take your time, emboss a panel, pop a stencil over, colour all the bits you can see through the stencil, take that stencil off, put the next stencil on, colour all the bits you can see through that stencil, take it off, and you've done it.
That's Sunshine Serenade that we're looking at here. That one on its own, gone as a duo. We only have it in the bundle. That, I've got to say, I mean, I've loved all the cards, but that one in particular,
Isn't it striking?
Adoring. The colours, it's like... You would think like deep red on a black background with a stencil, is that with an embossing folder, is that going to be good enough? Yes, it is. Yeah. Absolutely stunning.
Like you say, so autumnal, isn't it?
Yeah, but I love it. You can make it as trans-seasonal as you like, though, can't you? That's the great thing about these. You've got this one here. This design is our Folk Art Blooms. So you can see, again, how the variety of design that you've actually got here as well. And then oh, look at that. See, I say finally, and then I can't move on because I'm just like, look at that.
Isn't
that
lovely?
Using the opal polish again?
It's not opal polish. People keep asking me, and I don't know because Christine's made it.
Say.
No, because it's not, they don't know what I'm bringing in the shows. So I think she's used, I'm guessing, correct me if I'm wrong, Christine, if you're watching, metallic gilding polish, highlighted with glitter kiss, possibly.
It's gorgeous. So again, creative expressions.
So a couple of polishes, yeah. Two of the other sorts of polish we do. Metallic gilding polish and glitter kiss, which is a polish in a polish jar as well, but it's not a polish.
Thanking you, Gwen. And then we move on to the final design that we have for you as well, which is the Rose Garden. So you can see that's included in your set. If you do want to go for that big bundle, it's XC2847, your item code. 3 ways to order. You can either order via the free phone telephone number. There it is, 0800 001 4433. You can order if you want to via the app. Download the free HobbyMaker app from your Google Store or your App Store. Or you can go to the website. Gwen, it's your moment. What's the website? All the W's what?
HobbyMaker.co.uk.
Oh, that's good. HobbyMaker.co.uk. Becky clapped you on the cameras then. And you could. Gwen, adorable as ever. Thank you so much. When are you next back?
I'll check when you're on first.
Of course you will. When are you on?
30th
and I'll
of
make sure I do
April
take the day off for you.
And the 1st of May.
30th of April and the 1st of May.
Yes.
There you go. So that's a couple of weeks, isn't it?
so excited what I've got for
You're
you.
in on my day then, May Day. There's a big event. I'm on all day. No, I'm not. That's a lie. But there you go. That would be too logical, wouldn't it? Let's be honest. Right, Gwen's back soon on the 30th of April and the 1st of May. I will be back way before that in 3 minutes' time. Are you ready to do the honey-do? Well, you're in the right place here on HobbyMaker.
Bye.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new HobbyMaker app. Head over to your app store now and search HobbyMaker and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today's button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. So never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new HobbyMaker app.
Shopping with HobbyMaker couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.hobbymaker.co.uk, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your craft room essentials to paper, tools, cutting machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our HobbyMaker app. Simply head over to your app store and search HobbyMaker. Alternatively, you can call our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at HobbyMaker.
Here at HobbyMaker, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and checkout and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Shopping made easy at HobbyMaker.
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on HobbyMaker.
Registering for a HobbyMaker account on our website couldn't be easier. Head over to hobbymaker.co.uk and click on Register Now. Type in your preferred email address, create a password of your choice, and we just ask you for a few simple details. Click on Create Account and then away you go. Within your account setting, you can view your order history, address and card details and items in your basket. Shopping made easy with HobbyMaker.
Hey there everybody and welcome back to HobbyMaker on this Wednesday evening. My name is Nigel, mate, and this lovely lady who's hiding behind there. Come over here, you gorgeous lady. It's Amanda. How are you?
Very well, thank you, lovely.
How do you do crafts? Now, relatively, how long have you been here at HobbyMaker now?
This is our second.
So I was going to say, relatively new to the HobbyMaker family. I mean, I've worked with you for many a moon.
Many years, I know. It's scary, isn't it?
This lovely lady brings fabulous things to the craft table, let it be said. For people that don't know about Honeydew Crafts, because we've got so many things tonight from, you know, you name it, we've got it on the show. Stamps, stencils galore, we've got it. What do you try and do as a company?
As a company, we try to be affordable And we try to do stuff that covers everything. So although we do a lot of florally type stuff, I do try and do stuff that's going to cover your kids and your teenagers, and so everything's quite generic.
Yes.
If that makes sense. So you can use it for pretty much everything.
How long have you been going?
As Honeydew Crafts, I've been going for almost 10 years.
A decade. To be going after 10 years, especially when there's a little thing called a pandemic in the middle of it as well, just proves how good this company is. Basically, you are in safe hands by buying a Honeydew product. You can check out the entire Honeydew range on the brand shop on the website. What is the website, team, or the W is what? HobbyMaker.co.uk. That is the one. Right, we've got lots on the show and lots of demos coming as well. This is going to be a real workshop, so sit back and wallow in the glory of Amanda coming up. We're going to start with some stamps, though. We've got 6 fabulous floral stamps for you. No, you can stay here, darling. I'm going to send you off in a minute. You're not going anywhere. Let's start with our clematis, the one on the end. So we're going to start at the top, Becky, and work our way across. So that's the clematis that we've got there. I love it with your stamps because you've got individual stamps, or you can put them together and build up a bigger, in this case, bouquet.
Exactly that. We did a card just before on our last show, at the end of the last show at 3 o'clock, and that was using these flowers, and that's exactly what we did. We stamped them onto vellum, and we built them up into a big display.
Price $9.99 for this one. So again, I mean, that's good value for money considering the versatility that you have with that one. If you do want to go for that, it's PQHN80 is your item code on that one. 3 ways to order. You can either do it via the phone lines, do it via the website that we just mentioned, or of course via the HobbyMaker app. It's entirely up to you. Next up for you, let's go for our Magnolia, a beautiful flower. This, again, you've got that large stamp on there.
It is. It's a big stamp, and it's quite a real classic Magnolia stamp. It is exactly what it says on the tin. There's nothing fancy about it. It is what it is. But it is such a clean-lined image, this one. I loved it. We did this again the previous show. We did it with and did it as a little thank you card. And it's perfect for something like that.
You can't mess with the Magnolia. It's got to be the perfect Magnolia. Again, if you want to go for that one, it's under a 10 at $9.99. Don't forget, here at HobbyMaker, a cat P&P in the UK of $3.95. So put as many things in your basket as you like, as many times as you like within a 24-hour period, and it's just $3.95. That pleases me to say that every time.
I know.
It's the best P&P message like ever. Next up for you, we've got Proud Day. So this one, again, a beautiful collection of flowers within the one stamp. So let's have a look at this one. Gorgeous. Beautiful. Is that the right one?
No, that one's Garden Daisies.
Hang on.
Proud Day's there.
Which one are you going for? We're not... Yeah. Oh, we're not doing them in the same order we agreed before then. That's a bit bizarre. But there you go. Confusing. So what one's that one?
That one's Proud Day that's now on there.
That's Proud Day that we've got there. Okay, so ignore what I said before. It's you've got the bold flower there, and then you've got the wording with it as well. So you made me so proud, so proud of you. It's everything you need there.
It is. It covers you've got graduation coming up. You've got people going for new jobs. You've got sometimes people it's just nice to say, you make me really proud.
Yeah, it's a lovely one, isn't it? I mean, that flower you can use on its own for any occasion.
Absolutely.
But it's lovely to have that so proud of you because it goes beyond just a happy birthday.
Yeah, it does. Doesn't it? And on this one, you can do so proud of you, or you make me so proud, or you make us so proud.
Mix and match.
There's the tiny little words that you can slot in there.
Love that. Okay, let's go to the one on the top that we didn't have a look at before. That is this one.
Garden
Daisies. Is the daisies that we've got for you here. So that, again, that lovely collection of garden daisies.
Oh, and I love a daisy.
Who doesn't love a
Daisy's
daisy?
real spring, isn't it?
If you show me something that doesn't like a daisy, I would have to say to you, hello. Do you not like life itself, like daisy chains and all of that? Oh, love a daisy. So that's your garden daisies if you like to go for it. $9.99 is your price again on that one, under a tenner. Next up for you, we will go middle bottom. So that's going to be your garden delights that we have for you there. Limited stocks on that one. Oh, so is that middle bottom? I don't know whether it is. No, it's not. No idea. What happened to the order we decided beforehand? So there you go. This is the garden delights if you want to go for that one. That's not the middle bottom, though, is it? There you go. Let's go to Garden Daisy when we're there. Go to Garden Delight. Ignore me and go back. There you go. So Garden Delight. I know it's Garden Delight. There you go. Oh, I love it. Then we've got one left anyway, so let's move on that one. That's nearly gone. Then middle bottom. There you go. That one is... Floral Wishes, if you want to go for that one. So again, I mean, that's got a lot of scope for a variety.
And again, it's done so that there are a couple of sentiments on there. One's a get well one and one's a birthday one. But you don't have to use that particular sentiment with that particular stamp. Mix and match everything within Honeydew Crafts. It all works together.
And this is why I think it's such an investment. If you go for one of your items, anything else that you get from the range, you know it will work with it.
Definitely.
Just to show you some fabulous samples as well, these are just beautiful. Is that a stamp as well? It is, isn't it?
That's two of our products on there. You've got the stamps and the stencil on that one.
So do they work perfectly well together then?
Absolutely.
So that's the clematis that we've got for you there. And then this one is the daisies that we've got for you there as well. Do you want to go and get your demo ready,
I'll go and get ready.
And I shall throw over to you in 2 seconds. There's another one, the Garden Delight. Is it complete angel policy? Can people make
Completely,
what they like?
so long as it's hand stamped and it's not machine printed, yes you can.
Oh my gosh, this is beautiful. Look at this. That's absolutely stunning, isn't it? Again, using those garden daisies. And then this is the one that literally we have one left of. That's Garden Delight, if I remember rightly.
That was the demo we did just before.
Oh my gosh, well that's why it was so popular, I suspect. Shall we have another demonstration now? I think we need to. Let's go and see the lovely Amanda in action.
That would be me then.
That's you then.
So we are going to do garden daisies for this one. So we are taking our garden daisy stamp and we're inking it up with the VersaFine Onyx Black. This one we're going to emboss, and embossing and this ink pad are not the best of friends, so be aware of that when you do this. So you need to work quite quickly, preferably not under air conditioning like we're in at the moment, but it works. So we're going to stamp this image out.
Is the aircon off now?
No.
Is it still on? Oh.
It's all right. If my hands go blue, everybody, it's because
well,
the AC in here is really chilly.
It's freezing this end of the studio, yeah. I don't know what's going on.
So we're then going to put our crystal clear embossing powder over the top.
You'll have icicles hanging off your daisies.
I might well. Just grab a bit of paper there. And then we're going to
very busy for this particular stamp set. If you do want to go for the Garden Daisies, A6 stamp set for you there. Joe in Essex, a brand new crafter in, Vanessa in Derbyshire, and then also a crafter brand new in as well. Welcome to the family. Half the stock has gone. Back to Amanda.
Oh, good grief. So with this one, I have prepped quite a bit of it ahead because I chose to fussy cut this, and that's not the easiest stamp, and I will admit it's not the easiest stamp to fussy cut. If you don't want to fussy cut it, but you still want the design that we're going to do, then I would recommend you stamp it onto heat-resistant acetate to do this, and then maybe re-stamp and just cut your flowers out in cardstock, and it will make sense when we get to the image, to the finished card.
Now that heat embossing from behind as well. It's funny because some people do it from the front, some people do it from behind.
I do it from behind when I'm using this particular ink because it doesn't really like embossing powder and it will tend to jump a little bit. And because I want to colour these in, if the embossing powder's jumped, wherever the embossing powder's gone within that flower, it means it won't hold the ink, it'll resist.
I loved it because both Ellie and Adam in the gallery cooed because neither of them had seen it being done from behind before.
Ooh.
There you go.
We like a coo.
I know, exactly. You've treated them there.
So then I've just taken the clean colour brush pens and we're just going to scribble over the top of that. But what you do need to remember when you have embossed with this, you are causing a resist. So you need to make sure that you go in and you blot that around the edge. Otherwise, you're going to keep smudging that. Keep going until you've coloured them all in, and then you're going to fussy cut it out. When I say fussy cut, I did mean it was a fussy cut.
Gosh, yeah, that's amazing, though.
So if you aren't happy fussy cutting, then I would recommend you stamped it onto heat-resistant acetate and then just re-stamped maybe and just cut your flower heads out and stuck those on, and it will make sense, as I say, in a few moments. So this is the card we're going to be using. I have got a YouTube video on how to make this particular card. I didn't want to come in and make it all up in the show. It starts off life as a normal 8x8 card. So we fussy cut that all out. The sentiment comes from our birthday wishes stamp set. Oh, sorry, floral wishes stamp set, which says, sending birthday wishes your way. That's why I'm calling it birthday wishes. So I'm literally going to stick this on here. We're doing a little bit of speed crafting tonight.
Just to say, we need to do some speed checking out as well because we are over-allocating for our garden daisies now. If you want that particular design, that particular stamp set, you need to check out to secure your purchase. We've got more people wanting it than we've got stock of, and Garden Delight is now sold out and gone. Back to Amanda.
Wow, my goodness. We are going to be doing some speed crafting tonight.
Well, it's going to be a busy end of the day. I can feel it, Amanda.
So I'm just popping some glue on the back of these. Now, bear in mind you're going to be sticking onto some acetate. This does So this card has got acetate stuck on here, in between here, on the it's almost like a gate, I suppose it looks. So you're going to be sticking onto acetate. It will dry clear, but don't overdo your glue.
It looks like a vertical blind to me.
It does, doesn't it,
That
actually?
kind of vibe.
I've not thought of it like that, but it does, and it works. So we'll go with that. So you're sticking that on there. You're going to take your other one and just to put some interest on the other side.
Now this one is about to sell out, Manda. You're having that effect. You use it, things sell out.
It appears that way tonight, doesn't it?
Yeah. It's like you touch something, it disappears. I'm a bit worried because we hugged earlier. I might just suddenly
Let's hope you don't
halfway
disappear.
through the show.
No, please don't leave me. So I'm going to pop a couple of little foam pads on here. And I always give myself a little bit of wiggle room when it comes to foam pads by popping a little bit of glue on the back too.
Top tip.
So that gives you some wiggle room to put them down where you want them to be, not where they choose
Takes all the
to
panic
be.
away, doesn't it?
It does, definitely.
And if you're thinking, oh, doesn't that make the foam pads not stick? Not at first, but they will. Once you've got them in position, then they will stick down good and hard.
See, get that straight. There we go. And how quick, I know obviously I pre-cut this out, but what an effective card that is. The only other thing I need to mention is if you are going to put something inside here, if you stamp in here, it's going to be seen through the front. So make sure when you do your sentiment and you sign it, do it above in this section here. Otherwise you lose the effect. But it's a really, really effective card.
Perfect timing, because guess what? Your garden daisies just sold out. God, do you want to get yourself ready for another demo?
I shall do.
We'll do a little workshop and we'll show you some more samples of things that you can be doing using your fabulous stamps. Obviously, maybe incorporating stencils and the other things that we have on the show as well. I just think these are absolutely gorgeous. I love the fact with flowers, that's a gorgeous card. This is with the Proud Day on it. I love the fact with flowers, they will be able to be used for any occasion, no matter what that occasion is. You can see there's the Proud Day stamp again for you there. I mean, that's a thank you card, but it could work for sympathy, it could be wedding, it could be anniversary, it could be get well soon, it could be congratulations, it could be thank you, whatever you fancy. Now, if you want to send any messages in this evening or say hello to Amanda, then please do. Jo in Essex has messaged. She says, I love the stamps you do. So beautiful and a great size too. That's from Jo.
Thank you very much, Jo.
There you go. Well, there's a honeydew fan. Lots of you out there, which is always good. Ooh, now. This is rather different. Is that the stencil?
It's a die. That one's a die we've got coming up.
That die. Oh, we're going to do the dies in a minute. In fact, can we do the dies? Can I just show that one now? Because that's gorgeous.
I'm going to do a die demo next, so that will work out perfectly.
Say again, my lovely.
I've got a die demo next. So
fabulous. Should we show the dies then? That's got to be done, isn't it? So there you go. That's the direction. It's the... Oh, they're behind, aren't they? Here it is. Oh, it's right under my nose. Hello, Nigel. There you go. There's the direction. Looking at the front, it's under my nose. $14.99 for that one if you want to go for it. That's the direction for you. MFHN48 is your item code there. Next up for you, we've got this one. This is the petals that we have for you. So if you would like to go for the petals. I mean, again, petals, but it could be whatever you want it to be. That's the great thing about this. That's the design, and that's the metal that you're getting. That's your petal metal. So that's petals. If you want to go for that one, we'll get the details up on the screen. There you go. $14.99 is your price on that one. What's the item code on that one? I'll get my specs on for that. HEHN70. There you go. HEHN70, your item code there. Next up for you, let's have a look at Berry Bunch. If you want to go for Berry Bunch. Now, see, this is good because I looked at this and I thought it's a bit like mistletoe to begin with, which makes me think you could make it quite trans-seasonal.
That's exactly it. You can use all of these for exactly that. They don't have to be for one event.
And that's a good size as well. I mean, that's going to be your focal point on the card right there. $16.99, ZLHN12, your item code on that one. Next up for you, your sunrise dies. Look at these. Now, again, when you look at that, what do you see? Could be daffodil head, could be a poinsettia. It could be so many different things, couldn't it? And that's the great thing about that. What do you say, Adam? What do you think it looks like? A what? Oh, like a throwing star, what they call it? Oh, like a ninja star. What did you call it? A shuriken? Shuriken, I didn't know that.
Nor did I.
See,
we learn something every day.
Well, not normally from Adam, but there you go. I'm loving that. Thank you, Adam. I've waited 8 months for that moment. Right, there you go. Next up for you, we've got our teardrop foliage, if you'd like to go for this. He may be wrong, though. Do check it before you tell your friends. There you go. $16.99 is your price on that one. That's FJHN70 item code there. Right, if we'd looked at the dies, I feel it's time to see what we can do with the dies. So let's do a die demo with Amanda.
We are going to. So we're using 3 different oxides. So we've got Shabby Shutter, Peacock Feathers and Faded Jeans for this one. So this is a great way of learning how to blend. If it's absolutely diabolical, then you're going to be putting a dye over the top and nobody will know how bad it is.
I like
underneath.
that. Diabolical.
That was quite clever of me, wasn't
Yes,
it?
it was.
Anybody would have
Was
thought
it
I'd
pun,
planned
was
it.
it pun intended or not?
Unintended, but it works. Right, so we're just blending in a background piece here. And as I said, doing larger dyes are a great way of getting used to blending. And if they really are terrible and you can't cover it with a stencil or a dye, then use it to cut your dyes out with. Never throw away a piece of blended cardstock that you've spent time doing. Even if it looks terrible, there's always a use.
Is there any crafter out there, Amanda, that will throw things away? It's very
I don't
rare,
know many
isn't
of
it?
us. I have to say, I
You
don't
always
know many of us.
keep something for another project.
So we just blended those 2 colours. I would go slightly heavier. I'm kind of rushing this a little bit just so that we can get to show you how to do it. I have already prepped one, so we don't have to worry about that. So you're just going to keep going until you're happy with the colours that you've got, and hopefully you'll end up with something that would look along these lines.
That's lovely.
Doesn't have to be perfect, as I said. So I have pre-cut my dies. So I've got our large petals die. And this is what I mean. As soon as you've covered that over, it wouldn't matter if that was a terrible blend under there. I've taken a piece of vellum and I've just folded the edges over, and I want to just tuck that on there to hold that in place. And then we're going to stick this whole die down, hopefully, without it.
Now, are you using the honeydew glue?
I am, which is coming, I promise.
Or is it not on the website at the moment?
It is
Out
coming.
of stock? Teasing
But
us.
it is coming.
So do we know when it might be there?
Hopefully by the time as soon as, but it will definitely be here for our next show.
Which is when?
Not till the end of May now.
End of May.
I know.
Isn't that funny? That seems ages away, but it's not really, is it?
It's not,
Next
is
month,
it?
May.
I know. It's my birthday at the weekend, and I'm doing
What,
a
this
work...
weekend coming?
This coming weekend.
Oh.
And we're up in Newcastle teaching a workshop, so it's going to be really nice.
Is it a big one at all, or is
No,
it?
that's next year.
Oh. I have no idea. I'll be honest, I have no idea what big one it's going to be for you next year.
50 next year.
Really? Well, see how you could have got away with 40 then, quite.
Oh, I do quite like you, Nigel. I like you more every time I see you.
So the big 5-0 next year, have you got anything planned?
Not yet, but I have plans in my head.
Uh-huh.
So that's the base of our card done. We're going to take our berry bunch that you were talking about a few minutes ago, and I'm literally going to take some green, and obviously it's die cut already, so I don't want to be scrubbing on that, but I also don't want a really solid texture. So I'm just, almost like you would with a stencil brush, just dabbing it on there. And that will just give you a little bit of colour, but without going full on. And then I did go full on with my gems, and I've covered each one of those berries with a clear gem.
Pick that up so our lovely Becky can get a nice close-up on that, because that looks fabulous.
Put it on the white so it shows up a bit better.
There you go. Look at that with those gems on there. That's just stunning. So that's using the berry bunch and then putting the gems on the top of it to add extra bling to your berries.
Can't go wrong with
Who doesn't want a
bling.
blinged up set of berries? I know I would.
I've taken a strip, and this is where you say about not throwing anything away. This is an offcut from when I cut my 7x7 or 7.5 inch squares for a lot of my cards. So all I've done is take a strip of that, pop some vellum on there. So we're tying all that vellum in together. And the sentiment from that one is from our Proud Day. And we're going to stick that onto here as well.
So this is one of those shows where our P&P of $3.95 for the entire order, whole day's order, the whole everything. It's just made for, because everything goes together, doesn't it? It's like, I mean, obviously you think as a crafter when you are producing things for crafters.
Yeah, definitely. And that's the thing. I was a crafter before it became our business. It was my hobby before it became our business. And I like to think that I'm trying to still keep it as a hobby as well. So I still enjoy doing what I'm doing. And
Where
hopefully...
did the name Honeydew come from? Because I do think if Scooby-Doo ever had a sister, she needs to be called Honeydew.
Well, Honeydew...
Every time.
My mum used... to write my dad honeydew lists before we lost my dad. And Honeydew Crafts came about not long after we lost my dad. So Mum and I were coming up with
honeydew, like honey, can you please do this?
Yeah. So that's where it came from, because of my dad having his honeydew lists.
And then you stuck an extra O on the end for DOO. Yeah. That's adorable.
Yeah, that's where it came from. So,
oh, that's a lovely sort of legacy to your dad. That's gorgeous.
Bless his heart.
Isn't that funny? I've worked with you the longest time and I've never asked you that before.
Haven't you?
I don't think so.
No, you probably haven't.
It's one of those things, isn't it? I do think sometimes when you like have a name of a company, you just sort of say it without thinking, and it's
where
like,
it comes from.
Actually, what's the meaning behind that?
But that's what it is.
Oh, well, I think that's adorable.
My dad used to call his lists honeydew lists. So that's where it came from. So I've just dabbed a tiny little bit of glue on there, all the way along. And we're going to try and flip this while the gems are on there.
Do you want to know something, Amanda?
What's that?
Literally, that was such a lovely story that made even the iciest of hearts, that's our Ellie producer, melt. She just said she wants a boyfriend now. There you go. Should we advertise for you, Ellie? What do you want in a boyfriend?
Go for rich, Ellie.
There you go. Ellie, put yourself to the camera so we can see you. There you go. Available to the highest bidder. Get your emails in if you know somebody that could date our Ellie. There you go.
So that's it. How quick and simple was that card done? And it is just completely finished with a couple of dies. And again, it's a perfect way of working out, playing with your blending and getting that how you want it to look.
It's so stylish. I'm loving it. Let's keep this going. Get yourself ready for another demonstration. I'm loving this workshop. I'm going to show some more samples for you, and then we'll show you some stencils that we've got in the studio as well. Because, again, I mean, this stencil is our dotty one that I think we have on the show as well. Maybe not, actually. Well, yeah, no, maybe do it at the end. So you can see we've got different ones that we can work with. I will show you all of these in a moment. But, I mean, just working the stencils with our dies, maybe with our stamps, everything going together. Look at these. I mean, this is using that petals die that we had in the background there. All of these cards really different. I mean, this one, again, using that fabulous... what do we call this one? It was the directions, wasn't it, that we had? I love that card, Amanda. That's fab.
We're doing something very, very similar to that. If we get to it today.
Oh, well, how many demos do you want to do? Do you want to do 4 at least this
At least 4.
Oh, let's make
but we might get 5, you know.
We'll just stay here all night. Why not? Let's, I'll bring a sleeping bag into the studio. It's not like Ellie's got a boyfriend to go home to. So I we'll stay here all night.
And
she might have one by 8 o'clock, though. You never know. We shall see. Beautiful. Right, let's have a look at the stencils that we've got for you as well. Let's start with our 7x7s. Those are our 7x7s the one at the bottom? They are, aren't they? I can't see. I'm going to come around the front. Sorry, Adam. There you go. Here you go. Let's have a look. Here we go. So let's have a look. So this is the first... Oh, let's do our 7x7s one, which is this one here. So that's our... I don't know the name of it. What's it called?
7x7.
That's the bubbly stencil. Lovely bubbly. There you go. So that's lovely bubbly, if you want to go for that one. I mean, Amanda, again, I mean, that it's like planets, it's like bubbles, it could be, sports balls, it could be whatever you wanted it to be.
That would make a great, like, basketballs or something like that all over it. It would be brilliant.
It's a lovely idea. So that's the lovely bubbly. If you want to go for that one, that is ERHN72, your item code there. Dawn in Shropshire, you're in for that one already. Next up, we've got the scribble stencil, if you'd like to give this. I love this. I love anything that's, like, really random, because you kind of think, like, oh, what do I do with that? And then you think that's just going to make the most fabulous background, because it will draw the eye to ask, what is that?
Exactly.
I love that. I love the scribbles. Then we've got the corner waves, if you'd like to go for this. So the 3 waves, but obviously perfectly sized to go in the corner of a card or a project or whatever it may be.
Definitely.
So that one, if you want to go for that, that is ALHN24. That is only £6.50p, that one. Let's head over to the other side. Follow the finger. Love it. That's Flower Power that we have for you there. That's Flower Power. That's an A5 stencil. Again, more of a ditzy sort of design on that one. Just £5.50, NJHN56. Then let's start at the top over here with our stencils. This one is Encircle, if you would like to go for that one. I think that's the one that we had on the card just now, isn't it? So again, you can see, I mean, I love these. They're all quite multi-direct. Well, they're all very multi-directional, aren't they? So you've got that there. Are they made of mylar, these stencils?
They are, yes. And they're food safe. They're made in the UK. And so you can use them with anything. Food
safe. So literally if I wanted to put something over the top of a cake or something like dusted design on there in, edible glitter or whatever, then you could do. So that's Encircle. Next up for you, we've got Illusion. It's just an illusion, if you remember that song. That's illusion for you. I like that. It's kind of like a random kind of almost sort of like a netting.
Yeah.
Or like chicken wire or something like that. I like that a lot. Then we have brick wall coming up for you next. Says exactly what it does on the stencil. It gives you that real kind of like grungy, maybe steampunky, maybe kind of like, you know, distressed kind of look that you might want with your projects. Imagine that on like canvases and things like that. It would be perfect. Imagine that with your texture pastes. Again, that would be divine. And then finally, you've got mesh if you want to go for that. Excuse my voice tonight. That's the mesh that you've got there. Again, that's a very detailed design. £5.50 your price on that one. I think we're ready. Well, I'm ready for a drink. I don't know about you. Are you also ready for a demo? Over to Amanda.
We're ready. So we're using broken china, salvage patina and cracked pistachio on this one. And I mentioned this earlier. I didn't know until very recently that our oxide lids fit perfectly underneath, and it means you don't have to have double the space. So we're going to take our broken china first, and we're just going to blend this over our lovely bubbly stencil. I absolutely love working with this stencil, and it's such a versatile stencil. As I mentioned earlier, you can just do so much with it. So we just quickly blend that. And again, this is a great way. Stencils are fabulous for learning how to control your blending tools.
Don't you think stencils are underrated? I really do.
So underrated. I just use them so often.
But you can use them with anything else in the crafting world. That's what I love.
Yep.
And I think these, the 7x7s, all of them, to be honest, they're just perfect for being the foundation of your project, for the background or the, you know, the base layer, whatever it may be.
Because, as I've said earlier, so long as you've got some black cardstock and some white cardstock in your crafting stash, you can pretty much do anything and everything you want. So just by adding some ink and some colour to this piece of white cardstock, you've then got patterned paper. So you don't have to, if you're on a budget and you haven't got every piece of paper and every colour in the world, this is a great way to do it. And then finally we'll go in with the cracked pistachio, which is a new one, so it's really juicy. So I'm being a bit more careful with this one.
And obviously, it's an angel policy if people want to make anything for craft fairs, because we're getting to that season now. Bit of nice weather. I think it's going to go rubbish again, isn't it? But who knows? But it's been nice that we've had some decent weather. So if you've got craft fairs and stuff coming up, then obviously if you want to make things with honeydew crafts, then you are allowed to do just that.
So that's it done quite lightly. I've done one earlier, and I'm going to use this one. And I went round, and obviously our stencils are slightly smaller. A 7x7 stencil, and you're going to get that border around the edge. If you want it to be slightly smaller, you can just trim that white border off around the edge, and you will end up with something like so.
Gorgeous.
Which I have done. And I've done the same here on just a skinny strip, and I've used, again, the sentiment from our Floral Wishes on this one. And this is how quick this card can go together. We're going to layer this piece on here.
Now, just to say, brand new crafter coming in, Norma, Gillian, a brand new crafter again, and Carol. You need to check out your baskets, like Gillian in Lincolnshire already has. If you do so, 25% of a stock of our lovely bubbly, I like saying that, the lovely bubbly will already be gone. There you go. It was on earlier today, busy then. We've now got the remaining stock. When it's gone, so grab it whilst we've had it. You heard Amanda say as well, Honeydew won't be back with us until the end, or was it the end of May?
End of May, yeah, 30th of May.
I can't bear it. So if you want to grab something, grab it now. Now look, more people with it in their baskets. Rose has come in Hampshire, Lynn in Norfolk, Sharon in Nottinghamshire. For £6.50, you get a 7x7 stencil. If everybody checks out now, half the stock will be gone. Let's go back to the lovely bubbly, Amanda.
So as I said earlier, the white cardstock, all I've done there is just go around the edge with the 3 colours that we've put on the stencil. And blended our white cardstock around the edge because you're only going to see the edge, so don't waste your time filling the bit in the middle. We're going to stick this one down.
Oh, you're teasing us with that glue again, Amanda.
It is coming, I promise, I promise, I promise.
It's always so popular, your glue.
I know.
It's one of the heroes of your range, isn't it, really?
Our sticky glue, I know, and everybody laughs when I say it's called sticky glue.
It's great glue. Now let's go back to the subject of your big 5-0 next year. Mm-hmm. So are you going to, are you thinking maybe going away, or are you thinking
I want to go to Tahiti.
Tahiti, hello. Let's dream big, dream high. Exactly. So I'm assuming you're not taking all your friends to Tahiti. It'll just be you and the other half, yeah? How lovely would that be?
That's my dream.
Tahiti, where is Tahiti? I don't know where Tahiti is.
Pacific Coast.
Oh my gosh, how lovely.
in my
Lovely
dreams.
bubbly.
I can't see if I'm going to get there, but here you go.
Yeah.
So lovely there, look, there's the waters of Tahiti.
I was going to say, can you imagine the waters of Tahiti as you splash around, causing the bubbles to rise?
But if you have a quick look through these piles, somewhere there is a black and white card that I made, and it's a bigger one, and it's got all of these bubbles on from Lovely Bubbly, and all I did for that one was I stamped it with black ink.
What does it look like?
It's very similar to that, but in black and white.
In black and white. Is it on the steps, maybe? Let's have a look. Oh, hang on, there's that one. That one.
There you go.
Oh, there you go. I've
The
got
last
it here.
card of the
As you
pile.
were, people, as you were.
And
let's
if
have
you
a look.
catch that in the light, a couple of those have got clear embossing powder on, so they're shiny. And I only picked a few of them to do it with. But for a teenage lad's card, perfect.
Yeah, absolutely.
And they are one of the hardest cards in the world to make.
There's all this in-between ages.
Yes.
Honestly, there are two lots of people that are really hard to make for. One are in-between ages, the other are directors called Adam. That's it. Those are the two most awkward categories that you can have. Black and
Same, very, very similar style. This, again, similar style to this. I've just done, it works perfectly for that. But it's also great in the lighter colours behind your cards.
See, that's very... Oh, I beg your pardon, that's upside down. But it's very subtle, isn't it? That one, the background there as well. Now, look, here we go. Love that.
That
and
one
then,
is done
whilst
with.
we're on the stencil
Go
tip,
for
can
it.
we talk about the brick wall? That's a fab graffiti Banksy-style card,
it's
isn't
a
it?
great teenager's card.
Yeah, indeed. And then again, you see there, using the background there. I like that. Look, you've got it there on the card, but also on the vellum, the overleaf. That's your
one
bubbles.
of the demos that we did on our YouTube channel, so if you want to go back and see.
What's the YouTube channel name? Is it Honeydew?
Crafts.
Lovely stuff. Do with a double
Double
O.
O.
All important. Right, let me have a look at some more items and you get yourself ready for demo number 4. Cooking on gas, this is brilliant. We've got our stencils and masks for you. We've got 3 different ones for you to choose from. This is the first one that we've got for you here. This is our squiggle that we've got. So what's the idea of having a stencil and a mask then, Amanda? So I know you bent over getting ready. We may
I'm
come
dropping
to you.
everything. So the stencil and the mask is, as we discovered earlier, I don't throw anything away. And the thought of throwing away that bit that cuts out, which is perfectly usable, I don't. And so I pass that on, and I use the masks so often. Like the card we did in our earlier show was done with the masks of the circles, not the stencil.
Can I point out one of the cards that I like? Becky. There's a card in front of Amanda with a squiggle on it with a fabulous Technicolor background on the actual counter. This is one of my favourite cards in the studio today. I think this is fabulous. It caught my eye as soon as I walked in. That is so simple yet so effective.
And again, I tell you what, that's what, a 5-minute card?
I know,
That's
but
all
that's
it would
the thing,
take
isn't
to
it?
do. And if you're really stuck for a card, that's perfect.
It's that phrase that I love. Brilliantly simple and simply brilliant.
Perfect.
Love it. So that's your fabulous squiggle. If you want a squiggle, details are on your screen. Next up, we've got the bold brush strokes, which is that one, isn't it? Oh, is that one done there? Is it that one? Yeah, that's it. Couldn't work out where my finger was going then. So that's your bold brush strokes, if you would like to go for that one. That's quite subtle to show. Can you see that well enough, or do I need to come around and give it a little bit of a wiggle? It's quite hard to see that, isn't it? Let's have a look so you can see you've actually got design on there. Do we have a sample with that in the studio?
There is definitely some...
yeah, OK. On the stepper, middle stepper, there's one in purple and yellow. That's the one.
See,
I
that's
nearly
using
swore
the
then.
mask.
I nearly said something rude then. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, that's what I nearly said, Ellie. Yeah, thank you.
That's the stencil for the blue part, and then you put the mask over the top of the stencil and brush it with the yellow, and you get that shadow behind it.
So that's your bold brush if you would like to go for that one. That's $8.99, BRHN72. And then finally for you in our stencils and our masks, we have got our bubbles for you. We're calling this bubbles. They're circles, sorry, I beg your pardon. They look like bubbles as well, don't they? But you've got your circles there. I love it, honestly, because again, you think that could be planets, that could be a ball for a sporty card, it could be bubbles, it could be, what else? It could be a balloon, it could be whatever you fancy it to be. Great versatility with that one. GQHN14 is your item code on that one. So those are your masks, these stencils. Are you ready for us, lovely Amanda?
This is like a 1 minute, not even that, demo, because I've stuck it all together.
Right then, over to the very quick demo number 4.
Demo number 4. So we have got 3 layers of card on here. We've got a navy blue matte. We've got some mirror silver. And then I've got a piece of pearl here. I'm also just going to quickly stick that down on the top. This again. So if you're sat with lots of offcuts of cardstock and you've got these fab big dies, cut yourself a load in different colours, or in white and colour it if you want to, but in the silver this is fabulous. So great, again, you saw a similar version in the black and silver a few minutes ago where this was cut. So with the one that we showed earlier, it was...
Which was?
This pile about halfway...
That one?
No, it's black and silver.
Aha, there you go, my lovely.
So this one is this die, and all we've done is take the die, slice it down the middle, pop it up the top, and put a belly band on there, so it will fit to an 8x8 card.
Just show that again, my lovely. So it's
you've
like
got
that
this size die. We slice it down the middle, and we put one half down the bottom, one half up the top, and pop a belly band in the middle. So that's how that one is made, but using the same die. So the great thing about this particular size die is you can easily do that with it. But we are just taking a silver card as the size it is, because this size 5x7, I believe, still fit through on the regular post as well. So they're classed as a letter rather than a large letter, so that keeps your costs down.
Which we're all for. Do you know, I couldn't even tell you the cost of a first-class stamp.
You don't want to know. You need a mortgage.
How much is a first-class stamp?
They're about...
Here you go, let's do a little round robin then, because I don't think anybody will get it bob on.
I think they're about £150, £2, something like that.
What are you going to say, 150 or £2?
155.
Okay, 155 says Amanda. I'm going to say 135. That was the first thing I said in my head. Becky says, well, you think they're £3 for a first-class stamp? No, it's not £3 for a first-class stamp.
It's probably not far.
If it is, then literally I'm never posting anything ever again. Adam, was that Jimmy? Adam says 140. Jimmy says 125. And Ellie? Oh, she knows the answer. She's not playing. She's still waiting for the boyfriend emails that haven't arrived. What did you say, Amanda?
155.
155. What's the answer? 135, I said that. Boom,
Wow.
boom, boom. I'm still not buying it.
So all I have done with this is literally stick this die down onto the navy cardstock, cut in silver. And then I've done, again, just a belly band to go across the top there. The thank you is from our proud day. And again, how quick and simple would that card be if you had it in your stash?
I think it's beautiful. Really is. I mean, I love the fact it's such a great design. I mean, however you use that, but again, so quick.
Yeah.
So great. Get yourself ready for demo number 5.
Oh, good grief, I'm running out of space on the counter.
I'm just going to contemplate the fact that Ellie just said to me, Nigel, what a sad life you had when I got excited about having... Ellie, it's all I have. Don't take it away from me. There you go. Let's have a look at what you can be doing with the items on tonight's show. This is using one of the stamps that we had. This was the Clematis one, I remember. Is that the Clematis I'm looking at?
The flower, actually, no, it's one of our ones that are on your website. I think it's still on there, Spring Flowers.
Okay, so...
But it's the stencil in the background, which is done from the corner waves.
Oh, my gosh, of course, yes. It's 2 of the corner waves put together, isn't it?
It is.
That's fabulous. So I didn't recognise that then. I was like, well, why have we got that card? That's the reason. As we rotate through these, you'll see different items coming up on your screen as well. So obviously, pop them into your basket accordingly. You can see using your stamps. Now, you know I said about that background before. What was this one called? Was it called... No, it wasn't called Scribble. Was it called Scribble?
That one's Scribble back.
Yeah, Scribble. This is fab because, I mean, look, you can't really see what anything is, but when you actually have it on a card, it really does make for the most dramatic design, doesn't it? You've got, you know, that big old swirly scribble in the centre, almost like a flower in the background there. Oh, actually, that one's about to sell out, so if you want it, you're going to have to be quick on the squiggle. Be quick on the squiggle, why don't you? Don't know, that makes me laugh. Then you've got your florals in there as well. That's from your stamps. Again, using your stamps. That's our Clematis that we've got for you there. That one is... Oh, I don't know what that one is. What was that one, Amanda?
What are we looking at? It's the illusion stencil across the bottom.
Ah, oh, yes, of course. Look, you can see it in the background there. Again, quite subtle. And you've got your stamps being used on that one. This is fab. Right, tell me when you're ready, and then I will throw over
We will go with what I've got there.
Lovely stuff. And then, let's finish off these samples, though, because they're fabulous. And then we'll have shown all the samples. We might have to do the stepper, then. Might have to come over your way. Look, so you can see whatever you are making, you can be as varied as you like. Right, back to Amanda with demo number 5.
No, check me out. We're whizzing today, aren't we? Again, I've prepped a lot of this. Now, this is our Flower Power stencil.
How many have you theoretically got? Because literally, I think if it's all quick, we could do... Oh, well, that's fine then.
If I pop that on the dark background there, you can see that we're much heavier at the top and then it thins out very slightly towards the bottom. Just so if you don't want such a heavy image, you'll be able to use the lighter section on here. So we're just going to pop this down. And again, I've got quite a lot of this prepped ahead, so we're going to do the same thing. It's that practicing of your blending works fab for this. Don't go too heavy with the colour, because we will be colouring in over the top of this. Put that there.
So will you have a party for your birthday as well?
Oh, I don't know, because I have a toy boy by 3 months, so we might do something between us.
You are what?
My toy boy's 3 months younger than me. So.
Your toy boy is... That's what I thought you said. And I thought, did I mishear that? Did I just hear toy boy? I love that. So your toy boy is 3 months younger.
Yep, so we're going to probably do something together.
You're going to have a joint party together. I'll be honest, it's like my 50th. It's like I was really panicky about my 50th when I had it. It was just like, do I have a party? And I wasn't going to have one. And then when I convinced myself that I should have one, and I've got to say, it was one of the best nights of my life. And Jimmy, who works here, of course, was at my party. It was a great night, Jimmy, wasn't it? It was so good. Honestly, I love it. You know, when you wake up the next morning, you're just like, that was great. Great party.
So we've inked that up through the stencil. We're then going to take our Floral Wishes stamp set, which comes with a couple of sentiments as well. And ideally, you want to leave that to dry. So I am just going to quickly run some heat over the top of that, which will help it dry. But it won't be as dry as I would prefer it to be because I'm colouring. I'm also going to pop a little bit of the anti-static bag on there to see if that helps us as well. Fingers crossed, the gods are with us and it will.
I have faith.
But if it doesn't, we have one I prepped earlier. So again, we're going to go in with the Onyx Black and ink that stamp up. And
now, which stamp is that, Amanda?
this is Floral Wishes. And we're just going to stamp that on here. It's a biggish stamp, so make sure that you press that down.
That's a real focal point, that, on your card. We're down to the final few. We're down to the final handful on that, actually, on Floral Wishes now. So we could be looking at a sellout on that one before the end of the hour. Details on your screen, on the little side panel that we have for you there, just in case you wonder where it is. There it
And then we'll
is.
crystal clear over the top of that, and hopefully.
Oh, now is this gonna blow Adam and Ellie's mind again? Are we doing it from behind?
We are.
Yes, we are.
And don't panic. We have distress oxides on there, and sometimes it can cause it to smoke a little bit. So just be a bit careful when you're doing this.
Is this where we set off the sprinklers in the studio?
Let's hope not. We'll move it away before we get to
And we all end up getting very, very wet. Can you imagine? The sprinklers went off.
Oh, let's hope not.
I know. I don't even think we have sprinklers. I don't know where that safety conscious are. It's like, I have no idea. Do we have sprinklers in here?
So there we go. Just heat that all up. Almost there.
Heat embossing is one of those things that always looks good, doesn't it?
I think heat embossing or die cutting is the thing that gets most people into crafting.
Yes, absolutely. Isn't it funny? Because I always think, like, in my years of crafting, sometimes you say, how do you get into crafting? Lots of people get into crafting through cross-stitch, don't they?
They do.
That seems to be a very good way to start your crafting
And if I'm honest,
journey.
I always used to cross-stitch.
Is that how you started?
No, I started because I was signed off work sick and my mum had just started making cards. And so
lovely.
I thought, I can't do daytime TV.
Did you ever think when you did that one day you'd be on telly with your own business?
Absolutely not.
I know, that's what
I was
love,
terrified of TV.
Dreams can come true.
So with this, I'm then just going to go in and quickly colour in, just again to show you, if we go with the darker colour, we're just going to quickly go over the top and colour those in. Remember, I mentioned this earlier, you must go in and blot when you've done it like this with these pens, because the ink will sit where the embossing powder is resisting. And that would smudge a heck of a long way if you don't.
So always blot after every application.
Every time, because your hand will go in there and blot it.
Okay, if you want your Floral Wishes, we're down to the last, how many? One.
Oh my goodness. So we're just going to go in and pop a few gems. Here's the one I coloured in earlier. We're going to just pop a few gems, she hopes. I know I cut some out on here. Not the ones I'm going for, clearly. So these are strips of gems, so I just go in and separate a few, and that means I can just whip them off and fill in some gaps. Just pop them in the centres of these flowers. The Floral Wishes has also got that get well sentiment on there as well, which is always really handy.
But I just think with all of your stamps with the flowers, it's like you can use them for any occasion, and that's the great thing. If you're paying your hard-earned cash for something, you want it to be something that you're going to get your money's worth from.
Yeah, definitely, and that is what we try really hard. I'm really conscious of the fact that people chose to shop with Honeydew Crafts, and I want to make it value for money for them. So fingers crossed we do manage to do that, and well, we get lots of really nice comments, so I'm hoping that that's what we are doing for everybody. Oh, come on, these things don't want to come off here today.
Now, we have the gems on the show this evening as well, I do believe. Don't forget, if you do want to order, there are 3 ways to order here on the glorious world of HobbyMaker. You can either order, of course, via the app. Sorry, I'm just putting my talk back on because I just changed my batteries, just in case you thought I was scratching my bum or something. I wasn't. You can either order via the phone lines. It's a free phone telephone number, 0800 001 4433. You can, of course, order as well if you want to via the app, the HobbyMaker app, or, of course, you can order via the via the website, which is all the W's. What?
HobbyMaker.co.uk.
I thought you were down there. I didn't realise. Let's move out the way. There you go. Ah, he was tickling my ankle. There you go. And not with his hand. Back to you, Amanda.
So that's it, pretty much done. I would probably go in with a few more gems on there, but obviously for time we won't. And I mentioned in our earlier show, I try and take my image from the front through into the centre of inside of my card as well.
That's nice to make it
because it kind of
throughout.
Yeah, and it finishes it off. It makes a homemade card look like a really professional card. If you go into all the card shops these days, most of them have got something pretty done inside.
And I do think if you are selling your cards for charity or to fund your own crafty habit, having a little something inside means you can maybe charge an extra dollar. Hello, I've gone American. Charge an extra 50p. Do we ship to America with this? Do you ship to America?
No, we need to sort that out.
Oh, so not at the moment.
Yeah,
watch this space in the future. And then you could be saving a buck or a nickel or a dime.
You could. So I'm going to pop this onto some foam pads if I can grab some. I know I have some here because we've already used them. And pop a little sentiment on there.
And then pop that down. And again, a little bit of wiggle room with your glue on your foam pad.
Glue on your foam pad.
Now, we've sold out of the Floral Wishes now. Is that from Proud Day, that sentiment?
No, this is from Floral Wishes.
Oh, that's a pity.
I know. But there we go, that's a get well soon. Am I better to pick it up?
Just love it. Now, Amanda, I think we can get another one in easily.
We'll try.
Going to get yourself ready?
Yep.
And I'm going to remind people of the stamps that we've actually got left. I'm going to grab them all and bring them in because we haven't got them all left. Because that will be easier, won't it? Opa, opa, opa. I'm knocking everything flying. My apologies. Let's glue. Right, do we have Proud Day left? Do we have Proud Day left? OK, let's do Proud Day to start with. If you would like to give a Proud Day, we still have that in stock at the moment. We'll get the details up for that. There you go. Oh, hang on, we haven't got the details. They are going to pop up. Here you go, it's coming. So that's Proud Day. If you want to go for that one, it's RGHN70. 8 left on that one for you. Next up for you, Clematis. We've got the Clematis flowers. If you would like to go for that one, then we'll take you through the details for that. Again, the item number on that one, it's, what was it, $9.99 it was, wasn't it? That's PQHN80. Floral Wishes sold out and gone. Garden Delight sold out and gone. Yeah. Magnolia, if you'd like to go for the Magnolia, we've got the Magnolia for you. That is, again, a good size stamp, that one. That's going to be beautiful on the front of a card. ZSHN68, we've got 5 left of that. And then finally, Garden Daisies, that's gone, yeah. Gone. Do you want to know what's on the shows tomorrow? I'm going to be with you as from 1 o'clock tomorrow. Yes, of course you do, Jimmy. Thank you. Let's have a look. We're going to sort out your stash for Storage for Crafts. Joe's going to be here with the best storage on Planet Craft. It is fabulous. That's at 1 p.m. Also at 4 p.m. 2 p.m. we've got to celebrate 40 years of the Born Free Foundation with Pollyanna's artwork. Linda's going to be here. Anna Lou, of course, is going to be here to talk about her late great mother. Pollyanna Pickering with all of that fabulous artwork. And we've got some brand new items for you. We've also got our pocket pads from Hunky Dory, the Ultimate Collection 7, with Kat, not producer Kat, but obviously Kat, the guest from Hunky Dory. She's going to be here tomorrow at 3 p.m. tomorrow. Oh, apparently, so you're telling me tomorrow for the 3 p.m. show, I'm being told the guest is called Kat. Our camera operator will be called Kat, and then the producer is called Kat. That is a catty show right there, isn't it? My word. OK, we've got about 5 minutes left. In fact, 2.5 minutes. Is that all? Can you do a demo in 2.5 minutes?
I've prepped it, so we'll give it a go.
If anyone can do it, it's an Amanda Honeydew. Over to you.
Right, so we are using cracked pistachio and salvage patina for this one. I have prepped up loads of this, so you won't watch me paint it. What I will say is I will try and do a YouTube on this, so if anybody wants to see this literally from start to finish, then we'll have the YouTube that you can do that from.
Lovely stuff. Honeydew Crafts is the YouTube channel.
So we are taking our bold brush strokes. Normally I would mask this off a little bit, but obviously we're on a bit of a time constraint. So with the bold brush strokes, you have quite a lot of flappy uppy bits on here, so you need to make sure you work with those rather than against them.
Go in the direction of them as opposed to against them. 2 minutes, Amanda. 2 minutes. Okay. Is this demo number 6?
I think it is.
That's
I don't think we've ever done that many.
Good.
I know, I said I'd prepped a lot, but it didn't mean we had to use them all.
I know, but it's good.
It's fab. I love that we've managed to get all of these in.
Well, it's been a real workshop of joy, which I love, like learning and aspiring and inspiring.
That's what we try to do. And you've made me forget that I hurt my back this morning.
You had what?
I've hurt my back. So I'm leaning on the table. I apologise for the fact that I'm leaning on the table.
That's good. I'm no doctor, but if we've managed to make you forget about your bad back for an hour, then that is good.
So we have inked that stamp up again, or stencil up again. I need that to be a bit drier, but we have prepped ahead, so that's not such a big problem. So we're going to ink that stamp up.
Just whilst Amanda is inking the stamp up there, just so you can carry on ordering after the hour, of course. You can check out everything on that website. Should we get the brother and sister team that is Becky and Jimmy? They're not brother and sister, but I kind of think they look a little bit like it when they're together. To tell you about the website, all the W's what?
HobbyMaker.co.uk.
Oh, then Adam's not showing you anymore. I think he's decided that you're not allowed to. They're in the dark. There you go. Apparently, you're in the dark. See, if you want to finish the show in the light, you'll have to come over here, won't you, quite frankly? Right, Amanda, for anybody that's doubting themselves, we've got 30 seconds. That's not going to get done, is it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it
is. Is it? Oh, right, we're going to go and join Amanda then. Come on.
So, we're going to stick this together.
We're all watching.
I painted this in with our oxides. So we painted it.
We've got 15 seconds.
No pressure. Oh, God.
It's not going to happen. Amanda, you've been a joy. Amanda's back on the 30th of May. I'll be back tomorrow at 1. These two will be back soon as well. Amanda, it's over. Oh,
Amanda.
You've been finished. Oh. Say goodbye to the world.
Bye.
Keep it here on HobbyMaker. See you tomorrow. Bye.
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on HobbyMaker.
Here at HobbyMaker, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and checkout and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Shopping made easy at HobbyMaker.
Shopping with HobbyMaker couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.hobbymaker.co.uk, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your craft room essentials to paper, tools, cutting machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our HobbyMaker app. Simply head over to your app store and search HobbyMaker. Alternatively, you can call our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at HobbyMaker.
Registering for a HobbyMaker account on our website couldn't be easier. Head over to hobbymaker.co.uk and click on Register Now. Type in your preferred email address, create a password of your choice, and we just ask you for a few simple details. Click on Create Account and then away you go. Within your account setting, you can view your order history, address and card details and items in your basket. Shopping made easy with HobbyMaker.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Shopping with HobbyMaker couldn't be easier. Huge amount of products on our website, from your craft room essentials to paper, tools, cutting machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our HobbyMaker app. Simply head over to your app store and search HobbyMaker. Alternatively, you can call our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at HobbyMaker.